Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motang, hakuna toga book.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there, Osundi Owindi. So Osundi Owindi, Alexander Gomez kicks the session off quite nicely. Thank you, Alexander, who double dips with a super sticker. So that's Alexander setting the example for things to come. So thank you, Alexander Gomez, for that, just kicking it off nicely. That's exactly how a session should start, with some how do I describe it? Some deep wallet. Let me put it like some deep wallet, like Alexander, wishing the session good luck with a throw in terms of a super sticker. So thank you, Alexander. So welcome one and all. I'm not quite sure why this thing is yeah, that's a bit better. So welcome one and all. Good day to you. Never taken for granted. It is with gratitude that we always receive you on this platform. So welcome. So plenty to go through, always plenty to go through. But before we go through anything, just to do a bit of administrative stuff, just click on the like button as you're coming in. We want to hit a record number of likes with this session if we can. So we're setting 100 likes. So if you can help us on that journey to that 100 likes, and we'll of course be grateful. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. That, you see, the likes and the subscribe, that's all matters of YouTube algorithm. It helps the platform in terms of the YouTube algorithm. So I think you all know that because you're all familiar with how it works. So click on like and subscribe, please. And then if you've done that, then the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your invitation to come and participate. So very important you click on that if you want your voice heard. Then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that's your open invitation to come and join the session. So we like a divergent view. So if you haven't made an appearance before, then we're especially looking for you. If you are new to the space, I'll come to you almost immediately just so we can document what your politics is. So we're always looking to expand the conversation, and it is you that we are harvesting to expand the quality of the conversation. So if you have any thoughts on Nigerian politics, come share them. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. If you feel that this guy is deserving, as Alexander Gomez just did, you can click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. It's 3 easy steps, and then you can just to your heart's content. So all of that. So do those. So 2 matters then up for discussion. 2 matters up for discussion. So we kick it off with this. This, of course, the headline that presumably brought a lot of you here. Zelensky congratulates Tinubu, invites him to visit Ukraine. So there it is right there. So it is essentially the world coalescing and converging around a new paradigm within the Nigerian space. So the world acknowledges that this is what they're going to be contending with. Nigeria, one of the top 25 economies in the world, the largest African country, probably the most powerful. So Nigeria certainly occupies a space within the greater structure of things. So anytime that there are changes in that space, the world quickly moves to realign itself with the new change so that they can be on side with the new administration. Certainly Zelensky, who is in the heart of the storm at the moment, he seeks to form that alliance. Very quickly he moves. As Zelensky congratulates Tinubu, invites him to visit Ukraine. So I suspect that the obedience will be quite keen for him to visit Ukraine, just at the time that the Russians no doubt are dropping bombs. So there it is. So we're contending with that. So we're also contending with this. We're still staying with matters Tinubu. We're still staying with and by the way, there's still space on the platform if you want to join. Don't wait till the last minute, then it's a scramble to join. So we encourage people to come in early if they have an intention to join us. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join. The next headline we'll be contending with Tinubu February 25th election, freest, most authentic Nigerian presidential poll. This is the federal government then giving that endorsement. So there's lots of reasons to take this as gospel because there's a lot of things that we know factually. There's a lot of things that we know factually happened in this election that is a deviation and an improvement from previous elections. So whatever the contentions are, some of the things that cannot be contended, the transparency of the elections cannot be contended because everybody saw all of the information, and that is where there's so much controversy. So that's a vast improvement. And then, of course, the low level of incidents in terms of harm caused to people are a record low as well. So that's an improvement. So a lot of improvements within the electoral space. But Tinubu, February 25th election, freest, most authentic Nigerian presidential poll. So this is the federal government beating its own drum. So that's the federal government beating its own drum. But certainly someone or some people that may not be beating drums for reasons of probably feeling aggrieved. So that sense of aggrievement, that sense of disenfranchisement, is certainly permeates deep. There was deliberate attempt to deny Igbo opportunity to rule Nigeria. So this is Ikpeazu speaking now. He, I think, a sitting governor, which state? Abia State. The sitting governor of Abia State are coming then to make that bold, controversial statement. But does that align? Is he able to back that up? Is there any veracity to that? There was deliberate attempt to deny Igbo opportunity to rule Nigeria. This is Ikpeazu making the headline here. But how does he justify that? So hang around to find out. So hang around to find out. Hang around to find this one out as well. So hang around to find this one out as well. Where is the next one? Hold on. Oh, all right. So I want to present it in the way that it's been aligned. So yeah, let me bring you. So hang around to find this one as well. So this is a name that has been recurring controversially within the electoral space, not within the electoral space, but within the Nigerian space. But it looks as though he has been rewarded off the back of controversial statements made by him, of course. Nwanyawu emerges as new Ohaneze Indigbo President General. So Nwanyawu now, of course, as recent as just a couple of weeks, the Yorubas are rascal. That was the commentary that he used to agitate the space. So people were up in arms against that, and by way of punishment, the Ohaneze Indigbo moves. Nwanyawu emerges as new Ohaneze Indigbo President General. So quite how he's deserving of that, I will find that out shortly. Stores are still staying with our matters Southeast. This is now a throwback to the past. So this is sort of a back to the future headline. A back to the future headline. You must apologize to Igbo over your role in Nigeria Biafra civil war. So this is the PDP now speaking to Yakubu Gowon. So that is one wound that has not anywhere near healed within the Nigerian space, because the carryover from that civil war is still manifesting in the here and now. And I agree that there needs to be an acknowledgement and then a national healing. I'm not necessarily that Yakubu Gowon should apologize, but I think the Nigerian state itself should address that Biafran space, because I feel that that space is still unsettled. You must apologize to Igbo over your role in Nigeria Biafra civil war. So this is the PDP now speaking to Yakubu Gowon. But quite why they feel the need to say that to him, we'll find out shortly. Let me see. Maybe I'll just give you a couple more. Let me give you a couple more. Let me just give you a couple more, because sometimes it can be a bit long and involved, the reader sometimes. So let me give you a couple more. Let me give you this one. So this is, I say throwback with that. This is somewhat a throwback to recent times as well. So these are the figures that have held Nigeria hostage all the way through. And it looks as though they will hold it hostage to the last minute. Buhari's powerful nephew, Maman Daura-led cabal, El Rufai, others, wage war against secret police DSS, top officials over Emefiele. So I have concerns about Emefiele. Actually, if he lasts till the end of this year, he will live for a very long time. But he's stepped on too many toes, he's holds so many secrets that you just have concerns for him. Buhari's powerful nephew, Maman Daura, led cabal, El Rufai, others wage war against secret police DSS, top officials over Emefiele. So quite what is going on there. So we know that Emefiele, of course, the cesspit of corruption in Nigeria, deep and entrenched. Buhari fires Adamawa REC, Hudu, Yanusa Ari. So the guy at the end, at the center, at the heart of the storm of the debacle that was the Anambra election, the one that announced fake results, it looks as though Buhari has taken the sword to his neck. But is Buhari even the person to be firing this person? And I thought that was Mahmoud Yakubu's role. Breaking, Buhari fires Adamawa REC, Hudu Yanusa Ari. So quite, we're not going to ask why, because we already know why that happened. Let me give you one more. Because I think this may well be among the headlines. Breaking, Labour Party factional chairman Apapa suspends 5 executive members, tells Peter Obi to stop hobnobbing with Abure. So the chairman of the Labour Party now fires a shot across the bows of Peter Obi. So a formal warning, that sounds like Labour Party factional chairman Apapa suspends 5 executive members, tells Peter Obi to stop hobnobbing with Abure. So stop acting anti-party, essentially what that means. So a rich and diverse menu. When is it never not a rich and diverse menu? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on, I've already said all that, but just as a reminder, click on the like button as you are coming in. click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio, and the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee ever ready. So let's take a pit stop with the Kegites before we get into the readouts. Here, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wẹ́lá ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniru agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that, of course, on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. Iku koniru agbeshe. Can you imagine a prayer more important than that? So let me kick it off then with this start off. Zelensky congratulates Tinubu, invites him to visit Ukraine. President of Ukraine, whatever his name is, Zelensky, has congratulated Nigeria's president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on his election victory and invited him to visit the war-torn country. This was disclosed in a statement made available to correspondents by the office of the president-elect and signed by Tunde Rahman. Zelensky, in a congratulatory letter he personally signed, expressed delight at the peaceful conduct of Nigeria's general elections and particularly praised the victory of Tinubu as the next president of Nigeria, adding that his country is determined to further strengthen cooperation with Nigeria. So there it is right there. Very quickly, of course, I'm sure they'll be launching attacks at him. Zelensky used the opportunity of the goodwill message to extend his invitation to the president-elect to visit Ukraine on a state visit as soon as he settles down in office after the inauguration on May the 29th, 2023. The Ukrainian leader wrote, "Please accept my sincere congratulations on your election as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Despite extremely difficult testing times caused by the full-scale armed aggression of Russia against our state, Ukraine is determined to further strengthen cooperation with Nigeria at the bilateral level and within the framework of international organizations. We are grateful for your country's support of the resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations Organization's principle of the UN Charter, underlying a comprehensive, just, and sustainable peace in Ukraine." So it goes on and on. So let's just see, is there anything else? Let me give you the last paragraph. Taking this opportunity, I invite you to pay an official visit to Ukraine at a time convenient for you. I am confident that your visit will strengthen the dialogue between our countries and contribute to the further consolidation of joint efforts of the international community aimed at solving the urgent challenges of today, in particular the crisis situation caused by Russia regarding the guarantee of world food security. So there it is. He congratulates Tinubu, but latching on to that window to politics, his own immediate domestic situation. So there is the invitation then by the Ukrainian president to the looter of Lagos State. So as I said, this is the world rallying around then what they know as the new situation of Nigeria. So this is normal and standard stuff. So there's absolutely no reason for anybody to start going on to his Twitter page and raining abuse on him. So I say that, of course, only in the resignation that they are already probably there on his Twitter page raining abuse on him. So that's just how that format works. So that's how that format works. On to the next, and still with Tinubu. So here is Tinubu now, or is it the federal government even speaking? Let's find out. Tinubu, February 25th election, freest, most authentic Nigerian presidential poll. This is the federal government speaking. Information Minister Lai Mohammed says President Muhammadu Buhari did not confer any advantage on his ruling All Progressive Congress APC during the February 25th presidential election, saying it is the freest and most authentic presidential poll in the nation's history. Mr. Mohammed briefed State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo on Wednesday at the presidential villa. I went to the United States to balance the skewed report about the just concluded elections, and everywhere I went, I said very unambiguously that the last general election in Nigeria are the most transparent. So I think of all of the things that can be disputed, the transparency of that election cannot be disputed. Because all of the elections that we've had so far, everybody clear out of the way the right figures and announce a winner, but not in this instance. He added, it was the freest and most authentic Nigeria had ever held. And that is despite the effort of the opposition to delegitimize the election. And I put forward my position there that the two reasons the election was the best were, one, the introduction of technology, especially the bimodal accreditation system, made it pretty difficult for anybody to use the usual things before, like overvoting, stuffing of ballot boxes, and the likes. Because once it takes your biometric, you cannot vote twice. Mr. Mohammed reiterated that the president promised to provide a level playing ground, which he did. The first instance was that the president did not confer any advantage on his ruling party, and that is why, as far as he's concerned, he would rather lose the election than win at all cost. The results show that. So this is Lai Mohammed. I think we get the gist and thrust of what he has to say, but there it is right there. And there is a lot within that statement that that was the freest and fairest election in Nigeria. I cannot think of an election that was freer than that one. I cannot think of an election that ran better than that. So that's that one. I don't know. There's still a lot of speculation around that, but we'll see how that goes. But certainly, from what is documentable, that has been one of the freest and fairest elections that we have. The lowest amount of violence recorded. Actually, let me give you the full readout just to see if he adds anything else. Mr. Mohammed reiterated that the president promised to provide a level playing ground, which he did. The first instance was that the president did not confer any advantage on his ruling party, and that is why, as far as he was concerned, he would rather lose the election than win at all cost. The results show that, he stressed. Mr. Mohammed said his principal lost his state, Katsina, in the presidential election, pointing out that it had never happened in Nigeria before for an incumbent president to lose an election in his home state. So that is another first then. So there are a lot of things that indicates towards just how credible these elections are. So whether you are querying that the results were doctored or not, that is very difficult, by the way, to doctor the result of this election, because there's a biomodal capture. So it's very difficult to say that these elections are rigged if you look at how the election was conducted. Right. Mr. Mohammed said his principal lost his state, Katsina, in the presidential election, pointing out that it had never happened before in Nigeria for an incumbent president to lose an election in his home state. The minister said he told his audience in the United States that the president prevented using security agencies to rig elections, and that the last election was largely the least violent in the history of the country. So, again, that is another thing that went under the radar. Actually, there was not any. I think from all of the things that we have been hearing so far, nobody has yet reported that the security agencies were used to weigh against the opposition. I don't think we've heard that in the narrative we are hearing so far. Mr. Mohammed affirmed that what he said about Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate, was clear. I said Obi has every right to seek redress in court, like the Labour Party, but nobody has the right to call for insurrection or to threaten to say that if the president-elect is sworn in, that will be the end of democracy, stated the minister. And that was precisely what Obi's running mate said on live television, and I have not heard Obi rein him in or correct him. So if your running mate says something, of course, he was speaking on behalf of the party and on behalf of the candidate. And there is a lot in that as well. There is not Dati speaking. It's Dati, the running mate of Peter Obi, speaking. So they're running on a joint ticket. So what he says captures essentially that ticket. So those are the sentiments of that ticket, which by extension, the sentiment of the party. And if it's not the sentiment of the ticket, then the lead of the ticket needs to recoil from it or dissociate from it. The information minister added, that is why I said that was treason. For anybody to say that, if a duly elected president in Nigeria is sworn in, that will be the end of democracy, is treason. For anybody to say, if you swear in a duly elected president, you are swearing in the military, it is treason. So I don't see anything controversial in that. So that's Lai Mohammed giving the report back. So the freest and fairest election in Nigeria, I don't think really anybody can quibble that too much. So I'm not sure that anybody can quibble that too much. So on to the next and straight to the next. So let's go to this one. So this is now from the Southeast. And this sentiment, by the way, is widely held within the Southeast, and is one of the reasons that underpins this agitation that we are seeing, because they're feeling that the moment is so close now for something that has never been the case before. There was deliberate attempt to deny Igbo opportunity to rule Nigeria. Ikpeazu speaking. So let's hear what he has to say. Governor Okezia Ikpeazu of Abia State has said there was a deliberate attempt by powers that be to deny Ndigbo the opportunity of superintending over the affairs of Nigeria. There was a deliberate attempt by powers that be to deny Ndigbo the opportunity to superintend over the affairs of Nigeria, Ikpeazu said. The governor, who made the remark when he hosted the leadership of Nzoko Uwana, a pan-Igbo political organization, in his XYZ palatial country home, charged Ndigbo to be united as a people and collectively advance the cause of the people. Ikpeazu said that the time had come for Ndigbo to become intentional about their strategic disposition in Nigeria. Ikpeazu called Ikpeazu recalled that Indigbo had made immense contribution to national development as they are found in every part of Nigeria, but regret that the conspiracy around the Igbo was very grave. So a lot of if not the biggest problem with the Southeast is essentially this language. This language of, I don't want to say a language of victimhood, this language that they are all against us. So when you form that siege, they call it a siege mentality. So when you form that siege mentality, you retreat into your bunker and you hold everybody else at gun's length. And that has always been the case for so long. It has never led to anything meaningful, but still they continue to promote that narrative. So in the previous sentence is inviting. Ikpeazu said that time had come for Indigbo to become intentional about their strategic disposition in Nigeria. So he said that in the one breath, and the immediate breath, Ikpeazu recalls that Indigbo had made immense contribution to national development as they are found in every part of Nigeria, but regretted that the conspiracy around the Igbos was very grave. So he moves forward with one step and then goes backwards with two steps. So back to that sense of victimhood and then that sense of siege mentality. All right, where were we? All right, he made a case for Indigbo to leverage on their unity, compromise, and understanding to craft and construct a pathway towards their political liberation. According to a press statement issued by his chief press secretary, the time has come for Indigbo to be united against their common enemy instead of being divided against themselves. So who is the common enemy is the thing. So who is the identity? In fact, I'm still not clear because enemies everywhere, but who is the primal enemy by their perception of the Southeast? So he's inviting that rather than to say reach out to make friends, he's saying unite against common enemies. It's just that victim mentality. It's always embedded. And this is what I keep reverting back to Soludo's essay. But all of this, the panacea to all of this, if the Southeast coalesces under Soludo, they would leapfrog into the leadership of Nigeria. According to a press statement issued by his chief press secretary, the time has come for Indigbo to be united against their common enemy instead of being divided against themselves. Indigbo should not spend time fighting themselves, but rather forge a common front for their future in Nigeria, Ikpeazu said. The governor further said there was a need for Indigbo to reflect on their relationship with other ethnic groups in the country. He advised Indigbo to expand conversations around their political survival with a view to strengthening their relationship with other ethnic groups across the country. So I suspect that should have been the theme of his essay, rather than lead with victimhood and then say make friends. Ikpeazu, who failed in his bid to go to the, so is smarting them from a loss. Ikpeazu, who failed in his bid to go to the Senate after losing to the incumbent Senator Eyenaya Baribe, pledged his unflinching support for Nzuko Uwana. Earlier in his speech, the leader of the delegation, Nze Chukwu, said their visit to the governor was to further discuss with him on ways forward for Indigbo. He said it was time for Indigbo to come together and speak as one people. The former National Vice Chairman, People's Democratic Party PDP Southeast, explained that the organization is a political but not a partisan organization. He lauded Ikpeazu for his courage to congratulate Abia Governor-elect Dr. Alex Otti on his victory, as well as for urging other candidates not to distract him with court litigation. So there it is right there. There was a deliberate attempt to deny Igbo opportunity to rule Nigeria. So there's ambiguity. There's ambiguity in that language because, of course, he's not told us who made that attempt and how that attempt was made. A level playing field, a lot of people will suggest, and Peter Obi came as close as he could, but fell at the final hurdle, which is something to build on, of course. But the language of building is not embedded in the language that we heard from that former governor. So the language of building certainly not embedded in the language we hear from this next person. Nwayawu emerges as new Ohaneze Indigbo President General. So all Yorubas are rascals are rewarded. Billionaire businessman Emmanuel Nwayawu has emerged as the new President General of Ohaneze Indigbo, taking over from Ambassador George Obiozo, who died last December after a brief illness. The National Publicity Secretary of Ohaneze Indigbo Worldwide, Dr. Alex Ogonia, disclosed this in a statement released on Thursday, April the 20th. According to him, in line with the doctrine of necessity, the NEC had, at the demise of Ambassador Obiozo, directed the people of Imo State to find a credible replacement for Obiozo for the post of President General of Ohaneze Indigbo Worldwide. So why is it the people of Imo State that especially has to find that? I thought, is it ring-fenced to Imo State, the President General of Ohaneze? Is it ring-fenced to Imo State? But because I don't quite understand that. Anyway. But what? So if anybody knows, by the way, let me know. Why is it Imo State especially? According to the doctrine of necessity, the NEC had, at the demise of Ambassador Obiozo, directed the people of Imo State to find a credible replacement for Obiozo for the post of President General of Ohaneze Indigbo Worldwide. Ogonia mentioned that the Imo State Council of Elders, led by Eze XYZ, presented Chief Nwayawu to Governor Hope Uzodinma as the consensus candidate of the council to lead Ohaneze. So it's really, it's first to document that the Ohaneze Indigbo, they have a new leader, but more to it than that it is the guy now that considers the Yorubas rascals. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. There it is right there. And here is the next one right here. So the next one now is a throwback in time to history, and we're going to the Biafran space. So a throwback in time to history, and we're going to the Biafran space. So an invitation for an apology, but why? You must apologize to Igbo over your role in Nigeria-Biafra civil war, PDP tells Gowon. It is highly imperative for the former military head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, retired, to apologize to the people of the Southeast over his role in the Biafra civil war, Nigeria's major opposition party, People's Democratic Party, PDP, has said. So why would PDP say this is first the question. So why would PDP say this? You can understand why an Igbo organization would say this, but why would the PDP say this? Acting State Publicity Secretary of the PDP in Abia, Abraham Amar, so yes, of course, so that makes sense, said this in a statement on Thursday. He said many people still bear the scars of the 30-month-long fraternal war and are haunted by its memories. He stated that Gowon's name troubles a lot of people in the Southeast due to his involvement in the Civil War. I actually posted a clip. Maybe let me see if it's ready to hand. I actually posted a clip on that Civil War space where Gowon is still very, is not still, but it was at that time very indignant about what happened in that space because he placed the blame squarely on Ojukwu. So let me see if I can find that video. If Gowon's sentiments are still the sentiments he has in this video, yes, I have it here. So I'll play you a little snippet of that video in a moment. But if Gowon's sentiment in that video are still the sentiments that he holds now, then don't expect an apology to be forthcoming. So let's read this, and then we'll get a little snippet from that video. Amar's comment is coming on the heels of a statement that Gowon, alongside State Governor-elect Alex Otti, will lead a prayer session in the state on Sunday. The prayer session is scheduled to be held at Master Vessel Church in Umuahia area of the state, the statement reads. The attention of the Abia PDP has been drawn to a news item in circulation on social media indicating that Nigeria's former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, would on Sunday, April the 23rd, lead a prayer session in one Master's Vessel Church, Umuahia, Abia State, under the auspices of his pet project, Nigeria Prays, to herald a new Abia, whatever a new Abia means. The name Yakubu Gowon is unsettling to many people in the Southeast, given the ignoble role he played during the Biafran civil war, for which he is yet to render any public apology. So when I hear this public apology, it reminds me somewhat, but just loosely, of the black space always insisting that the colonialists make an apology. Amas said the choice of Gowon as a special guest in a state that is the hometown of slain General Agunyi Ironsi was insensitive. The PDP noted that Abia State had produced a Catholic bishop and other ranking clergymen. It stressed that Gowon had yet to publicly admit his mistakes in the civil war. Amas stated, the only way the prayer session would make meaning, 2 million of Southeasterners dead and alive, is for Gowon to use the opportunity of the prayer session and convert it to a moment of truth and apologize to the people for his role in the atrocious war that led to the untimely death of millions of our very resourceful people. So he said, so there it is right there. So I'm not in anticipation of any apology from Gowon, because if you look at the aftermath of that civil war, Gowon is not only saying no fault, is actually pointing the fault in the direction of Ojukwu. What day? I'll only play you about 3-4 minutes of this, but this tells you that the Gowon doesn't feel he owes anybody any apology.
General Gowon, you accepted in good faith Colonel Effiong's order to his troops to lay down their arms. Now, is this going to be enough to end the fighting? Are you confident that federal troops will deal gently with the defeated?
I'm absolutely confident and sure of that, as I'm sure of myself. This operational conduct was given to the troops almost at the very beginning of the operations. And I know that this has been explained to them right from the beginning, from their recruit training right to the very moment. And we have issued instructions to the field commanders and the field troops to ensure that in victory there is magnanimity, and to ensure that we do not do anything which will tarnish in our good image and our good name, even though, in fact, some portion of the world do not believe or trust us. But I think we want to prove to the world that we are men of our own word. You can rest assured that what in fact I've said and what the instruction we have given them, I'm quite convinced that it is sufficient for them to do just what we tell them. There is control, I can assure you, and there is loyalty, and there is discipline in the Nigerian armed forces.
Is the fighting now at an end?
I can rarely say so. I'm absolutely sure of that, unless, as I've said, unless we are provoked, unless, of course, our troops are fired at. And I'm absolutely convinced.
I'm waiting for it to get to a particular spot where it says something.
They will not shoot at anybody unless, if they're attacked. You may probably hear reports of that, but you can rest assured it will not have been started by the federal government troops.
You didn't, in your own broadcast, in reply to Colonel Effiong's, take up one of his main points, the question of negotiations with you. Now, are you going to negotiate with them, or are you going to demand a complete and abject surrender?
Well, if you probably notice in my address, I have not closed, the door for us meeting. I'm quite convinced that we'll be able to arrange a meeting, and I hope they will accept it in good faith, and let's really get on with the job. As I have always said, I think the problem of this country can only be resolved in its entirety between us, Nigerians. I don't think any outsider can really do it for us. Otherwise, the outsider will always be the third party to come and resolve our problems for us. But if we do it ourselves, I'm quite convinced it will be the best way of resolving our problems once and for all. And I hope and trust that this is the spirit with which, the meeting will take place.
Why do you think Ojukwu left Biafra? Was it because he was a coward? Was it because he felt that he stood in the way of a settlement?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. The foreign press that seem to know him better than I do, seem to give him all sort of excellent quality, so much above, the rest of us. Ojukwu, the gallant chap who said, "I will fight to the last man, and I will be the last one, that will fall." What a pity! How are the mighty fallen, and in such a cowardly way. If he has done a Hitler, probably we could have thought, he's at least a man of courage. He didn't do a Hitler. Hitler took a poison, died, and ordered his body to be burned up. At least because he had, he knew what he has done. Ojukwu ran away and left these poor people that he has led into such, suffering, such abject position. Just left them, and now probably because with the money he has amassed outside, I suppose he will go and live in, in joy and plenty. Well, I hope he will enjoy the rest of his life. I hope his conscience will, will allow him to rest.
All right. So I'll leave that there. I only wanted him to land on that space. Gowon considers himself pretty much a victim also in that war, and he places all of the blames of that war on Ojukwu. So if you are waiting for an apology from Gowon, you are going to wait for a long time. You wait in vain. So so when he goes to Abia State, don't expect any apology from him, because he also carries still the memories of that war, and he places the fault squarely and almost exclusively on Ojukwu. So that's Gowon's response to the Abia State PDP. So to the Abia State PDP, now to this breaking, Labour Party factional chairman Apapa suspends 5 executive members, tells P2B to stop hobnobbing with Abure. The leadership tussle in the Labour Party has taken a different twist as the factional acting chairman of the party, Labide Apapa, has suspended 5 executive members. The suspended members were punished for attending the National Executive Council meeting. Let's take that again. I can't get my words out. The leadership tussle in the Labour Party has taken a different twist as the factional acting chairman of the party, Lamidi Apapa, has suspended 5 party executive members. The suspended members were punished for attending the National Executive Council meeting convened by the embattled party chairman, Julius Abure, in Asaba, the Delta State capital. So, just to pause there for a moment. So it's quite complex what is going on within the Labour Party, but it's not really that complex. So the party chairman, the erstwhile party chairman, James Aburi, he has been suspended for reasons of financial impropriety. So that's one. He has attempted to come back to his seat, but he has been blocked off with the courts. So there's an injunction restraining him from parading as the chairman of the Labour Party. So pending other suits to be heard. So that's two. So now, if he convenes a National Executive Council meeting, then that's an illegality. The suspended members were punished for attending. And by the way, if the chairman is not in situation for whatever reason, the chairmanship automatically defaults to the next in line. That's the structure of the Labour Party. And the next in line, of course, Lamidi Apapa, the suspended members were punished for attending the National Executive Council meeting convened by the embattled party chairman, Julius Abure, in Asaba, the Delta State capital. This was contained in a letter addressed to the Inspector General of Police as a reaction to his purported suspension by the NEC. The letter dated April the 18th, 2023, was signed by the embattled National Publicity Secretary of the party, Comrade Abayomi Arabambi, and copied to the DG, Department of State Security, DSS, acting national chairman of the party, LP, etc., etc. Right, let's come to this. The National Executive Council of the party on Tuesday suspended its acting national chairman, Apapa, and 5 others. Apapa and the other affected members were suspended over alleged anti-party activities, but the details were not specified. Apapa had rejected his suspension from the party, saying he was still in charge and had the recognition of the Independent National Electoral Commission. So that is strike 2. So the party's constitution defaults the chairmanship to him with the removal of Abure. So that's strike 1. But the INEC, which oversights all political structures within Nigeria, they recognize him as now the chairman, whether in an active capacity or substantive. He's certainly the chairman now. Apapa had rejected, so nobody can suspend somebody that is the chairman of the party when the people suspending him sit outside of the party. Apapa had rejected his suspension from the party, saying he was still in charge and had the recognition of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Apapa explained why Abure was not qualified by law to hold any NEC meeting of the party, noting that there is a pending court order of his suspension in the letter addressed to the police. You know, he can actually effect the arrest of Abure with what he has done. According to him, he is still the valid leader of the party. He urged so this is now the warning to Peter Obi. He urged the party, he urged the candidate of the party in the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, and other members to dissociate themselves from Abure's leadership. Pardon me. So now, this is quite striking because this essentially, in a diplomatic quoted in sugar language, is a warning to Peter Obi. Just on the throes of a presidential petition are being heard, the party is in disarray. He urged the candidate of the party in the 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, and other members to dissociate themselves from Abure's leadership. Because, of course, the recognition that Obi is still going with is the recognition of Abure as the leader, but the court have restrained him from it. So is he even going against the law, Peter Obi, in this instance? The statement reads in part that following Julius Abure's anti-party activities and disobedience of the FEC High Court restraining order, Abure, in contempt of court order, carried out an illegal suspension and expulsion of National Working Committee members under the leadership of Alhaji Bashiru Lamidi Apapa. That the National Working Committee NWC members met this afternoon after receiving information of the letter by the restrained former National Chairman Abure and former National Secretary Alhaji Omar Farouk Ibrahim, and rejected the invitation to the elected members of the National Assembly to observe their illegal NEC meeting of our party in Asaba. So are we beginning to see the beginnings of the implosion of are we beginning to see the beginnings of the implosion of the Labour Party? Is this what we're saying? That by this rascality exhibited by these miscreants, so now the language is coming out now, but that by this rascality exhibited by these miscreants, the National Working Committee of our party, led by Alhaji Lamidi Apapa, hereby suspend the following officers with immediate effect. Then it goes on to give us the list. That the acting national chairman of the Labour Party, Bashir Apapa, has declared that the Asaba National Executive Committee meeting of the party as illegal, stating that its presidential candidate Peter Obi should stop hobnobbing with Abure with a baggage of forgery, perjury, and financial malfeasance. So Obi needs to work delicately on how he manages that space. Obi needs to, and Alexander and Ayo, I see you, by the way. I see you both got your wallet out today. Obi needs to work, to tread delicately on just exactly how he manages that space. Because, of course, the allegations against Julius Aburi, they are substantial and largely true. Because he has a reputation for financial impropriety dating back years anyway, and the forgery allegation, which Arabambi is quite insistent on, he has been parading evidence all over media spaces. So Peter Obi will be well served to take a step back, because he's not really a member of the Labour Party. He's just a new person to that space. So he can use his newness to distance from this particular squabble and let it play out. If he's partisan, it will be much to his chagrin. That the acting national chairman of the Labour Party, Apapa, has declared the Asaba National Executive Committee meeting of the party as illegal, stating that its presidential candidate Peter Obi should stop hobnobbing with Julius Abure with a baggage of forgery, perjury, and financial malfeasance. Apapa leadership of the party noted that Mr. Peter Obi, the NLC anti-UC leaderships, are hereby admonished to dissociate themselves from Julius Abure, forgery, perjury, and criminal conspiracy to avoid the shameful toga of Julius Abure's corruption escapades. That it is clear that Julius Abure has undermined the national security, peace, and stability of the Federal Republic of Nigeria with this brazen how he's him convening an NEC meeting for the Labour Party undermining the XYZ of Nigeria. That it is clear that Julius Abure has undermined the national security, peace, and stability of the Federal Republic of Nigeria with this brazen lawlessness, which should not be tolerated by the National Working Committee of the Labour Party, etc., etc. So there it is right there. As open warfare within that space, open warfare within that space, open warfare within that space. Let me give you just a final readout, still within that space, but this is coming from Oshitokun. So Oshitokun, of course, he's a new person to that party, because he actually had a ticket for the SDP before Udonyokupe fell on his sword and he had to be commandeered. Peter Obi, judiciary created crisis in Labour Party. So let's see now what Oshitokun has to say. The Director General of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Akin Oshitokun, has blamed the crisis rocking the party after the 2023 general election on the judiciary. Oshitokun stated this in an interview on Channels Television's Arise Daily on Thursday. He said that the judgment by Justice Hamza Muazu of the Federal Capital Territory Court, ordering the party's chairman Julius Abure and other national executive of the party to stop parading themselves as national officers of the Labour Party, instigated the crisis. So So the judgment is already in situation. So if the judgment is in situation, whether you like it or not, you have to adhere by it first and then dispute it with another court case. So you don't just, you're not Buhari now, you can't just disregard, because by their admission now, they know that a judgment is in situation for Aburi not to parade himself as the chairman of the Labour Party. And subsequent to that judgment, he then convenes an illegal meeting in Asaba, looking to sack the duly now in situation leadership of the party. It's just a total nonsense, of course, but then this is the new Nigeria that was promised. He said, there is nothing going on in Labour Party other than the crisis of the judiciary. It is a judge, the judiciary, that made a judgment that is now responsible for creating crisis in the Labour Party. It was a judge here who, in his discretion, said that Aburi, who has been chairman for the primaries of the presidential, for governorship, and for state assembly, a judge thereafter gave a judgment that that chairman should no longer parade himself as chairman. What do you make of that? And look at who brought the case to him. The judge is a Nigerian. He reads newspapers like the rest of us. He could have taken a more logical position on what was brought before him. So that statement actually, it brings a lot of things into question. But you know, it's saying that the judge could have taken a position giving consideration to the political situation within the country and how Aburi is at the epicenter of that political situation. That's essentially what he's saying. The judge is a Nigerian. He reads newspapers like the rest of us. He could have taken a more logical position on what was brought before him. So this is what we have been discussing somewhat on this platform, that should consideration be given to political situations, or in a lawsuit that is, should consideration be given to political situations, or should judgment be on the basis of just what is presented? And I'm speaking especially to the petitions being brought before the tribunal, because a lot of people feel that Peter Obi's petition, especially the Labour Party petition, it is so weak and feeble that it should be struck out rather than be heard. And there's sufficient enough reason, because it's too wishy-washy and it is too vague and it is too watery. There is no substance to it. A lot of people have read it. Our own resident lawyer on this platform has read it about 10 times. So it is too vague and it's too watery. And essentially, under different circumstances, if it was a lay suit that had no political undertone, the court would disregard it as a waste of the judiciary's time, and they might even find the person that brought it before them. So all of that is embedded in what this guy is saying now, that they should give consideration to political situations in order to form a judgment. And I disagree. The judge is a Nigerian. He reads newspapers like the rest of us. He could have taken a more logical position on what was brought before him. Does it mean that if a clerk in the Labour Party brings a complaint before you, you can give a judgment on that basis? According to Oshitokun, the judge had the option of allowing the chairman of the party remain in his position and go on with the case, but he rather chose an option showing that he was setting the party up for crisis. So it's not down to you to determine. It's just a ridiculousness. Recall that Justice Muazu had issued the restraining order to the Labour Party national officers whilst ruling in ex parte application on April the 5th. So that ex parte application, so that word ex parte is one that is too liberally used within the Nigerian cycle. So ex parte, it largely means that outside it means that outside, essentially, this is just my loose translation. I'm sure that people who know law more will come and correct it, but it's essentially outside of the other contending party, to the exclusion of the other contending party. So let's say you have a lawsuit, you have a contention against me, and then rather than serve me to have that day in court, you go to the court to get that ex parte without me being in court to take a position, and the judge then gives you that ex parte, which is a court pronouncement, to restrict me in some way. And that is too liberally used within the Nigerian space. Recall that Justice Muazu had issued the restraining order to the Labour Party national officers whilst ruling in ex parte application on April the 5th. Following the Abuja court judgment, the deputy national chairman of the party, South, Lamidi Apapa, declared himself the acting chairman of the party. However, a state high court sitting in Benin on April the 6th restrained Labour Party and all its members from any suspension of Abure and other national officers till the determination of the motion on notice. So it's just it gets more and more complex, and so it looks as though because the ex parte was issued in Abuja on April the 5th. So there it is. And then Abure then went and got a judgment the subsequent day, which is April the 6th. So which one supersedes which? Because if they are courts of equal jurisdiction, then which one supersedes which? You know, because they are making conflicting judgments now. So a high court makes a judgment and another high court overturns it. So which one supersedes is the first one. But the second one is this judgment that they got restraining Labour Party and all its members from any suspension of Abure and other national officers till the determination of the motion. So, and other national officers is where I was looking to land on, because Abure himself has gone on to suspend Apapa, which is in direct conflict with the judgment that he obtained. So, confused.com, that's the going song within the Labour Party. So if you talk about self-harm, it looks as though the two opposition parties are self-harming themselves. We just had this play out with the PDP, and here it is now with the Labour Party. So there it is with the Labour Party, and here they join us. Adande Koko in the house, Bishop in the house, Solid joins us from Amsterdam, and the Progressive is in the house as well. So still plenty of room to come in for whoever wants to do that. There is the link. So we kick off the conversation with the people that we do have. But before we kick off the conversation, I was just hinting then, as I was reading out then, that Alexander Gomez got his wallet out, feeling that he had not done enough. It drops a big one. So there it is, Alexander Gomez. Thank you. So that's Alexander Gomez doing as he always does. We know Alexander for that. And the one person, of course, that equal matches Alexander Gomez in the super space, the official sponsor of the one-man platform, Keep It Up, he says, with a whopping super chat. So there it is. So thank you, gentlemen. That doesn't close off the super chat space. So we're looking for people to still. And by the way, this is the sort of super chats that we're really looking to see. Not your 1 pennies and etc. and then asking me to sing and dance for that. So Alexander and Ayo, they've set the template now for the sort of super chats that the platform would like to see. So thank you to the two gentlemen. So that's Alexander Gomez and that is Ayo. So let's kick off the conversation then and kick it off with Bishop. So Bishop, hopefully your connection is better, is good today. Bishop, are you ready?
I hope so. Okay.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. Always a delight to have you. So Bishop, then to it and immediately to it, you have been monitoring that Labour Party space, and you tried to talk us through it yesterday. But convoluted and complex is really the thoughts that you have. So it's self-harm somewhat. So the just to bring it in a summary. They suspended Abure for impropriety, and then they took a court judgment to hold him away from the party. He convinced a national working committee to suspend the people that suspended him, and then got a judgment reinstating himself, but then acts outside of that judgment and obstructed says is the judiciary. So, and Peter Obi takes a position as well. So all this nonsense untangle it for us, Bishop.
Good evening once again, everyone.
Joining
us from around the world. Please do like and share, and if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. I want to say on the space of the Labour Party, nothing has really changed. Absolutely nothing. I think we are still where we were. What is happening largely is just like trial and error. Let's see, let's throw everything and see which one will fly or which one will stick. Abure is in a dire strait. Unfortunately, so too. There was just to make it clear, there were two different court cases. The court case in Abuja, in the Abuja High Court, FCT High Court, was largely because of the infractions of what do you call it now? Perjury and forgery. That was what that was for, and he was asked not to parade himself as as the party chairman. Now it was on the strength of that his ward executive now suspended him. So he went to court to stop his ward executive from suspending him, not in respect of the already subsisting Abuja FCT High Court. So that is that. They're two different things. Even though they try to confuse it and convolute it, just like he used to say, to make it look like it's the same thing, they are two distinct and different things. The Federal Capital High Court and the Edo State High Court, they are completely two different things. How do they manage? How are they trying to wriggle themselves out of it?
We're losing you, Bishop. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. How are they trying?
Carry on. Yeah.
Are they trying, or how will they be able to wriggle themselves out of it? Well, we'll see how that plays out. But I need to correct one other impression also. The meeting that was conveyed, the National Executive Committee meeting that was conveyed in Benin, was not actually convened by Abure. They know that much. It was one of the deputy chairmen that convened that meeting. One of the deputy chairmen from the north that convened that meeting, because they know the futility in trying to for making Abure to convene that. So what I'll say in that space is that it's more of the same thing. Where we were, that's where they still are. Nothing has changed in the travails.
But what about Peter Obi's role in all this? Because there was a coded warning to Peter Obi by the chairman, if he is a papa. So how is it positioned, and why did he get a warning?
Well, like I said yesterday, Peter Obi did not play it smart enough. Well, not surprisingly so too. He's taking a side, and he's made his side to be so obvious. I don't know who sold him, who gave him that advice. He's taking a side, and it is obvious that he's on Abure's side, and he's doing everything to make sure that Abure stays, including encouraging Abure to disregard and disrespect a validly given judgment or order of a high court. So I think Peter Obi is just desperate because Abure than any other person considering how they've run the show so far. Because quite a number of things that Abure did that seems to be back boomeranging now, Peter Obi is in the know of it. So it's just like, I mean, if there's anybody that will keep him afloat, that person will be Abure and not any other person. So for me, I think that nothing has changed from where we were a couple of days ago. The opinion of Akeshitoku, I just merely his own opinion. I don't think they hold any water by any imagination. I think he's just being paid and he's expressing entirely an opinion. It's not like he's saying anything new. So that's my take.
All right. So the Ukrainian president then sends a congratulatory message to Tinubu, saying to him, "Well done," and just saying to him then that as soon as you finish your inauguration, please board the next flight to come and say hello. So very quickly, of course, he's been attacked on social media. But what impact does this have, if any, the endorsement of the Ukrainians?
Nothing. It's just nothing. It's just playing politics and looking for people to curry their favor and to seem to be seen to be influential in the Committee of Nations. That at least there are people that listen to him. I mean, these are desperate times for Zelensky. So he will clutch on anything now. He doesn't bring any value to President-elect. President-elect, I know, will be very tactical in responding or in replying, in answering or responding to the invitation. This is not the time. I think that's not bringing any value. It's not adding any value to the victory, or it's not taking anything away from it. It's just what who needs this more. It is the man himself. What's his name? Zelensky, that needs it more now than the president-elect. So it adds nothing. I mean, I say in my view, anyways. That's my own view.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to the space then. The Abia State PDP. So now Alex Otti, of course, he has been elected as the governor of Abia State after trying for so long. And then, of course, when he gets inaugurated, he has reached out to Yakubu Gowon to be part of the felicitation. So now, up in arms, the Abia rather PDP, inviting that Gowon must apologize for his role in the Biafra war before he sets foot on Igbo land. So this is a very complex space. So I align that I'm not sure if an apology is needed or not, but I think some form of acknowledgement of that civil war space it has to take place, because we've not yet had the Americans call it closure. We've not yet had closure on the civil war narrative, but the invitation to go on to apologize before he comes to Abia State or when he gets there is not one that I feel he will take on, because from all of the things that I've watched post that civil war, Gowon feels aggrieved somewhat that he was put upon, and all of the fault of that war actually goes to Ojukwu. So the invitation for Gowon to apologize to the Abians, is it one that he will take up, Bishop?
Well, let's get something very straight first. Number one, the man that spoke had issued a subtle threat to General Yakubu Gowon. If anything happens to Yakubu Gowon while he is there, I don't know how he will try to exonerate himself. That's number one. That he should apologize before he sets his foot. So if the man sets his foot without apologizing and anything goes awry, I mean, we know where to look. That's one. Number two, apologize for what? We've been going round and round this same thing for forever. Apologize for what?
But do you not feel that the civil war is still an unsettled matter?
The civil war is a terrible stain on Nigeria. If anybody should apologize, it is the person that waged the war. It is Ojukwu that started a war. He knew he had no chance of winning. So if we are asking others to apologize for what somebody did, I don't know where we want to fix that one. Nigerian government did not start a war. Colonel Odumegwu Ojukwu started a war. It was a war. I listened, unfortunately and regrettably so, to Chief Anyanwu yesterday when he was asked about the...
wait for that. I'm taking you to Anyanwu next. Stay with Gowon, because I'm going to take you to Anyanwu after that. Yeah, stay with Gowon.
Okay, so for me, apologize for what? Of course, we tried to have a closure to it. part of the closure was what brought about the alliance that made a Southeasterner and Igbo man the vice president just 7 years after the Civil War. The first, the second republic, that's the first election after the Civil War, produced an Igbo.
Sorry, Bishop. You remember shortly after Nelson Mandela became the president of South Africa, they set up something that they call the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. Do you think we need something similar for that Biafran space? Because I feel the wound is still raw for that space. Do we need a Truth and Reconciliation Committee sort of thing?
I think so. We had an Oputa whatever, in 1990, and they brought everything that needed to. It was actually everything from independence to date. People brought issues. We had a government in this present government that had paid, what do you call it now? Biafran soldiers and Biafran policemen that tried to bring a closure to everything that has happened. If there need to be healing, it might be gradual, but we should have started it long ago. And one opportunity to start it was when, immediately after the war, the first election we had an Igbo man as the vice president. Not only that, an Igbo man or somebody from the Southeast, as it was then, even though now they call it South, as the Senate president, and somebody from the Southeast, an Igbo man, as the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives. So for me, the healing or the closure should be gradual. It's necessary. It's a must. Yeah, it must be gradual, but it has to be from all sides. It cannot be from one side. It has to be from all the sides. From the side of the federal government, from the side of the Nigerian people, but this every opportunity attempt at every opportunity to play the victim card, I don't think it's going to help us. I don't think it's going to help us to heal. And at some point, we must face the truth and we must speak it as it is. Of course, one man's truth might be another man's alternative truth. So, but that's my view about it.
All right, brilliant. So take us to the Unwanyawo space then. Who has been elected? The President General of Ohaneze in Igbo, just off the back of the controversial commentary, Yorubas are rascals. So, firstly, just to that space, to that space. And you said you heard him making some commentaries today.
Well, I would say Chief Manuel Wanyawo is eminently qualified to be the, President General of Ohaneze in Igbo. Nobody can take that away from him. Very, very eminently qualified. That's one. But secondly, I think yesterday he had an opportunity to speak to that space and to address some things. Unfortunately, by my own estimation, he bungled it. How? When Shehu Okibaloye asked him about to make clarification about that statement of Yoruba rascals, I thought you had just answered it with some wisdom, but he doubled down and said that was not what he said, that he was misquoted, that it was doctored. Meanwhile, before he started, he said there were about 5 or 6 television stations that caught him live. Then somebody took one of them and doctored it. I thought the easiest way would have been to say, channels, play your own original version that was not doctored. He did not say that. So he took us down the memory lane. The history of 1960, how the Igbos were the victim of the war, how they did not start the war, how they were killed, and everything he said from that 1960 till date, there was no one that Igbos were wrong. It is all the other tribes are the ones that have been are guilty of all the offenses, and that's what I find very strange. If you are occupying such a position, which I know you are eminently qualified for, there are certain things you must be circumspect about. You don't always fight to prove. What point are we proving? So that's my view. So when I listened to him yesterday about the fact that he's the new president of Ohaneze, oh, definitely. But at every opportunity, Chief Moyawu try to be defensive.
You say it's eminently qualified, but is it not too ethnic for that role? Is it not too? Is it not? It might well seem like a contradiction in terms, but is it too Igbo for the role of our Ohaneze president?
It is the interest of the Igbo. Ohaneze, it's for the interest of the Igbos. It's of the Igbos and for the Igbos. Don't let us mix it. He's not protecting the interest of Nigeria. He's protecting the interest of the Igbo. So
yeah, but do you think he has it within him to reach outside of his ethnicity to form alliances, or is he going to be combative against other ethnicity? Because from his pronouncement in Oka the last time, it sounds as though he's on a war footing. So, and what a lot of people are recommending is that the time is now ripe for the Southeast to form alliances with other ethnic nations. But is it the right person to guide that? Is it too ethnic?
If it's about somebody that will form that kind of alliance, then Chief Umoya is the wrong person. Did you hear me, sir?
Yeah, no, we heard you. We heard you. All right, let me take you to this spot. So now this, in all of the noise that came after the elections, we've not actually had the opportunity to audit what actually happened. So this is the federal government now telling us this. February the 25th election, freest, most authentic Nigerian presidential poll. So this is Lai Mohammed coming back to the Federal Executive Council to report back on his op-ed against on his counterinsurgency against the narrative that is trying to diminish the elections. So he came with statistical facts, just in terms of the overvoting, the ballot stuffing, the intimidation, the death and injury, all of that negligible in the course of this election. So whether the result of the elections are being queried and quibbled or not, there are certain things that cannot be quibbled in terms of the processing. So do you acknowledge and endorse Lai Mohammed's assertion that it's the freest and most authentic election so far?
Well, like this, answer to this is very subjective. Even though no matter how much you try to be objective, it's subjective. Number one, I agree with Lai Mohammed. I think it's the most improved election we have had in our short history. At least the best I can remember so far as an individual. And I remember at least I did not vote in 1979 when I saw the elections. In 1983, yes, I saw, that one very well. 1991, 92, those the ones we tried before we now eventually had the 1993 elections, and 1993, 1999, up to date, I believe very strongly. And I've always had that argument before, that if you have a very good election in Nigeria, the total number of votes, genuine votes we'll have, will not be more than 30 million. The real genuine votes will not be more than 30 million. This idea of 80 million, 90 million, start something. The way people write, I've seen people that act as electoral officers and returning officers, name it, all of them. If you see what they perpetrate, but it is everybody that was doing it there. If it's the one that has the strength, where you are popular, sometimes they will just allocate it. Okay, people have finished voting. Okay, let's give this one. There are 400 ballots left. Okay, let's give this party 200. Okay, you take 100, you take 50, you take 20. And all those agents will just agree. Some of them that I even know that they don't have the strength. Now you are giving them 50 votes, you are giving them 100 votes. They will take it willingly, and they will give the winning party, the popular party, that plays 200 votes, 300 votes, as the case may be. They just exhaust the ballot. Among themselves, they've been doing it. This is the one election that we've had that is close to being a real election. Unfortunately, people that should know, because of their loss, they are throwing away the baby with the bathwater. Unfortunately, so they are saying it's the worst election we've had in our history. And at least I had the presidential candidate of PDP said that yesterday, and I was really, really angry, and I was ashamed that there's no honor. So for me, I agree largely with Chief Lai Mohammed, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. Sorry.
All right. And what will be the political future of Lai Mohammed going forward? Is it going to take another ministerial position, or is it going to go and start counting his loot?
I don't think there's any value a person of Lai Mohammed can add to. He can play a role, but definitely not as a minister. If he's demoted to go some boards and do some paperwork and draw up some laws and the rest, it will be useful there. It will be relevant there, but definitely not as a minister or a cabinet member. Absolutely not.
All right, brilliant. Well posed. Thanks for kicking things off. So that's Bishop, who now regularly kicks the platform of for us. So thank you, Bishop. So Bishop, let me take the conversation on and move it in the direction of Akim, who joins us. So Akim, are you ready? Akim, the progressives. All right, let's take it to Ajanle Koko then, who hopefully is ready. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Yeah, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Your voice sounds tired. Long day.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. So that's Ajanle Koko who joins us. So now, what seems to dominate the news cycle today everywhere? Zelensky congratulates Tinubu, invites him to Ukraine. So there's a lot in this. Zelensky, by the way, he's playing his own local politics on the international stage, and he's looking for alliances in his war against Russia. And a lot of that is embedded in his congratulatory and invitation message to Tinubu. But he now hops onto the bandwagon of the plethora of world leaders now congratulating Tinubu and wishing him well for the future. So this is the normal course of action. But then, of course, you know that the bricks are already being thrown at him. So what are you then making then of this latest endorsement of Tinubu's mandate from the Ukrainians?
Yeah, thank you, one man. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Zelensky is just doing what president of nations around the world usually do when another president in another country is elected. They send congratulatory message. I think that is what he's trying to do. If he's trying to familiarize with Tinubu for any reason, I don't know what he's going to bring to the table now, other than wheat. He has nothing to bring to the table for Nigeria. I know they have a lot of wheat. They are the largest.
Well, they used to, because of the war, the wheat markets are. If you ever wondered why you are paying almost 20% more than you used to pay for bread, is because of the Russia-Ukraine war.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They don't have anything to offer at the moment. I know they still have grains. They're still supplying grains to international market, and they have a deal with Russia on how the grains will pass through the Black Sea and to the international world. So I don't know what it can bring on the table to help Nigeria at the moment. His country is seriously devastated by the onslaught by the Russia. It's a weak country at the moment. He cannot even prosecute the war by itself. It's the Western world that are prosecuting the war for her. The only thing he has is the personnel on the field that are fighting the war. He doesn't have the machine. His war machine is provided by the Western world, particularly America.
Ajanle Koko, do you think he's reaching out to Tinubu just for the Nigerian vote at the United Nations? Because that is really where he needs allies the most. Because he referenced how Nigeria are positioned in the United Nations. So is it really just scratch my back, I scratch yours? I congratulate you, and you back by the United Nations.
It could be that Nigerian vote cannot. Doesn't carry any effect in the United Nations because
yeah, but it adds to the crowd, doesn't it? And Nigeria is a leading African nation, so you can say the Africans are against the war as well, and none of that.
So far, I think African countries have stayed away from this war. They are not taking side, and I think that is the best approach. You don't have to align with any side on this war. We should let them do their nonsense war. We have a war on our own soil that we are fighting already. So even if all African countries should vote for him in United Nations, the vote can be overturned by what do you call that almighty vote? By
veto.
So veto. So the vote, it doesn't matter. So what I'm just saying here is that he's trying to, like you said, he's trying to, familiarize himself and possibly seek for Nigerian financial help or in any help they can give.
All right. Ajanle Koko, under normal circumstances, this would not even make the headlines. So is it because this was actually released by the Tinubu space, is it making the headline for reasons that they are looking for endorsements to give credibility to Tinubu's mandate? Is this why this is a story? Because like you're saying, it's really a nothing. It's just some average middle of the road country, Zelensky of no relevance, but this dominates the news headline. So are they still looking for credibility for the Tinubu mandate?
Yeah, for any president to send a congratulatory message, it's go a long way to tell the world that yes, we acknowledge his election victory, and we are happy to we are happy to partner with him in everything. The relationship between the country and trade relationship, diplomatic relationship. It's a way of showing recognition that okay, we acknowledge our relationship at your own time. We expect it to get stronger, and that is what it's meant for. So it's a recognition of his victory. Every victory message from any president is a recognition of his election victory, and that's the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So Ajanle Koko, let me take you to another spot. Let me take you then to this invitation by the Abia PDP, inviting that because of course Alex Otti, a lot of people excited by his victory. He haven't tried so long. He's now secured that spot. So he's now invited Yakubu Gowon to the prayers of his inauguration. But the Abia PDP, they are inviting that Gowon must apologize for the civil war, either before or during his speech in Abia State. So that old wound again, we're back there again. And it is a space that And by the way, Pigo, I don't think your thing is connecting properly because it's just spinning. So maybe you want to go out and come back in. But there's no indication from his antecedents that Yakubu Gowon should apologize or will apologize. But do you think that apology is necessary? And do you think that healing is now something that needs to be addressed at the Civil War?
It's a nonsensical call. There's no reason to reopen an old wound. I'm referring to the Civil War that destroy both sides, Nigerian and Biafran state. But there's no reason for it. I don't know why he's trying to bring it up. I think we've gone past that. Biafra, the Igbo are fully integrated with Nigeria, and the Igbo people are all over Nigeria. Every part of Nigeria, the Igbo people doing their business and living in peace with other tribes. Other ethnic groups in Nigeria. So, what is the call for apologizing for Gowon to apologize for? What? What is he trying to achieve? For what? I don't know. After Civil War, an Igbo man was vice president in the Second Republic, and Igbo people played a very prominent role in this Fourth Republic since 1999 for 16 years. They are part of the national. They are part of the national. How do I say? They are part of the party that governs the national space. So what are they talking about? What is he trying to bring up? I think some people are just, they just want to let it go. The Biafra problem, some people doesn't want to let it go. I don't see any reason for his call on the former head of state, Gowon, to apologize for Biafra war. After the war, he did reconciliation. He carried out the policy of reconciliation, reconstruction, and maybe rehabilitation. What do they call it? So he did it, and it described the end. At the end of the war, it described the war as no victor, no vanquish. So what else? It didn't announce. Gowon did not announce before the war that, we Nigeria have conquered them. It didn't say so. He even showed, it was even empathetic in his statement to the Biafran people. It showed empathy.
But in that clip that I played, Ajande Koko, there was no contrition in Gowon's voice. He seemed it seemed very punchy and very, very bitter about what went on, and he was putting the blame squarely with Ojukwu.
Yes.
So there was no sense immediately post the elections, not post the elections, but post the war, that he felt any need to apologize. In fact, he felt the apology to be coming towards the Nigerian state's direction.
Yes, because he was. He expressed in that video that Ojukwu just put the Eastern people through the agony of war that was not necessary at all, and that, I mean, there's no reason for this call. What this guy is trying to. Some just don't want to let it go. I think that is what is that guy is one of those that doesn't want to let it go. No matter what, they will still cling on that Biafran narrative. So it's there's no need for it, and the former head of state should not make any statement to say he apologized, because if he apologized, that means that he admitted, is showing admittance. I mean, is showing that it's an admittance of guilt. If he should apologize, that means he is guilty of waging war against Biafran state. So we have gone past that. We are the same people, and Igbo people are doing well in Nigeria. They are fully integrated. We are every part of Nigeria, and an Igbo man even contested for president. Almost it's just for the reason that he didn't prepare enough for it. Maybe he would have won the election. So what is that guy talking about? So let's forget that.
All right. Let me take you to then the Labour Party space and the goings on there. The chairman Aburi are suspended and held in abeyance by a court, convenes a meeting to suspend the next in line and a bunch of them. The next in line now are giving warning notes to Peter Obi, who aligns himself with the suspended chairman. So confused.com. What is your reading of that space, Ajane Koko?
What I'm reading out here is that the factional group, the Akmata, the new acclaimed chairman of the party and his group are moving in the direction to wage war against Peter Obi, because he pointed out that Obi is taking side, and if you may recall yesterday, we blame Obi here, that Obi should have played a leadership role by intervene as quick as possible when that problem was at developing stage. He should have intervened and reconciled the disaffected member, but rather he took side with the chairman that had been suspended. So the statement of the new chairman now, which is very direct at Obi, is trying to blame Obi now. It shows that Obi is gradually fading off from the respect they have for him, and that will further this problem will further degenerate into a situation where it will be unresolvable problem, So they can do better. I believe that Obi can still work with them, though they are at the court. If Obi still want to do something, he can still meet with that chairman. He can still, play some game with them. He can show leadership and try to reconcile what is going on, and then put this thing in under control. But it's the way it looks now. It shows that the party is the crisis in the party is unmanageable, and every day in and out, it will become bigger, and it may destroy the party completely, because we don't know if another faction will emerge again tomorrow, and the more, faction they have within the party, the more problem become more complex, and problem become unresolvable. So Obi should do something. I think everything, he still have the capacity to solve the problem if it really happens. But these people, it look like they have started to lose respect for him. And if he didn't show a leadership by bringing them closer, by going to visit them, to talk to them, to dialogue with them, and resolve this problem, and they might lose that huge respect they have for him. And once that get worsened, that will be the end. They can't get them back. So that's the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Adale Koko. So thank you, Adale Koko. So Adale Koko, let me move the conversation on, and let me move it in the direction of let me move it in the direction of Kulata. Let's go to Kulata. So Kulata, are you ready? All right.
Hold on. Hold on a second.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
All right. Let me kick you off then. The news cycle, it only really offers of the Ukrainian president as a talking point, and he congratulates Tinubu and invites him to Ukraine after his inauguration. So under normal circumstances, this would only be a footnote on page 10 in any newspaper. Nobody would even see it, but it's dominating the headlines today. So why do you think so much attention is being paid to this? This was actually released by the Tinubu camp. Are they still looking for endorsement for legitimacy of their ticket at the Tinubu space?
I think the Tinubu space there, of course, any sort of validation from any world leader, they're looking for it. So I'm sure they have lobbyists in different state capitals, trying to make sure they get endorsement. But this was a big endorsement because Ukraine is in the news for obvious reasons, and it gives him a lot of validation. Because, like, when you think about Ukraine, the entire West is supporting Ukraine, and then you have Zelensky not just congratulating him, but inviting him to what's the name of the capital city? Kiev. Inviting him to Kiev for a visit. So
you know, I nearly bought a house there, an apartment there.
Really?
In Kiev. Yeah. There was a time I was looking for emerging European cities to invest, to get an apartment there, because it was coming through. And at the last minute, I just couldn't do it. I think my wife actually, I could have lost a lot of money in that space, but I carried on.
You could have lost money. What about Budapest?
Yes,
Budapest
I'm thinking
would have been better.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Budapest as well, but I'm looking for some obscure European, especially the ones still applying to join the union, but they have a good chance of succeeding. So those are the spaces really. If you go to their capital city and just snag something, that's always a good move. But sorry,
that's a good investment. Okay.
Yeah.
So so here's the thing: is for Tinubu, it's a win. Of course. It's also weird. Obi camp, the obedients are very, very mad at Zelensky. Very, very mad at Zelensky. I was listening to another platform, and I was hearing people like abusing him. Like, I'm like, come on, man. This guy is just being diplomatic. But they were just going off on Zelensky like he committed a crime. What's Zelensky supposed to do? This is a diplomatic move. You have an election. Someone won the election. And that's how things are done in the world. You just have to follow the protocol. But obedience they're upset. They're running. It's a tirade right now, based on some sites that I've checked and something I listened to accidentally.
Sorry, Kulaka, if I might just chip in. Has any Ukrainian president ever congratulated any Nigerian president at all? Or is this the first?
I can't. That's sort of a very specific question. So it's not beyond the pale for them to have congratulated Buhari or something, because it's just diplomacy. I'm sure it's not something that makes news.
Yeah. I understand diplomacy. It will be diplomacy if we have maybe they're like our number one partners, probably in defense or trade or something. But for someone that you really have no standing relationship with, I won't lie to you. I think APC is going to. This whole move is just.
You think they procured it? I mean, you think they procured it?
Zelensky himself has been in the news for negative situations of corruption, embezzling some of the funds US has channeled to the war and things like that. And we all know that out of all the European states in Europe, Ukraine is one of the most corrupt, as a matter of fact. So I won't be surprised if this was just more or less like an APC move of buying him to give it. But I think I'll be honest with you. I think APC is doing too much. I think I don't even see. I really don't see the reason why they will be looking at. It's more like they're still campaigning. Like they're trying to. You've won the elections. INEC has declared
you know that Ukraine is just newly a country. It's not been going that long as a country, but you know.
One man, sorry, can I interject? Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
one man. This concerning this Ukraine stuff, it looked like there was a time before this war broke out. There was a time Nigerians used to go to Ukraine to school. Like they have, as in their education sector was.
Yes,
like Nigerians patronize them well.
Yeah, medicine. They go there to study medicine.
I was reading Solomon, that Nigeria was the fifth largest amount of foreign students in Ukraine.
Of course. And right now, Nigerians in that were in schooling there, if they should go to any country, they can just say they are refugees from Ukraine, and they will they will take them in. Do you understand? The Nigerians in Ukraine were much, like they were too much. So and education is one of the things that generates revenue for them. So he have every right to congratulate Tinubu, because he definitely have hope, and he believes that the war is going to end and the country will still come back together. So he wants to build a relationship, like what Kolata said, being diplomatic. So it's not about APC doing anything. Let's try and get our facts right.
My question is, when they were ousting Nigerians, when they were having a difficult time in terms of when the war broke out.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. See, let me tell you. Let me tell you
what relationship we have.
Let me tell you that is
so poorly.
So
I don't understand the relationship you are talking about.
It is because of how our government care for us. They don't care. So that one is not really about the. I don't think I will totally.
Did we not send? Did Abika Dabari not? No, she sent something to the borders and to rescue them at the borders. Yeah.
It was weeks after. It was weeks or even a month after that war has already broken out. Like has already taken place. So before she sent it out, Nigerians did not care for. The Nigerian government federal government did not care for these guys at first. It was like 2 weeks. Yeah.
Excuse me, that's not very correct at all. When the hostility when the hostility started, it was a no-go area. In fact, a no-fly zone. Nigeria was one of the first that responded. We had to go and negotiate with Poland.
No. That is not true, sir. That is not true, sir. I know. I followed that space. That the freeze even had to do a live video that the people there.
My interjection, please.
Okay, go on.
With Poland, we negotiated with Russia, we negotiated with other third countries to be able to use their space as a transit to be able to get our people out. Maybe it was not perfect, but to just throw it away that we did nothing, I mean, that's not correct. Go and check. I have 2 people that were schooling there.
I did not say we did not. I did not say the government did not do anything. I said they came late. If you heard me right, I said they came late.
They came even coming late. A lot of
Bishop, don't fight for Nigeria. Look, let me
Why?
tell you.
I don't know why he's defending these people like
Don't fight
this.
for
They came late.
Nigerian
People
in
were even.
Ukraine. Nigerian in hold on. I follow that space. Nigerian in Ukraine went to Nigerian embassy to know what Nigeria wants to do for them when the war was like is on the way. They didn't respond. They didn't do anything for. They didn't tell them what to do
because they did not know.
They were left in limbo. They were left in a state of uncertainty. They didn't know what to do. Nigerians make several efforts with connecting with the Nigerian embassy. What do we do? What is the arrangement? What are we going to do? Nigeria did not respond. So what are we talking about? So it was the response they did was aftermath when the war has broke out, and then they have to go to borderline and do everything. Yeah, that was when Nigeria now responded and was running a tasketa. So those say Nigeria didn't do anything from the onset.
Baba, no, I disagree. I disagree. Many of our people did not respond. They themselves were the ones that were even trying to work.
Why you people doing like this?
Many of the guys from Kaki.
No. One voice.
Many of the
this is what happened. Nigerians.
We were following it. I followed it like anything. I followed it like anything.
One voice now. If everybody is talking over each other, nobody hears anything. One voice. Yeah.
Various Nigerians make frantic efforts to know from Nigerian embassy. Nigerian ambassador did not even come out to talk to them. They didn't give any instruction. I mean, it's never done any part of. I mean, I don't know. It's just only African country that doesn't care about their own citizens. So
can I interject, please?
Yeah,
can I interject? See, Bishop and Darati. Let me tell you something. I followed that space as in well. I followed it well. That I knew things that were going on there. See, these guys even experienced racism in terms of entering rescue bus to leave, and that was when they were even raising the alarm that why is the federal government behaving like this? There are no provision for them. It was even individual, private people who were running business there, like a lady. There was one lady that runs a restaurant there, and she was one giving them free food. Nigerian government did not provide. I think it's even only in the Nigerian government that was the only African country that did not even respond immediately. Other African countries, I think Ghana even respond immediately. What are you saying?
Yeah. Ghana
stop talking like this.
Hold on. I remember the Nigerian space. They chartered a flight, and some of them refused.
No, that was in Poland. Poland.
Yeah.
They refused. Thank you. God bless you, woman.
That was when the war. Hold on, one man. After the war has broke out, and Nigerians are running head-to-head, Nigerians that escaped to Poland, those are the ones that were rescued. But before the war broke out, Ghana sent their plane to Kiev to pick up all Ghanaian citizens. Nigeria did not do anything. That's what I'm saying. Because the Western world were called on their citizens to leave. That was the time Nigeria supposed to do, but Nigeria did not do anything. It was after the war broke out, and then everybody was finding way to escape, and these people were discriminating against black, discriminating against even pregnant women. All of it, we treated it here. So that was when Nigeria now set up plane in Poland in connection with some Nigerians in Poland that offer to help on their own personal ground.
One of those Nigerians in Poland is one of our very own Alexander Akashi, who took in a lot of people during that war.
Permit me for a second, please, for a minute. One of the problems we had, I followed Poland, Ukraine, because I had two people there. Number one, the reluctance of Nigerians to leave, because at the very initial stage, no nation, not even US, believed that there was going to be an outbreak of hostilities, that they will be put on the ground. No nation.
No, you are not right. You are not right. Before the war, hold on. Before the war broke out, Russia already lined up their military at the border, line with Ukraine. And America and Western world called on their citizens. They evacuated their citizens. They evacuated every Western country, evacuated their citizens out of Kiev.
We're having a conversation. You just finished making your presentation. Let me respond, and you dispute me.
No. I'm just responding to what you said, which was not true. So don't say that Western world did not do anything. They did before the war broke out.
You are in just a minute. You are beginning to misquote me now, and that's
all right. Bring it on, Bishop, and then we get back to Kulata.
Nobody envisaged that it was going to degenerate. They envisaged. I did not say they did not do anything. I said they did not envisage that it was going to degenerate to that level, to hostilities, as to a full-blown war. So when it happened, it caught a lot of people unawares. Maybe underground, some people have asked their people to leave, but if we're not willing, a lot of them were not willing to leave, despite the effort that was being made. So to say that they find their ways to Poland by themselves, it's not true. It's not true. There was a Nigerian team that was there already that facilitated their passage to Poland and other countries around them to be able, even with Russia, some Nigerians that were close to the Russian border had to go through Russia. So maybe they did not do enough, but to just throw it away that they did nothing. Sometimes those stories don't add up. Thank you.
Look,
one man, please. Can I say one thing, please?
But
this my Baba. This thing you just said there is not. It's just half truth that you just spinned now. That you just said now. That is just want to
Nigeria.
You just want to praise Nigeria.
It's not about praising Nigeria.
Hold on, Darati.
One man, please. Let me
just hold on, please.
One man.
Yeah, let's hear from Zita, who's coming specifically for this topic. Zita, she's getting ready for work. Yeah, Zita, come in.
I just came in because of this Ukraine. Maybe I will join you people later in the day before I go to work. But I just woke up now and heard you people discussing about Zelensky congratulating the president-elect of Nigeria. And I was shocked that most of you are saying, some say it didn't mean anything. Some said it was a political stuff. I think Solomon said something very important, but not all. Solomon said that so many Nigerians go there for education. But I am shocked that Nigerians on this platform didn't know that Ukraine and Nigeria has a bilateral trade agreement. You don't know that Nigeria is exporting Ukraine? You guys didn't know? I'm even surprised that Zelensky is congratulating Tinubu now. Maybe he was overwhelmed by the war or something. Do you know how many Nigerian veterans that died in the Ukraine-Russia war? Do you know how many that were sent there voluntarily and how many that went there asked by the Nigerian government? You see, sometimes when we bring up a topic, I remember one man used to put out his topic for the day before people go to the studio to discuss it. I will want you people to check in 1996, the kind of bilateral trade agreement Nigeria and Ukraine signed, and how much Nigeria make out of Ukraine every year. In terms of trade, I'm not talking about education, I'm talking about trade. And then you check how much Ukraine make from Nigeria every year in terms of trade, not education. Then you check what happened last year in September when the war was raging and Ukraine was running out of grain, they called for Nigeria and Egypt to help out. Nigeria is the second largest producer of millet in the world and the largest producer of cassava. Now, what is the technological involvement moving out of corn, millet, and other things? What is the expansion? I think that's the area you guys should have been looking at while Ukraine has to congratulate the president-elect of Nigeria. Everything is not about politics. Thank you, one man. Let me go back to bed.
All right, brilliant. So
Thank you, Madam Zita. We are welcome.
So you disturb Zita's sleep. Sorry, Dorothy. Back to you, Dorothy.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Well, what the problem about that Ukraine war is that our Nigerians themselves, we ourselves, our people, made it difficult for the government to really evacuate us. You see, let me tell you, Ukraine has one of the cheapest education in Europe for our people. And just like what Zita said, I know very well that Ukraine has they have some very good bilateral relationship with Nigeria. Don't forget, they also played a role during Jonathan's regime. They helped in moving some hardware, military hardware from Russia and some even from Ukraine down to Nigeria when the US government was using the Lee law to hold Nigerian military by the jugular, in order not to have access to the required military hardware to fight its counter-terrorism operation in the northeast against Boko Haram. So I know what Ukraine stands for. Sunflower, it spans a lot of things. But our people did not come out more on time. And I understand one of the reasons why they didn't do that. Some of them, they managed to travel over there to go and school. Some of them were like, if I go out now, okay, what if the war did not go beyond the scope that we are thinking? How will I go back? They have sold the land, they have sold everything, they have used all the resources at home. How do I go back? That's one of the reasons why many of them did not want to go. They were reluctant. They felt the situation at home is not too comfortable for them, that it might have an economic backlash on them. But when they saw that, I was on Daddy Freeze too, just like is it Fatai that was also talking? I just like he was saying, he's saying the truth. We have some Nigerians that eventually came out. The government did not do, but actually many people did not come on board. It was later that they now had to smuggle some of them. Look at Kharkiv to what? To Poland. That was where Nigeria had the third largest number of students in Ukraine, after I think Egypt, Morocco, and I think Nigeria is the third largest from Africa, and one of the largest in that country as well. International students. So our people are the ones that make it look like not that I'm vouching for Nigeria or I want to defend the government. No, I followed that particular space. I followed that. I've been following Ukraine, NATO, Russia problem for more since when? Since that boot up, before the boot up, it's a long journey. It's a long journey. What happened here is not just now. It's a long journey. I've been following it. So that's it. And also, let me also speak to the issue of Zelensky. Zelensky understand that he needs to do that. Just like you said, the importance of Nigeria at the global space is very important for him to know that, if I don't get this guy's support, who else will I get his support? Within the African space. But I just felt that it's one of those things. It might work for him, might not in some cases, because I must tell you that Nigeria has this very strong bilateral relationship also with Russia. Just about 2022, we bought about $1.2 billion worth of it. We are still buying. We still need them. We need their technology in some areas and many other areas. So, but it's good. It's a good thing for him, because if you're able to cut Nigeria, definitely whatever happens, and even at the court, but you still have to acknowledge the role of Nigeria as the undisputed leader of the Black race.
All right, brilliant.
The most powerful Black nation. So that's just it. I go with this based on what you said.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well said. So brilliant, well said. So I think we lost Kulata, connection problems or whatever. But let's take the conversation to Charles then, who joins us. We don't hear enough from Charles. So Charles, you're up next. Charles.
Yeah.
All right, Charles. Let me take you to this space then. The Abia PDP. Curiously, I was surprised that it's a political party because you expect it to be either some social-cultural organization, but the Abia PDP, they are up in arms and they are pointing in the direction of Gowon. So they are inviting them that, because as you know, Alex Otti won the governorship in Abia State. And he has invited Gowon to the inauguration to come and do prayers and everything. But the Abia State PDP, their lead person there, is saying that before Gowon sets a foot in Abia State, it must give consideration to either issuing an apology before he comes there, or to issue an apology on the soil of Abia State for the role that he played in the Biafran War. So the posturing of Gowon post the Biafran War is not indicative of anything that he wants to issue an apology. So what is your take on that space? Do you even think an apology is needed? Because a lot of people feel that the healing is not being perfected yet. So go on to apologize. What says you, Charles?
Well, for me, I don't even know why you're even inviting. I don't know what significance inviting Gowon to Abia State to do what. I don't even know what is there to do. The invitation itself lacks merit. I really don't know what Gowon being present during that time is going to achieve for Abia State. And secondly, in terms of apology, I think I don't know why they're trying to open wounds that have long been healed. I think what I feel our Nigerian politicians are doing wrongly is that for some reason they're just trying as much as possible to open up that Biafra civil war that has really affected a lot of Igbos in terms of what they went through. And rather than bringing up issues like that of apologizing to the Igbos and making them feel that Nigeria or some certain people in Nigeria owe them some form of apology for whatever happened when those issues have been dealt with long ago. I think our politicians are not are just milking these situations, and it just shows that they are very selfish when it comes to their political ambitions. I think we're playing right from these elections. We've actually been playing our politics very poorly, based on ethnicity, religion. Now bringing up previous wounds of civil war and everything. I really think, for some reason, they're just trying as much as possible to destabilize that eastern region. And I feel our politicians should do better. It's not all the time that because they want to.
Sorry, in what way is the eastern region being destabilized? I don't know how you landed.
Not destabilized in some way, but they're trying to, because a lot of people, even the younger ones, are not really that. They don't really have that much. They don't know that history in terms of the Biafra struggles and what happened, the whole historical aspects of it. But the way our politicians, especially from the eastern part, or they're trying to make it look as if Nigeria are treating the Igbos wrongly.
Sorry, Charles. Do you not feel that is the one thing that they feel they can use to hold them?
I know.
Yeah. Because they have nothing to offer in terms of governance, so they have to use sentimentality to
exactly.
To them out.
It's more or less like trying to don't associate yourself with this certain group of people. They don't stand for you. It's all politics played wrongly, and I think it will be very detrimental in the near future if you are going to look at a one Nigeria with the Igbo people. I think our politicians are one of the factors responsible. We all talk about Biafra agitation, IPOB, and things like that, but you can see the politicians themselves always try as much as possible to create some kind of ethnic divisions within the Igbo place with this whole Biafra struggles that are now milking the situation to just favor or have a foothold of the Igbo.
Charles, and
Yeah.
politicians play politics wrongly. Well, you are saying something wrongly here too. When you mentioned that you don't know why they have to invite former head of state for an occasion in the East. Why? Why must he? Why? Why do you think that it shouldn't have been invited?
How many heads of states did what's his name, Sanwo-Olu invite when he was doing his own inauguration?
Was when Soludo was doing something recently, 1 year in government, Obasanjo was there. Why didn't anybody say Obasanjo?
Obasanjo was only there because he was probably a member of Obasanjo's cabinet due to their previous relationship. It's nothing, it wasn't anything.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying, what I'm putting to you is that, you know, your position that there's no reason why you should be invited. I think I don't know the rationale behind it. He was a former head of state of that country, and people that believe in him, and people that you know is still standing strong to today, the oldest of them all. It can be any part of Nigeria to perform any function. So what is wrong in that?
What Charles is suggesting, and correct me, Charles, is that he's too controversial a figure for that particular occasion.
What is controversial? So he cannot go to any part of because Igbo land, because of the war. So he shouldn't travel to Igbo land again for any occasion, or what?
How many occasions has it been to since after the war? If it's
no.
Let me say something.
What I'm telling you here is that.
Look, I understand as a Nigerian, he should have his freedom to go wherever he wants. I understand that aspect.
People that invited him for a reason, and the reason is best known to them. What I want to say is that he is a Nigerian, he's an elder statesman, and he can be invited to any part of Nigeria, whether Igbo land, whether Yoruba land, or any part of Nigeria. He can be invited there. So if Ojukwu, when Ojukwu came back, it was Shagari that gave him pardon to come back to Nigeria. Why can't we say, oh, why was he given a pardon to come back to Nigeria? Why did Hausa people say that he was waging war against? Why did we say that? Oh, why did he?
But my real growth is what business does a former head of state have to do with prayer?
You are blaming.
What does a head of state? How many heads of state are invited to pray for a state?
Can I interject?
That guy, you are blaming that guy for making ridiculous statements. But the statement you are making too is not a statement that can bring unity among us. Why can't he any part of Nigeria, particularly Igbo land? Why are you querying his invitation to Igbo land? What has he done wrong that cannot be forgiven and forget? So just to
all right, Charles, let's Kene come in and have an interjection in that space, and then wrap it up, and then I'll take you to Zelensky. Kene come in.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I think his invitation is not a bad one, and I can read the meaning in what Lesotho did by inviting him. So, and we should stop whenever our leaders make some move. We as an Igbo, we should stop countering it. First of all, we haven't know what the man will do when he comes there. He might even apologize if he comes to Abia.
They said they invited him for prayers. So
I know it's not a bad move. It's not a bad move at all. So the man has the freedom to go. Anybody can invite him in any part of the country, especially in the Southeast. And we should free our mind from all those things if we really want peace to reign among us and under part of the country. So it's another statement. We don't know, me as an individual, I don't know what transpired between him and Ojukwu before the war broke out.
whatever story they tell is what we read. So we should free our mind for whatsoever reason. Alex Oti inviting him, I even see it as a good move, because we need to be bringing those people closer to us to feel among.
How relevant is Gowon in the state of things right now? I don't understand. So bringing Gowon closer to the southeast, what political objectives does that?
It doesn't have to bring any political objective. It doesn't have to. But we need to be seeing each other as one. That's my take. So bringing him means that we start to see each other as one. It's not there is one incident that happened one certain time which I'm not happy with the Southeasterners, but I will not say that here. So we don't need to be feeling too arrogant whenever.
I understand the whole aspects, what they're trying to do, but I might
and
also
the people
say
that are even making that comment,
the timing is wrong with the state of things.
The timing is right for me. The timing is very right for me. Yes, very right for me. It's a very right timing. So there is no better time to do that than now.
Hey, can you give me 1 minute, please? Charles, an association about 20 or 30 years ago, they call it United Praise. It's a praying ministry. It's been about 20 or 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe anybody can help us with that. It is on the strength of that he was invited. I remember there was a particular time he went all around the country, including the southeast, without his prayer team. What Nigerians need then was that we need prayer. Whatever what we're doing, we need prayer. So it was on the strength of Nigeria.
Sorry, Bishop, you are breaking off. We can barely hear you. But let Charles round up that space, and then we'll move on.
Well, like I said, it's not as if I say that them inviting Gowon is wrong, but I just feel the timing. Right now, like the politics right now, especially in Igbo land, is heated. The whole sentiments, especially what happened in Lagos about Igbos and things like that, there's some form of ethnic divisiveness right now. And I just feel, even though I know it's a move trying to mend fences and things like that, but I just feel the timing right now, a lot of Igbos are still a bit agitated, especially with the whole court saga, the whole PDP shortchanging and the North shortchanging the Igbos in terms of having that ticket. I just feel it's a bit, the timing is a bit wrong, and probably in the near future, there can be a kind of roundtable agreement towards unifying Igbos with the rest of Nigeria. But I just feel that the politics right now is just too heated to make that such move that won't have a negative setback, especially by Igbos.
It's not, the timing is not wrong. And the people that are even making that statement say that are the wrong people. Why would PDP be putting mouth in what concerns Alex Oti in Abia State? Is PDP the leading party in Abia State?
Excuse me, sorry.
All these things are they're bringing it to, maybe they want to start now to
they want to discredit labor.
To discredit the man, his effort and everything. So all those things, we have to see the angle they are coming from. PDP don't have any right to tell Alex Oti what to do, who to invite and who not to invite. So the man needs to come, whether we like it or not. The timing is not wrong. The timing is right. Even this is the time we need them. They have to be coming there to even open up to us. Let's see their hearts. Let's know their motive. So who says the timing is wrong? This is even the better time to do that. He needs to come down there and make a statement. Let's know what is in his mind. Obasanjo has come to Anambra State. He has made a statement. We know what is in his mind, and we appreciate him. Let him also come, make his own statement. So there is nothing bad in what Alex Oti did. So PDP, you have to see it in the other angle, the political aspect of PDP, what they are trying to do to discredit the man's effort. So there is nothing wrong with the time.
All right. The timing will never be right. The war now is going on 60 years ago. So when will the timing never be right? But have the final say on that space, Solomon, and then we just move on.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't know. Okay, you saw a headline PDP, but I was thinking it's IPOB that put up that statement because I saw I stumbled. I came across one of their as I went through one of their platform, and I think I don't know if they talked something about it. I'll be on Twitter, something like that. But like he should not try, he should not dare come to Southeast and all those kind of things. So but it's a good move by Alex Otido, but I'm still trying to figure out if it's truly PDP that made this statement.
But sorry, so let me just put this. The point is this: I think the Southeast need to open up more to those leaders because those leaders need to come to Southeast and see the situation of things. People say there's no federal presence. Invite these people, invite other people to your region. If not, let them come and see how your region is, how the situation is so terrible as you claim. So these are people that probably will have Tinubu here one day. Somebody who could pick a phone and call Tinubu. You could pick a phone and call Buhari. So why not invite people like that to your region? Let them see. And mind you, that man is old. He will soon die. So it's an opportunity for him to make up. If there's a need for reconciliation, there's an opportunity to create a platform for him. No, it's relevant. If only for him, and Ojukwu never had the opportunity to make up with him or to make up with the rest of Nigeria. You are giving the man the opportunity to make up with the rest of Nigeria. The two of them were wrong going to war in the first place. It was stupid of Ojukwu or even Gowon to afford that war. There's nothing you do that you achieve through war that you cannot achieve without it. So to me,
so far, Mr. Patoski, you just like you are the only person that have said something that have been like just being neutral in this thing. Everybody have just been blaming Ojukwu. What about the Aburi Accord? What led to the war? Let's not. I know Ojukwu took a drastic decision. Sorry, in going for that war, but Gowon too did something wrong to him. So we should not always put everything on Ojukwu. I'm not an IPOB sympathizer here, but I just want to be honest with this space. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So Charles, then. You are not convinced by this Zelensky congratulations, and you are suggesting that it was procured by the APC in order to give credibility to their shaky mandate. Is that how you are positioned, Charles?
Yeah. Even Zelensky himself, really, he's even losing a lot of favors with the West that we think is backing him. Do you understand? And I think Zelensky right now in the political state of things is losing a lot of credibility, both within NATO nations and in the world in general, not just Russia. I don't see his relevance as far as I'm concerned in the political state of things. But like I said, I asked a question that how often do presidents such as in Ukraine actually issue congratulatory messages to Nigeria? And I just feel it's an act of desperation. It's becoming too obvious, to be honest. Zelensky, as far as I'm concerned, well, based on the reports we've heard over the few years, Ukraine is one of the most corrupt European nations in the world. Zelensky himself is a corrupt individual who has diverted a lot of those funds from NATO allies to his private coffers. So I would not be surprised if APC, he will be definitely the right person to actually approach to stage this kind of political act. But notwithstanding, my rules with APC is the fact that I think they're trying too hard. These elections have long gone. People have they sent congratulatory messages long time ago. Sending out messages on a country, it looks as if they're just trying to stay relevant, make his BAT's legitimacy relevant. And I don't think it's needed. As far as I'm concerned, elections have gone. All these propaganda of APC saying that this one congratulated us today or tomorrow another one, just to try as much as possible to make package Tinubu or package his mandate in a positive way is sounding like a desperate act, and I don't think it's the right move. They should just.
Can I respond to that?
No, hold on. The timing of it is suspicious. Charles. The timing of it is suspicious because, like you are saying, 2 months down the line, suddenly is it now just getting the memo that Nigeria elected the president? So the timing of it does suggest that it might have been procured.
That's what I believe, and I think they should just drop all this congratulatory, trying as much as possible to paint Tinubu or APC in a positive manner. They've won the elections. They have a court case.
Do
Leave
you
that
not
slide.
do you not feel, Charles, that it is necessary because the mandate there's such a heavy push to try and delegitimize the mandate that they feel forced to sort of react to
Yeah,
it.
you know, I think one of the real reasons basically is just the numbers. The electoral numbers has a major a role to play in that, because in previous elections it has been a two-party system and it's not disputable between two parties. If one wins, it's more or less like it's a done deal. But because even with the third party coming in and the way the numbers are representative of the people in Nigeria, it just shows there's a kind of people just have a belief that most Nigerians did not really want Tinubu to win, but because of Labour Party, it's just gave Tinubu the edge, and he's rightfully isn't the right person that a lot of Nigerians really wanted. So I feel even Tinubu's camp is a bit pressured on that, and are doing as much as
hold on, reverse back a little bit. You're saying most Nigerians did not want to. Are you talking about that narrative that 60% voted against him? Is that the narrative?
Yes, that is the narrative.
No. You know that does not cohere with logic.
Woman, can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, I want to just correct one thing, and that's the fact that we think the APC party is doing too much by lobbying people, by trying to procure support. That's what political parties do. The political parties don't just come out every 4 years, campaign and win and go back. All those party chairmen, party PR, publicity secretary, all those things. What do you think will be their job? They're gonna be working till the next Congress when new chairman will be elected. And what is supposed to be their job? Lobbying people within the system so that when the president introduces a policy, even the grassroots will be buying the policy, lobbying international communities. That's what political parties do. They sell their president, they sell their policy. They should sell Tinubu. Do you want them to be selling Obi or selling Atiku? If APC is not going around selling Tinubu, telling people that are telling the world that there are some people trying to discredit him and that this is what is happening. In those countries where they go to, do you think they don't have group who want to discredit their own president? Political parties who want to discredit is your prime minister in UK not being probed now by a committee of the House of the Parliament? Do you understand? So that's what political parties do. But because we're just coming from military regime and we are so used to so many things, we don't know that's how things are supposed to be running. So they have not done enough there, as far as I'm concerned. They should be everywhere. They should have a diaspora committee within the APC that is going to be going about the way Obi was going about to diaspora to campaign. They should also be going about to diaspora to reach out to people of influence that can press one button or the other so that this government will be able to run properly. Thank you.
Why do you need to press buttons if you
they need to press buttons for the government to run well.
All right, thank you, Patrick. So back to you, Charles. So Charles, just along the lines of what Patrick was saying, and I don't buy that they have concerns about the numbers that voted for them. Because like it was a three-way election and they got the majority. If it was a two-way election, would they still have gotten the majority? The circumstances played in their favor. I don't think Tinubu cares. When Buhari came in as president, they said, I don't care. I won and that's it. So I don't think Tinubu especially cares what them. And he had a sizable lead, by the way. I think he had over 1 million over articles. So that in a three-way fight, that is sufficient enough to be proud. But I think what they are fighting against is this really frenetic aggression against the mandate, with people like Chimamanda writing open letters to the American president, Ohaneze follows through with an open letter to the American president. Everybody, Ozokome, just the list of constant raging against this mandate to try and legitimize it. So they need to legitimize it, and that is why they are canvassing for support.
Well, like I said, I guess the court case is also one of the major things to play. I think until that is squashed out, there will be this air of the world thinking that, okay, yes, he's won and everything, but there's still a court case hanging that disputes the electoral outcome. So I think also, if not for the court case, I think all these gimmicks, all these propagandas and lobbying won't have been necessary. But because there's been a lawsuit challenging his mandate, he's also I can say he's also.
Do you think it's especially bothered by that, the lawsuit? Because a lot of people feel that the lawsuit one is watery. That's one. And then the lawsuit is also expected, because I think, if with the exception of the Goodluck Jonathan Buhari elections, I don't think we've ever had an election in Nigeria that was not settled in the court.
Unfortunately, the lawsuits can be watched, but the INEC itself, especially with the whole Rivers elections, you've declared the winning party has won Rivers, then you're going back again after the elections have been over to say that they themselves are not even holding on to it makes the whole elections questionable in terms of the results.
Do you think the obedient space, do you think they're in danger of demarketing the country itself?
Demarketing the country in terms of its democracy?
No, just the way they go around the world trying to even they picket all over London. They were picketing at the White House. They were writing open letters. All of these are drugs.
I think this happens everywhere. I think it's just part of democracy. That's what comes with democracy in terms of freedom and expression and everything. So I think it's just part of the whole democratic. Even Trump during his elections that Biden won, there were a lot of hullabaloo about the whole process. Almost the same thing that is happening right now. So I think those things are just. I think it really just shows that at least Nigeria in itself is growing. It's not something that our government is not just rubber stamps. At least its people are allowed to express themselves and their concerns.
Is there an ugliness to the way that the obedience space is going about?
No, so the ugliness is coming from the way the Nigerian APC-led government is trying to paint obedience. Is it that they paint them as IPOB secessionists, or they paint them as hoodlums, or they paint them as aggressors or disruptors to the democracy of Nigeria? So I think, if anything, if Nigerian democracy is being questioned or seen in a bad light, it's because the APC government, in its way, has made most of the people expressing their views look like tyrants in itself. So I don't think that lies with the obedience or the people questioning the election.
So the obedience are choir boys, really. They are choir boys, are they?
Which choir boy?
But water wouldn't melt in their mouth. I
think Tinubu's government is. I just don't. I feel that they are trying too hard to make them paint the obedient movement as a secessionist movement or a IPOB movement or things like that, which is not fair. I think they should allow them express themselves. If there's everybody's free to challenge any results, and if it needs to go to court, fine, the court to pass a judgment, and that alone will legitimize Tinubu. I don't think the obedience will have anything else to say. So I think they should also caution themselves, especially on Twitter, Lai Mohammed, all those guys, Kayode, trying to paint obedience as hooligans and things like that. I think that just needs to stop.
Hold on. Is that a misrepresentation to paint the obedience as hooligans?
It's a high misrepresentation. To be honest,
You don't think the obedience movement they are hooligans? You don't think so?
Say, look, the obedience, yes, they're online, and this the real reason is because most of the obedience followerships are youths. If you look at youths nowadays, it's just these online platforms that they use in expressing themselves. So fine, they sometimes take it out way overboard and everything like that. But it's just their ways of expressing themselves. Nigerian youths have never been this involved in politics. And I think they're still learning. And I feel in the near future, they'll probably be able to compose themselves in decorum. So at least not to use, to be excessive, especially with their outbursts on social media. But for now, I think this is just their way of expressing themselves and letting their voices to be heard.
All right, thank you, Charles. So, Charles, take us to the Labour Party space and the convoluted goings on there. So, the chairman suspended for reasons of financial impropriety and anti-party activities, procuring illegal court judgments. So the next in line steps in. The suspended chairman now convenes a meeting to remove the next in line. The court holds them all in abeyance, and Peter will be shouting "Kumbaya" from the side walk. So what are you then making then of that whole palaver?
No, the only thing is that I think Labour Party has been infiltrated, especially by that chairman. I think I saw a couple of, I think that NEC committee gave some press release one time that he's working for the current ruling party, trying to destabilize the whole system. But I just feel, they've been infiltrated from within. And I think they're just trying as much as possible to make them irrelevant in the state of things, in the political array in Nigerian politics. But I feel they just need, this is more or less like a distraction. And I think they should, whatever court case that they're trying to sort it out, they should leave that should take the back burner to this pending situation with APC in terms of the mandate issue with the court is resolved. After that, they can now squash that. But I just feel this is a distraction. And I think that the party in itself has been infiltrated from within, which is a sad one, because the outcome of this particular court, I feel once Tinubu gets his mandate, I think this whole Labour Party, whatever, the whole chairman's hula baloo will die down.
Charles, don't let us say don't what you are saying is not right. Those guys did not come to infiltrate Labour Party. They are the original member of Labour Party. It's Obi and Obedient that came to infiltrate the party.
And who gave Obi the mandate? So, is it that the chairman didn't?
Hold on. It's Obi and the Obedient that came to meet them in that party. So when you see people that hurriedly comes into the party, hijack the party, doing things and doesn't carry along the people they met in the party, that's going to be a problem. And that is the problem that you see that is going on in that party. A lot of things were done wrong.
So why is the chairman just coming out after the whole elections have been over? Why didn't he come out prior to that? Why didn't he issue this court case prior to this?
They've already been calling for they've been calling for better way to manage the crisis before the election. And these people were magnanimous enough. They didn't want to destroy the chances of Obi because they accepted Obi as well as a leader. So they didn't want to carry this thing far to the court and destroy Obi's chances. They didn't want to empower the APC by taking it to court back then in order not to destroy the chances of Obi. So now the chairman that have done a lot of things wrong, that cooked a lot of documents, forged signature, forged a lot of things to his own and some of his own men, to the advantage of some of his own men, at the detriment of them, are the ones they are challenging at the law court. That a political party that is telling Nigerians that they want to correct the wrongdoing in Nigeria, mismanagement and bad governance in Nigeria, cannot be doing this thing within their own party and get away free with it. So don't describe them as infiltrator. No, they didn't come to. They are the original member of Labour Party. But Donyo Kupe and some other people, with their corrupt practices, did some shady deal that did not go down well with these people. They didn't carry these people along when they are doing their shady deal. And these people are challenging them that, no, you can't continue to run the party like this. We all own this party. It doesn't belong to just some few group of people. So don't describe, I just want to chip in to let you know that this guy, they didn't infiltrate the party. They are the original member of the party before Obi and Obidian came into that party. So
I understand that part, but at the same time, you are saying that they didn't raise any dust because they didn't want to reduce Obi's chances of this election. But as we all know, the election result is still being disputed. Why can't they also sheath their swords to that tribunal, to the court case is actually concluded? Then they can do that.
They are not in any way.
Hold
on. They are not in any way going to destroy Obi chances even at the court, because organization, as you know it, is run by people, and when people leave organization will remain. Equipment in that organization will remain. Everything in that organization will remain. So all the documentation they are going to use in the court is there. The chairman that they pray to the court to be suspended has been suspended. Another person is there now. I mean, Apapa is now the new chairman. And they are not doing anything to destroy the chances of Obi. But rather, Obi that should have managed the crisis well, should have bring all of them together as a leader, failed to do so. He failed.
But the argument is that those factions, there's a body in the party that's supposed to settle disputes. They never go to that body. Rather, they go to court immediately.
No,
to obtain a judgment. So all those there. It's not that I'm not disputing the fact that they are original members of the party. I know, but I can tell you the fact many of them didn't believe that the party will go too far. So when all these things happen, we see many of them begin to come out to be noticed.
They reported to the party, to the organ of the party, that the organ of the party did not want to listen to them.
No, they didn't. I saw their interview.
They have been dragging.
I saw their interview with those factions of the party.
They have been dragging.
I saw their interview with those factions of the party. They never submitted their grievances to their body of the party that need to settle it. So, and many of those guys are suspended. You understand? Many of those guys are suspended. So they need time. They need to finish everything about the election. Then they will not have whether a conference or whatsoever to bring everybody together back again. So I don't know. But if there is maybe they are saying corruption. I'm not defending Abia of any corruption or anything. But they believe that if there is any corruption that they found out in Abia, that there is an organ of the party which they need to submit that report first before going to court. But they never did that. They just went straight to the court. So that is where people begin to begin to say that they are being sponsored by this.
Ekene, do you believe they are being sponsored? Do you think this is a sponsored attack?
Me, I'm not seeing what I'm seeing there is desperation. Many people that didn't believe in the party coming out, they are coming out now because the party is always is a third force now. So they never believe in the party, and most of them didn't work. That is my anger. They didn't work during the presidential. I didn't see most of them because even there is one of them that is more that is among this their faction. I don't know the guy name, but it's from the west also. The guy has the camp. He has the camp. They have left them. He's now among Abure leadership because I saw the guy in the next meeting that they hold in Asaba that day before yesterday. How many are there? There are just either 3 or 4 or 5 of them. So why the party is supreme? Why can't they submit to the authority of the party? Let them do things normal. Nobody is throwing them away from the party, which is what I've heard. Nobody is throwing them away. Nobody is saying that they are not member of the party. But everybody is there to work. Everybody is there to work for the growth of that party. We that work for that party, nobody paid us 1 naira here. But we are happy the way the party is going. So they are the members. They are supposed to be happy with the support they are having and work for the growth of that party. Yeah.
We've lost you, but back to you, Charles. Charles, do you think that do you think Peter Obi is wrongly positioned in this thing? Do you think he should just have abstained from this internal fire crisis in that party?
He should abstain from it. I don't think he should involve himself in it. But at the same time, he should also, in some ways, exercise control to bring his party together, at least to douse matters, let things rest, knowing that he has a legal suit and he needs the party to actually speak as one. So in that respect, he should in some ways try as much as possible to let them sheath their swords for now, pending on the conclusion of these presidential elections by the court. So I really do think, yes, he should, as a leader, as a forerunner of the party, try as much as possible to bring them together. But all the same, I think maybe he's not doing that because he just feels that it's more or less like a political distraction in his court case.
How do you think this internal fighting would impact on the petition?
I really don't. The suit, I don't think it has anything to do with the members of, that are party to that suit. It's just Obi, and I don't know if the party chairman is also signatory to that.
The party will be part of the suit as well.
Exactly. So I don't know the implication. If, let's say, this new party chairman gets his way, can he unilaterally squash out that legal suit? Can he influence the outcome, like throw it out and say, you know what, we accept this result, or it's all in Obi's hands?
All right. All right, let me take you to this space then. This is Lai Mohammed running counter-insurgency against... Actually, let me take you to this space first before I take you to Lai Mohammed. Let's wrap up the Southeast. So let me take you to Ikpeazu. It says there was deliberate attempt to deny Igbo opportunity to rule Nigeria. So this is the Abia state governor. Do you align with that statement, Charles?
Yeah, well... In some ways, it's placed to that. Although people will say that Igbos didn't play their politics right and everything, but in some ways, it actually speaks the truth. I just feel that Igbos at this point in time, due to the rotational presidency that we've been practicing for a while, I think Igbos were not. You can say that we didn't play our politics well, but at the same time, we were, especially by the PDP. I think they played us out. And I feel in some ways there's been, like Obasanjo just said, Igbophobia. I really don't understand why for some reason Igbo has not really been representative in the larger politics at the federal level. And I feel this was a chance but for some reason it just didn't happen. And I just feel, and before this comes again, it's going to go full cycle again. So I think we were hard done by, and I feel in some ways there's some element of truth in it. But also people can point out a fact that we didn't play our politics well, and that we needed to align ourselves with all major ethnic groups like APC and the West are doing. But at the same time, I just feel PDP especially is highly responsible for letting that slip off our hands, and I feel we're highly done by that one.
All right.
Yeah. But let me interject there, one man. What Ikpeazu said is the truth, and that is why somebody like me, I supported PDP to fail, because they have the opportunity to make things right, to give the Southeast the opportunity to produce the next president. But they feel that they can play politics at everything. You see, there is no way an Igbo man can win a primary, either in PDP or APC. It's not possible, unless there is a deliberate, maybe consensus. Maybe let's give it to the Southeast, and everybody came out to vote for the Southeast to emerge in a primary. There is no way. In both their delegate and everything, the number of delegates the Southeast got before the primary, either in APC or PDP, there is no way an Igbo man can win a primary in APC or PDP. So that is why somebody like me, I appreciated P2B so much in what he did. And even somebody like Ogbunnayono, not Ogbunnayono, this former senator from either Ebonyi State or what. The man also appreciated him. Yes, he appreciated him so much.
That one. Don't appreciate him. You don't need to appreciate him, because these are the people that cause the problem in PDP. He was one of the persons that contested. Excuse me, sorry to interject. You don't come and say that. I don't really blame the PDP, the kind of politics they played, and the people I blame are the Southeasterners in PDP. You should be the ones to talk about your negotiating this thing. You don't expect the people to come out and just carry power and give you. That is the other people from other regions. It is our
They negotiated everything now. They were talking about in the PDP. They were talking about power shift to the Southeast before this conspiracy came up. Before they say let's throw it open. Throw it open for what? If you throw it open, how can Igbo one win a primary in PDP? Just check it now.
Have they ever
somebody like Umahi left PDP because of Southeast presidents. Many of them.
Have they ever
Umahi is not a bad market. Umahi is not a bad market. But he cannot win primary in APC unless APC decide. Let's have a consensus and let the Southeast produce a president. So that's the only way he can have an opportunity. And they have already planned that in PDP. They did that. They said the power must shift to the South and and that's their hope and everything. So when everything just the Southeast cannot fight it. I'm telling you the fact. They cannot fight it. They just have to wait whenever the two major parties decide that power is going to the Southeast. Apart from that, there is no way. Just during the primary, check the list of their delegates. How many delegates does the Southeast produce to compare to the Southwest and the other things? So most of those the other time we were talking about Southeast having a six state. These are the reasons. Even Ojo Zokalo said it before the primary. He said it that there is no way. Ojo Zokalo said it with his own mouth, and they knew. So they are just waiting. Where they?
Ekene, you know, in terms of population size, the Southeasterners, they are more or less the same numbers in population size as the Southwesterners.
But the Southwest but they have 6 states now. You got the number of delegates the Southwest produces. They are not the same with the Southeast now. Southwest produce more delegates We are looking at their primary, especially the major parties.
Bro,
See, there is no way, there is no way, there is no way, there is no way somebody like P2B will win primary in PDP. There is no way. It's not possible.
Bro, let me say something to you. See, this concerning this delegate and all that. What when the house is together, and the within the house there, we say, look at who we want. The other people, there are people in the house too that will still have influence in other regions. You can't tell me like Wike now. You saw how Wike still was able to get votes from other regions, from the north, so it's still like that. People will use their own influence and get votes for whoever we choose as our own candidate. That is why
even if the whole South is vote for their
it is not only Southeast I'm talking of. There are people there. Okay, like in APC now we have Orji Okalu there. Orji Okalu has influence in the north. If they choose within themselves,
okay, somebody like Roger Sokolocha, how many votes did he get from the north?
Relax now, relax. You know other substances that were used to grease these delegates too. So when you don't worry, let's just go to continue with what you're saying.
No, there is nothing to worry about that. There is nothing to worry about. The only thing that the Southeast have to do is to wait. Any day that APC and PDP decide that the power must come to the South, that is the day that the Southeast will produce president. Apart from that, there is no way.
Ekene, you know that wait is a minimum of 16 years. You know that.
That is the thing now. So somebody like me, that is why I said I appreciate what P2B know that he can never win that primary. There is no. So whatever that happens, I still appreciate him so much. Whatever they want to put it, he know. He cannot. There is no way Southeast now can produce presidents among the two major parties unless they decide. So how many delegates do they have? That is why you start to count.
But
you have to go
hold on, Ekene.
Yeah.
Soludo's argument is that Peter Obi actually played it wrong, because if Peter Obi had let Atiku go, Atiku had a good chance to win, because if you add the Peter Obi votes to Atiku's vote, Atiku will be the president-elect as we speak. And if Atiku had gone, then the Southeast has that 8-year buffer for when the power comes back to the South.
So this offer, how many times would they give us this offer? Just look at what Soludo is saying. That P2B wouldn't have go, so that the Southeast. Do you know this thing happened in 2020? The same thing happened in 2015. The same thing happened in 2019. So P2B wouldn't have go.
What do you mean? Jonathan was the one. Jonathan contested in 2015. What do you mean by 2015? What do you mean by 2015?
No, now the first time Buhari came to Southeast to campaign. Even though Jonathan contested, but when Buhari came to Southeast, he said the same thing now. He said the same thing that after his tenure, that the Southeast will produce the president.
Southeastern did not play their politics well within APC.
Okay. Somebody like David Umahi, didn't he play politics well in APC? You see, let me tell you. Let us stop deceiving ourselves. See, politics. All these politicians, they know what they are doing.
They know what they are doing. They don't give tickets to people like that, like as they give coke to a person for party. You have to fight for it. You have to organize. You have to, liars. You have to get people on your side to give you that thing.
If you leave Nigeria as it is today, Southwest and the North, either Northwest or Northeast, will continue to produce the presidents. I just go and write it down.
I disagree with you. Bros Ekene, let me tell you, I disagree with you. This is even now that Southwest are even getting included from 2015, that they got included like properly since 1999. See, it's the people. Once the people see, like if our people like this can support, if not that, the way it will be is trying to neglect certain things that in the political space in Nigeria, how their politics is, even though he was doing it for the right cause, but I don't think that they are ready. The Nigerian, other regions in Nigeria are ready for that kind of thing Obi want to do. If not, if people can support anybody from South, it's just like the way they are supporting Obi now. We would get our own. Like one man said earlier, if Atiku, as Atiku got, as assuming Obi did not leave PDP and Atiku got into office, the next person will definitely be an Igbo person. This one is not whining. For real,
I don't believe that. If you all this, I don't believe that. I don't believe that ideology. I don't believe it. Even if
you know, a lot of political thinkers, they believe that Peter Obi running was the biggest mistake. That
I don't think it was one man. I don't think it was a mistake.
Hold on, let me land it. A lot of people feel it was the biggest mistake because. A lot of people, and I suspect even Peter Obi himself, knew there was no way that Peter Obi will ever become the president. There was just there's no pathway to the presidency for him, both in terms of his personality and the politics and the regionality, and all. So there was no real. So it was just an exercise. It was just an academic exercise, Peter Obi's candidature, and a lot of people felt it should not have run. And if he had not
why won't he run? Why won't he run? Those people that run, do they have two heads? The people that run, do they have two heads? Why won't he run?
No, because the space doesn't open for him, as we see.
There is nothing that doesn't. You have to. He has put his own fight, and you will not say that he didn't fight a good fight.
Yeah,
whatever narrative you want to paint.
Did he win the prize?
Whether he win the prize or not, many people that I told you. I saw somebody regretting why he did not support him. I saw somebody from Southeast regretting why he did not support him.
Wait, Kene. I'm asking you, we know you as an honest man on this platform, and I'm asking you a direct question. At any point in time, did you ever think that Peter Obi was ever going to win that presidency?
Well, for me, what we expected Peter Obi to got is the highest number of votes. Maybe after the highest number of votes, we begin to talk whether
in the country the highest number, the highest number of votes.
Yeah, that would have been possible. That would have been possible, though it didn't happen. But that spread. I know that Peter Obi will not. I know that Peter Obi will not do well in the northwest and the northeast. Definitely, I know that, and that was the problem.
And in Yoruba land.
Well, you wouldn't say that he wouldn't do well because I know that definitely he will get that time. That I told you when we were talking about this thing, I told you that Peter Obi will do well in Lagos. I told you even before the election.
Lagos is just one state now. Hold on. If you are saying you are expecting Peter Obi to get the highest number of votes, then the expectation would have been he will get the highest number of votes in the north, in the southwest, the south, and the southeast. You thought
no, you see, what my expectation in that election is that Peter Obi will not get the spread, but he will get the highest number of votes. Maybe there will not be a winner in the first place. That is my real expectation. I'm telling you the fact.
I'm sorry, but that's a grave error. Yeah, to think that.
But that was my expectation, seeing how things were going during that campaign and all that thing. So even though it didn't happen, but I wouldn't dispute the fact. I wouldn't discredit him on what he did by coming out to run.
Ekene, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, Ekene. I don't know how long you have been following this platform, but in the build up to the elections, we ran about 5 spreadsheets looking at all of the pathways that leads to the presidency. 5 spreadsheets. We had spreadsheets from Southeasterners. We had spreadsheets from independent thinkers. We had spreadsheets from a Southeasterner who favored Tinubu. We had spreadsheets from everybody. And from all of those spreadsheets, none of them could find a pathway to the presidency for Peter Obi. Not a single one of them. Most of them found pathways for Tinubu. None of them also could find a pathway for Atiku, but just because of what Peter Obi took from him. But nobody, not a single person that knows politics, thought Peter Obi stood a chance in hell. He had zero chance. Zero.
Woman, can I interject real quick?
Yeah, come.
You
Yeah,
know,
come
my
in.
brother
Yeah.
Ekene, I was in the comment section. You were saying that an Igbo man would never win primary, which is a wrong assumption. You can't
I
think
mean in
that.
the two major party. I mean in the
No,
two
see,
major party.
yeah, the two major parties, you'll be surprised. You see, when APC was formed, who did they give it to? They gave it to Buhari, right? Why didn't Tinubu say, "Hey, I want it because hey, I'm a major stakeholder here in this party." But timing is about everything. When you come on the wrong time, there's no way. An Igbo man can, because see, PDP has been given to Southeast has been given their votes to PDP all this while. That is a leverage right there for them. After Atiku, you don't expect a Southwest person to say, to come out to contest for presidency. But then he left. Remember, he attended Atiku's declaration. He left simply because someone is challenging his ambition, Wiki and Co. And even the Wiki group was offering Atiku's one term. So if it's possible one time, even if it's two time, he will still be able to, get nominated. But he left and he tried to form a party. The party is not even the party that they are having internal fighting day and night, now. So Igbo man can win primary. It's just about timing and investment. If you don't invest in a party, don't expect to reap the benefit from that party. It's just not done. It's not possible.
Let me say something. Have I ever talked about APC? I never made mention of APC in all this because I know that Igbos have not invested anything in APC. Maybe some governors just joining them, or just for some time now. How the PDP that became a party today? How did this came about? Who were the people that were behind PDP? Is it not Igbo? Let's say we made them and all those people. So what time are they waiting again? Everything was PDP that mismanaged everything, and that is why they failed in this election.
Let me disagree with you, Kenneth. Hold on. Let me disagree with you, Kenneth. If you look at the sequence of elections in Nigeria, the only window that opened for the Southeast is 2023. But unfortunately, the Southwest stole it from them. So listen, when the Fourth Republic was birthed, it was birthed off the back of Abiola's election victory. So the Southwest had to be compensated. So they brought in Obasanjo, who is a military man. So he got that. So after that, power has to transit to the North. So then we got Yar'Adua. So now what dabarooed everything was the Goodluck Jonathan space, but then everybody felt since the oil was coming from there, let them have it for a moment. So power had been away from the North for a long time. Buhari comes in. So now the North takes it again. So then the South, the North, and then the South, the North, but then that North was interrupted by the South. So the North takes it again, Buhari. So now it comes back to the South now. So we've had a Yoruba man, we've had a South man, now we've had a Northerner. So now this window opens for the Southeast, but they did not, I don't know, maybe they did not play the politics, I don't think, to prepare for it.
PDP didn't do it well. That is what I'm saying. PDP would have given the ticket to Southeast, and from the North, they'll back that person up if they really want to be sincere to themselves.
What do you mean give? Who has ever
even if it is not P2B, they should have found a capable candidate from the Southeast. I said, okay, let the power. I believe Atiku made a statement. He said that you people are talking about zoning. If the zoning we are talking about Southeast, then I will not contest. But when you are talking about zoning Southwest, South is included, then I have the right to contest. So what are you telling me?
Okay, that Southeast region, they did not even present United Front.
Atiku did not make that statement. I don't know where
they did not even present United
I don't know
Front.
whether he made the statement or what.
Babaja, he did. He made like
that statement.
I used to tell you, Babaja, yeah, you keep saying that Wike never made Obi leave PDP. People have come out to debunk this. That it was Wike that made this guy leave PDP.
See, right from the beginning, I know that Wike is the person fighting Obi. When you people are saying that he's supporting Obi, I'm even adamant of that thing. I'm not even expecting him to support Obi. So what I know what they're doing in that PDP. You know how many years Southeast have voted PDP. They vote PDP as their with all their strength, with everything that they have. So
Bros Ekene, I don't want you to be talking about PDP like this. See, is the like people like Wike are supposed to be talking of, not the party itself, because PDP is the only party like this Labour Party people are talking about. The Igbo people don't have mouth in that party. That is why I don't even put
the people that have that party in the Southwest too. That's why I'm not surprised about what is happening.
I want to make you understand. So yeah, I want to make you. PDP is the only party that belongs to the Southwest, really. That positions the Southeast. Sorry,
Southeast.
in the national level. Do you understand? So PDP, this thing that happened in PDP is not really. I don't really see it as the party thing. It's just some individuals like Wike and our own people too that did not agree to unite and fight and make a statement there. Do you get? So
see, let me tell you. You cannot say it's all about our people when they are talking about zoning.
How do you want
when
to
they are still talking about zoning? Most of them are bought tickets when they are still talking about zoning.
How do you
most of them
want to blame Wike? Why do you want to blame Wike? When
because they made it open. They said okay.
Hold on. Why do you want to blame Wike when none of the Eastern politicians, including Obi, was ready to step down for each other? None of them was ready to stand down for each other in order to present a one candidate against other candidates, to show that, look, we are united. We Easterner, we are united, and we are backing this candidate within PDP. None of you. Why do you want to blame Wike?
There are things you will see. Who are you stepping down for when you know that most of them are? This is your position. This is your right position in the party. This thing is supposed to come to you. But before everything, most of you people, when somebody like Wike has bought ticket, when somebody like Atiku has bought ticket, then who are you stepping down for? Now you just go the way you want to do it. Yeah. So I'm not that stepping down of a thing. There is not, the decision was made right from the beginning. Maybe
Bro,
if they have made the decision that if the
interpretation wrong, what he's talking about is Southeasterners in the party. He's not talking about the party as a whole. He's talking about the Southeasterners. Pius I, even Obi, if he was still there. What is it? These other persons, these other people's name that contested under PDP. None of them stepped that. They did not have any alliance. They just came out and they behaved like political novice, people that just entered the political.
The ticket was open. The ticket was open, so they need to play it open. So I'm not even.
And you are the one crying here that
they have already made the ticket open now. They have already made the ticket open. They have already made the ticket open. So that is what I want you to understand. They have already made the ticket open. The PDP has already made that ticket open.
Didn't they make the ticket open in APC too?
See, you cannot compare what happened in APC. You cannot compare what happened in APC and PDP. Okay, see what happened in APC. See what happened in APC.
Hold on, Ekene.
APC have already made the decision that this power is going to the south.
Hold on, Ekene. Ekene, are you suggesting that the Southeast cannot win primaries unless it's weighted in their favor, unless it's gifted to them? Is that
I'm telling you that for a fact. You can go write it down. What I'm telling you is for a fact.
I don't agree with you.
Then that tells you then that they will never get a ticket because nobody.
I don't agree.
Nobody is going to.
You know one thing, Woma. Didn't any delegate came from Southeast during the primary in PDP? Didn't they have any delegate that represented those PDP states? So what happened?
See, Adewale, you don't need to position it even in delegates coming from South.
No, I'm just saying, what happens to those delegates?
What you should even be talking about is, or what I want Bosekene to understand is, there are individuals that have. Let me just bring it down to this level. Like that, I would say they have mouths in different regions, and they're from the Southeast. If we have alliance in the Southeast there within us and say, look at who we want to it's a very simple thing to represent us or to come out to be our candidate. Everybody's influence there. You see, even on that election, on that primaries day, people that would step down, say, I'm stepping down for this person. His delegates will vote for the person he stepped down for. I don't know if you understand. So it's
well,
not
you are
even
talking
about.
about okay. Just look at it. Just look at it this way. Before APC primary, the northern governors has already decided that this power is going to the south. So for the south to step down for their delegate for Tinubu, it's not a surprise thing. They have already made that decision.
It was
so that is what I'm
Southwest that
saying.
did that one, and they were able to use their influence to get people
They
like
have already. They know their senior man. They know their senior man. They before when they
hell bent to
made that
contest
decision.
against
When the
Tinubu.
northern governors made the decision, they know where they are heading to. So they don't need to fight it with Tinubu. So what are you telling me? They never made any decision that the ticket is going to the southeast. They are telling somebody to step down. Step down for who? Who are they stepping down for? When the northern governors have made that, when the northern governors has made a decision, okay, somebody like Fayemi and all of them, well, how would they fight with Tinubu in that ticket? They know this their senior man. Most of them, they know their senior man. So what are you telling me? They didn't make any decision. You are telling somebody to step down. Step down for who? Right from the beginning of the primary of APC, they have already made decision. Then when they come to primary, they know what to do. They have already arranged themselves. So you can't imagine it. What happened? Just look at how a PDP conduct everything in their primary. They just scatter everything. Nothing was organized.
Bro, you don't need to. If the organization in PDP, the people that were not organized at the Southeast, I will keep saying this thing. The people that came down, that stood down for Tinubu were from the Southwest. It's just only Godswill Akpabio from South that stepped down for him. So this one you are saying that this all these things you are just saying is not. People like Amechi ran. Amechi was the second man. Osibanjo Joseph was still bent that he must go contest, and he was still there. We are taking out the fact that they should arrange the house before coming out.
See, all these things we are saying, we are still saying the same thing. APC have already arranged their house, whether this person step down or not. The only three people that are
you say Southwest. You say Southwest, not APC.
Yes,
Southwest.
But it started with APC now. It started with APC in general now. Did Southwest just come out? The Southwest just come out and said that the power will come to them.
Hold on. Just steady down. The primaries are gone anyway. So I don't want us to spend too much. In fact, we spent a lot of time there already. But let me just ask you this question. How do you think Tinubu won that primaries? How do you think he won it?
Tinubu won that primary because the Northerners gave the APC Northern governors gave him a chance. They supported him. They understand the power of zoning. They made the decision right from the beginning. Even when they know that Buhari is not behind him, they came together and they agreed that this power is going to the south. Do you see how Yaya Bello fight before the primary? He walked out of their meeting. When they said that the ticket is, when they first talk about the zoning, somebody like him the man was angry. Why would they should throw the ticket open, something like that? But when people like Erufai, many of them, Ganduje, they came up and say, see, we're making a decision. The power is going to the south. The North has held the power for 8 years. There is no need of us holding it. Then there is nothing to fight again. Yaya Bello, somebody like Yaya Bello, his wing, he came down. There is nothing to fight again now. So when they came to the only strong head that he has there is Osibanjo from Southwest. But other people, they know this is their man. They know this is somebody they have to support, and he has the money. He has the capacity to bring the power down to the Southwest. So I'm blaming PDP, not Southeast. If they have made the decision right from the beginning, the power, even if they say the power is going to the South, no problem. Let them make a decision. Make a decision that the power is coming to the South. Then somebody like Wike or any other person can emerge. When you begin to turn things around, you know that this power, you know that this is the opportunity of Southeast. Then you begin to waste it. They would even come up and say, okay, the power is going to the South. Or even North, because North is no good area at that moment. But they would have come up and say, okay, let the power go to the South. Then the people from Southeast will decide who to support, or whether not even to support anybody at all. But you are talking about Southeast, somebody like Udom, all of them contested. Nobody stepped down for anybody. because there was not a good arrangement right from the beginning. The leadership of the party, they don't understand the meaning of leadership. Everybody they want power. So everything go well for Tinubu because of how even when they know that Buhari is not with him. Everybody knew. You cannot tell me that Buhari supported Tinubu. It was the northern governors. And you know when those people came together, it's very hard to break them. So I know what I'm saying. Until that decision is taken, nobody no candidate will emerge like that from Southeast. So let's continue waiting.
All right. Dewale, have the final say on that space, and then we move on.
No, so sorry. You made mention of something that I just want to mention. You mentioned something that Southeast and Southwest, they are about the same population. It's not right, though.
I said roughly.
No, it's not roughly. Not roughly. Southeast is the least populated region in Nigeria. They have the least population. Yes.
Where are you getting that data from?
Are you saying you are classifying them as minority in Nigeria? What are you saying?
I think it's the people that live in the Southeast, not the Southeastern people, Abi.
You talk about people living in the region. Southeast
living in the
region. Not people living in the region. Southeasterners, the Igbo people.
Yeah. I think I will agree with him that they are in the east. They are the smallest population.
Is the smallest in terms of population and in terms of size.
Yeah.
You just go and look at their delegates.
Go and check.
Go and look at their delegates.
In fact,
look at their delegates in the primary. That is where you continue.
The population of Southwest.
One voice. Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
The population of Southwest is about 15 million more than the population of the Southeast. So you can't say roughly. It's not roughly. Even
Are you including the Igbos in Southwest?
Can you hold on? Yes. Sorry. Are you talking about Southeasterners resident in the Southeast? Is that what you're talking about, Simba?
You know, if they conduct population census, you'll be counted wherever you are residing. Southeasterners, a Southeastern region, has the least population in Nigeria. Go and check.
No, that's not what we're saying, though. We're saying Southeasterners, not Southeasterners living in Igbo land. Southeasterners living in Igbo land, Lagos, London, wherever. Just them as an ethnic group.
How will you count that? How do you get that? You can only count people living in a region. You cannot count people. So you go and count somebody who's living in Japan.
I don't know where you are taking us to, but the population, the Southeasterners
according to Nigerian population census. According to Nigerian population census.
Hold on. The Southeasterners are not restricted to the people in the Southeast alone. You don't stop being a Southeasterner.
Every scenario is applied to every other person. Southwesterners also, Yorubas are not living only in the Southwest. So you count people where they are living. Southeast.
Let me even tell you something. Let me tell you something, Simba. Let me tell you that this national population, wherever, is a scam, is a fraud. If you don't know, because they're even playing politics with it. So you don't need to come and tell us that the census they carry out.
We can only work with the figure that is available. And you can't even see.
I'm telling you, it's real that they're playing politics with it. I don't know why you're able to
look at the result of the election. Look at the result of the election. Go and look at the result of the election.
Forget about result of election.
So people are giving you facts. You always play the victim role.
It's fake. Don't believe that, please.
All right. All right.
The only thing is that our population is a scam, but generally. I've noticed this in this election, and I still maintain that fact that our population is a scam.
Something they used 3 days to do in different countries.
You cannot use election as a population number. You can't compare with.
No, you need to be on ground to see what happens.
No. Sorry. Let's.
I can say that. I can. Even we can make mention.
All right. I want to move on. I think we've we've just labored to. Let me move on. Let's see if Kulata is still there. I think he may well have just bailed. I think it's the
I'm
noise.
here. Oh, I came back. Oh.
All right. So Kulata, take us back then to conversations. So you've spoken on the let me take you to this space. The Labour Party space. Are you following developments there? And do you have an opinion on it? Because I think what we are seeing is acts of self-harm on behalf or on the part of the opposition party. So it's almost a mirror of what we saw play out in the PDP. They've gotten rid of their executives and they're in disarray. And similarly, Labour Party following suit. So broken into factions now and matters in court just on the eve of the petitions are starting to kick off. Are you following that space, Kulata?
No, not closely, but I get the general idea. I know there's some Apapa. Is it Apapa guy?
Apapa, yes.
Apapa. So for someone not following it closely, but it does look like the Yorubas have come out to come and attack Obi from internally. So it looks like, I'm kidding, of course, but it looks like there's sabotage in Labour Party, and people are suspecting APC is using people that just are pawns to be mostly Southwesterners that have been legacy Labour Party members. That means they've been in Labour Party for the longest, to come and stifle Peter Obi and his group. They're giving Peter Obi water from all directions, APC, them people. But I don't know if it's APC, but people suspect it's APC. So Labour Party is getting destroyed internally. And there are many shenanigans that happen. And I believe the real party members that got bribed for the emergence of Peter Obi are in no position to play ball, because those real party members, they have to do their last minute cashing in. So if it's opposition party that's going to give them their cashing in, they will play it, because every single politician uses Labour Party as a stepping stone, and Peter Obi is no exception. So this is a time to milk, because they don't have any opportunity to milk in another 4 years at least. So I don't blame them. But whatever is happening is going to destroy the Labour Party.
All right. I see it breaking up into factions. Ultimately, the Labour Party.
I have a question for Kulata.
Go on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Kulata, don't you think that Labour Party hierarchy doesn't really have much of Southwestern people? That is high time they have, at least, if it's not Southwest, at least someone from the North, maybe representing the party, so that they can broaden the hierarchy and have a widespread, kind of like the optic that shows that they have that spread, instead of just south, southeast, kind of a setting.
Yeah, the original Labour Party, the legacy Labour Party, I think has enough Southwest representation. The Obi takeover is where he brought his own people. So his own people stormed the area, stormed the space, and they excluded all these old guys that have always been in Labour Party. So Labour Party is already factionalized, in my opinion. But the people in control, especially during the elections, were mostly the Southeasterners and some of the new people Obi brought to the table. And those old guys just got sidelined. And I'm sure a lot of people will have been paid for them to keep quiet. But right now, it looks like everybody now wants to get their money. So, yeah. And it will be hard for Peter Obi to retain Labour Party or to retain control of the Labour Party. This is where he needs to prove his worth. Because it's not by winning the election. After you lose an election, you need to remain relevant. That's the hardest work. And only few people have gotten that right. Tinubu being amongst the few, where maybe Wike too may be successful, who knows. But this is where he needs to get it right. Because if he cannot keep control of a party structure, especially the one that exploded in a brief moment during the elections, then Obi will be he'll be a useless candidate in 2027 if he wants to contest, because by that time the party will have forked in all sorts of directions, and they will not have that. I mean, it will be worse than it is right now, in my opinion.
Please,
So,
can I interject?
okay.
I think we discussed this issue some days back, and to me, maybe don't see me as being playing a devil advocate. Obi, the body language and everything I see about Obi, he doesn't see himself as a member of that party. To me, he just used the party as a platform for his ambition. And I said it earlier, I won't be surprised if Obi actually leave that party for another party to pursue his ambition next time.
But you're not wrong. Ideologically, Obi does not belong to Labour Party. He's a misfit in Lagos Labour Party. Obi is a PDP guy. Labour Party is like a socialist party. If Ajanle Koko was in Labour Party, we'll say that, okay, that's a fit. But Obi is a capitalist. In the UK, he's a conservative in the UK. Now in Nigeria, he now goes to join a left-leaning party. That's why it was difficult for him to even release a manifesto, because the party sent their own manifesto before he even released his own, and there was an issue. So you're not wrong. He does not belong in that party. He just used that party as a stepping stone, like every other politician uses Labour Party. I just think it's been one of the few successful ones, even though he did not win any office for himself. At least it's brought it into prominence. But the rate things are going, is going to lose everything. The way things are going.
Labour Party has always been a party that people use to launch their ambition. Mimiko used it. He used it when he left PDP. Even this Alex Oti, he was a PDP man, so he used it to just get his own. So it's not
No,
really.
Alex Oti was an APC guy. He was never a PDP guy.
Whatever is coming from another party to use Labour Party platform. That's what everybody has been doing with Labour Party. So Labour Party is not a party; it's just a launching pad that everybody is using.
It's a party. It's a party that should recall a party of internally displaced politicians.
It's spot on.
Yeah.
All right. So Kulata, let me take you to maybe a couple more spots. I think this is old stomping grounds, and I think we visited this space quite severally. February 25th election, freest, most authentic Nigerian presidential poll. So this is the federal government via the voice of Lai Mohammed. So I mean, I think we've debated this severally, and in percentage terms, how accurate would you say in percentage terms that statement as a standalone?
That this election has been our fairest?
Most authentic.
Most authentic.
The freest and most authentic is what Lai Mohammed said.
I believe this is like, if we say post 1999, this is our freest and most authentic elections, because it went against a lot of Nigerian isms that's expected. Like, a state governor is supposed to automatically win a Senate seat. The president is not supposed to lose the state. Tinubu is not supposed to lose Lagos. Lie. We're not supposed to get, are we supposed to? We did not see millions upon millions coming from KKK states, apart from maybe Kano. But the population of Borno somehow reduced overnight. There's so many new stuff that happened. You had a Peter Obi winning equal amount of states as a Tinubu and Atiku. They literally won 12 states if you consider Abuja. So anybody that's telling you that this election has not been our fairest, it's just bought hot. Like, it didn't tap, he has a boil in the wherever. So even if you look at the casualties, which should be 0, but in this case it was like 38. In 2011 it was 800. In 2015 it was maybe 150, and 100 and something too in 2019. This is just 38. So the only thing is the propaganda, and of course, there was an over-promise and under-delivery. I think that's the biggest problem. The election had a reputational problem because Mahmoud overpromised. People got oversold on beavers. They did not properly explain beavers. They did not properly explain collation. They did not properly explain IREV. So people just mixed everything up together and bought a single narrative. And then where we are. But when you look at the full details, this is our this is our best election since the Fourth Republic, bar none. Because there are no incident forms, there are no ghost voters, ballot snatching didn't really matter that much. Come on.
It rarely happened even. I mean, I didn't see too many, I cannot even recall just immediately incidents of ballot snatching.
Yeah, it's not,
because
I mean,
it's useless. If you snatch it, it's useless.
It's like it's. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves for once. This is our best election. Let's be honest. We need to count the progress we've made. Do you guys know where we were back in 2011, 2007? Terrible elections. Like elections will happen, you won't even know where they did it. The results will just come out, or people will just vote, and then they will drive to Abuja. Everything will just change before you get to Abuja. Like, I mean, that really was more about counting votes rather than people voting, because they just counted nonsense and then they declared results.
Kulata, could you believe that 2003 election, Obasanjo got 24 million votes? The whole thing that everybody million. Got this time. Yes, 24 million.
So did our population shrink?
you ask yourself.
How many of those do you speculate are real voters? Maybe 1 million, and the 23 are just
I'm ghosts. All sorts of ghosts. We don't vote for Nigeria election. People that don't exist.
As they are perfecting technology, you discover that the number of voters started reducing every election.
Every election cycle. Yes, you're right.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Coming. This. Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of beg to differ, Colata, because this election is actually the worst reason.
You have to give specifics though.
I said reason, so I'm coming to the reasons. This election is kind of is an anomaly on its own. I mean, there's no beavers or IRF or whatever in the previous election. So it's more like we are introducing something new in this election. Others are on its own. This is a special occasion, I would say. So we have to start counting this as a separate election to the others. Isolated, basically. Because, yes, we really have to. Why?
We introduced something new in 2015 too now. Under Jonathan.
We did. But this is the election that are supposed to be transmitted, and all this electronics, all this, new generational, equipment should be used.
Wait, Des, can I question you?
Yeah.
What part of this our election is automated?
I mean, it's supposed to be, No,
what part? Based on the law, what part is supposed to be automated?
No, based on the law. If I'm talking to the law now, the accreditation is supposed to be automated. The transfer.
Wait, hold on. Let's take it one by one. Accreditation is beavers, and we did that. That worked, right?
Okay.
Beavers worked. Okay, next.
Next, the transfer of the results at real time should.
Wait, transfer of the result, but that means there's a result before the transfer. There's a collation before the transfer. What is that process of collation?
What do you mean? I mean, it says the
Counting votes is what I
transfer.
mean now. Wait,
Okay,
before we
counting
go to
votes.
come, you see, you can't jump from accreditation to transfer. You've left a large area off. You
Okay,
cannot.
fine. You voted, which I don't even know why they
Which is
brought the
manual.
paper, to be honest. Which is manual. Quite all
Thank you.
right.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So we voted manually, but it's
Counting
supposed to be
call. Wait now,
counted
And you
counting call.
manually.
collate,
Fine.
you collate,
We
you collate, you can't.
we counted everything manually, but we're supposed to
Okay.
transfer electronically, which
And what
didn't
are the
happen.
two options? What are the two options of those electronic transfer? What modes?
What mode? It says transfer. I'm not
There's
sure.
online mode and there's offline mode, right?
Yeah, it still goes
Online
both
and
So
ways.
meaning
offline.
if you have issues, the transfer can be delayed, right? If there's network issues, you use offline mode, right?
Colata, no. Listen. I don't want to go through this process all over and
No,
over.
go through it because you opened it up. Go through it.
Okay.
You
But
opened
go
it
through,
up now.
hold on. But go through it in a step. Don't leap. So go through it step by stage and have it interrogated. So don't leap.
Okay, Colata. There are manual aspects to it, but the reason why people are saying that it wasn't credible is the transfer which INES promised that is supposed to transfer electronically
But let's go
on
back
real
to the
time.
other steps. Wait, hold on. We don't vote. We don't do accreditation, right? BVAS, it work
Yes.
fine. We don't vote, right?
I think
And then we don't.
Hold on, Simba. Let that conversation take place between
We don't do accreditation, right? We don't vote, right? And then we don't count the vote. So that means say at the time where we don't count the vote, election is really for all intents and purposes done. The results are locked. They've shared the results with all the party agents.
Yeah, and
So the last thing will remain. The last thing will remain is to upload to backend server, and then that goes to the viewing portal, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, now your beef is the last process just to show people of results we don't they ready. You have beef with that, and that makes the election somehow one kind. After we don't do accreditation, that means we've eliminated ghost voters. We don't already vote, and we've counted the vote. So results are literally ready. It's just for people to view it that you now have beef with.
All right.
Okay.
Before you come back, Des, just to condense what was said. So the beavers worked. You concede that the votes, the people lined up to vote, which is a manual process. The collation of the results is a manual process, and then once there are two things that need to take place. Forget beavers and everything. There are two things that need to take place in the elections. People vote and the votes are counted. So those two things are, so people lined up, they voted, the votes were counted, and then they were signed off by party agents. So that completes an election process. So whether it's uploaded on IREV at real time,
We omitted one process.
all delayed. So just hold on. Whether it's transmitted in real time or delayed, it doesn't affect the credibility of the election because the election is essentially voting and counting.
Okay, one man. It's not completed until the result
Right.
is called, yeah?
Right.
You know, when you go to collation center and all that, until the result is called, that is when it's completed. Now the question I'll ask you is, because there's a part of the law, because what we are not getting is the law.
Wait, just jumping one step. Does the law say the result has to be in IREV before it's announced?
It has to. Let me explain myself, Kolata, because we are trying to,
we're trying to get to the bottom of your beef.
Because yes, the beef is that if the law in itself says if you are collating or you're trying to announce and people are saying that this is not correct, what you would do in that time is to go to IREV and check the one that you have at hand and the one at IREV to know whether they are okay. If you find out that they are not okay, the one that takes upper hand is the one in IREV. So understand it. It has to be in IREF for that to happen.
But wait, the materiality. Wait now, Des. I heard you. The materiality of the process is still unaffected because we voted, we've counted and collated. So you're now talking about double checking.
And you have the result.
So you have the result in your hand. That's the election you have in your hand. It's just now. See, wait now.
And then INEC still have 7 days to review everything before they can announce the results. They didn't make use of that.
No, there's nothing that says they need to review for 7 days before they announce the result. That's a lie.
I think that window is there.
No, they don't say they have to wait 7 days to announce election. That's not true. That is not true.
It's not a
must.
It doesn't say it's
so
a must.
Wait, Des. After we don't vote, we don't already share the results to you, Labour Party agents, to me, INEC official, to Ajanle Koko, Showore party agent, and everybody don't get results, including police. So everybody don't get that result. It's their hand. Me, I don't send them go our own special collation center. Say, okay, this is a Labour Party collation center. Make with the count them. Everybody get them. So for all intents and purposes, everybody get the vote tally. Now, if the thing will gonna happen for viewing portal, come be magic, then you can now call it out and go to the tribunal for that. That's what the viewing portal is.
Must we always go to the tribunal? Must we always go? Must we always go to tribunal?
We've already agreed that they've collated, right? They've collated. So if they don't collate, for all intents and purposes, election is effectively over. So the only thing you just want to do now just to view.
No. The election is not over until.
I said effectively. For all intents and purposes of an election, which is to accreditate, to vote, and to count, you've done those three things. The last thing you're talking about,
I will still blame the INEC whether the election is one of the best or not. INEC is the main problem here. Because this election would have been. I will always say that this election would have been the best. That is my own standing. I see some positive outcome in the election. Just like I'm saying that this election show that our population.
So Kene, it is the best. It is the best, but there's room for improvement. Yes or no?
Yeah, there is room, and then yes, and INEC showed a lot of.
We don't have any problem.
They wouldn't have come out. They would see what we're having here is issue of trust. You cannot transmit this thing. Why wouldn't you come out? And they asked you many times. You said yes.
How material? That's what I'm saying. How material to the overall process is this transmission that you guys are laser focused on? We've accredited people, we voted, and we've counted the votes.
Colata, I've already told you. I've already read out what is supposed to happen.
So you will not blame the people. You will not blame the people.
Wait a second. I've already told Colata what's going to happen in the election day.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let Des land. Carry on, Des. Des. Look at that. You see? Even you could believe in Goto someone, you have to abandon
Galata is a very wicked guy.
An excuse.
He's a very wicked guy.
Now.
According to Bros he's translating to Pidgin English to break it down to
I don't know why I'm speaking.
Colata, I'm saying that the election from
hold on, Ajale Koko. Yeah, go on there.
It's supposed to end when you go to that collation center and they call the results. And if you read step-by-step guideline to how the election is supposed to be conducted and called after everything, it says when you are collating at that center and there are discrepancies with what you have and what the agents have, and you're looking at what you have and it's not the same, and you call it out, which we saw a lot of videos where they were like, no, this is not what happened. Why
are those videos not in court?
I don't know what is in court. They have not showed us what is in court.
Nobody knows what is in court.
I'm just telling you what it says. And what it says is, if there are discrepancies, what you do then is to bring out what is on IREV, what is posted. That's why it's like almost important. Like it's so important for that viewing
So
portal
where
to
are you
work.
supposed to go and litigate those kind of issues?
To
Where?
work.
No,
What do you
there's
mean?
where the law, the electoral law tells you the venue to go litigate those kind
But
of
what
issues.
stop INEC doing the right thing before the tribunal? Maybe if they have done this thing and the winner has emerged, nobody will contest it now.
That's what I'm telling. I'm telling you,
Tinubu did
Colata.
not
If you're
win.
saying
You
it's
But
guys,
important,
Kene and Des, you guys,
if this
you
thing
did
would have
not
gone,
answer my
if this thing would,
question.
because this is they have
You did
practiced
not
this
answer
thing
my
in
question.
Osun State. We saw it.
Can I settle down? Let Kulata and
You guys did not answer my question. I said, what's the venue to go on and litigate this issue that, okay, what they collated is different from what is in IREV? What does the law tell you to do?
is the court. I know,
We
which
didn't,
is what
we
they are
didn't say the
doing
law
now.
didn't. I didn't say that.
Sorry, Kenneth. Let the conversation take place between Des and they are both capable. Otherwise, it'll just be noise.
So the law tells you to go to the tribunal, right?
Yes, which is what
So
they're
where's the
doing
beef?
now.
So where's the beef then?
No, the beef is whether the election is free and fair and authentic. That is the beef, right? And we're trying to
But you
explain
have
it's not. I'm getting to a point, right? This is points I'm making. And now, other points are there hasn't been any election in the history of Nigeria that we saw what happened in Adamawa. I have never seen such a thing in my life. And also, we see election that has more than
you must be new to politics if you've never seen that.
one man, I have never. You can tell me which one, but anyway,
Okay,
let me get to
but
other points.
wait, Des, what's the ultimate outcome of Adamawa? Was it fixed? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter. I'm saying
No,
what happened.
it's a yes or no thing. Was it fixed?
If it was fixed, fine.
Okay, thank
But
you.
why
Let's
should
move on.
why should that even happen in the first place?
Yeah,
But
but
anyway,
it was
Because human
fixed.
beings are not perfect. Anything could go wrong.
Fine. This is the election that had more than 400 petitions. That has never happened. Like I have never seen more, even close to 200. This election has more than 400 petitions. People aggrieved with the system and the process, and you're saying it's the most authentic.
So
How?
wait, how do we use
How is that
aggrieved
possible?
people? Wait, Des, calm down. How do we use aggrieved, the number of aggrieved people, as a standard for judging free and fair
Because
elections?
that
When we
shows
know it's
that
a game of win or lose.
No, that
So
shows
people can
that
get aggrieved for anything.
no, Colata. That
I
shows
can be
that
aggrieved that I broke my nail when I was trying to vote, and I say because I broke my nail, something happened.
that's not how it works. That shows that a lot of people sees it to has not been credible.
But we've gone through the
that's
process.
what it shows. That
The
is
process
basically
of
what it
voting,
shows.
the process of voting happened. Your beef is just I did not see the result quickly on IREV for the
We are talking
presidential.
about authenticity and fairness of this election. No, I'm not worried about. I'm
Kilo
telling
mean
you
by fairness
my
now.
points.
We've talked to you in pidgin. Now you want me to say it in Yoruba. Like, what do you mean about fairness? We've talked about all the things that they did that happened and that happened well. So what do you mean? Is your beef is just I did not see it on
My
IREV
beef,
on
but
time.
it's not. No, Colata. This is we have a point and an argument we are making. You're making this specific, which is not specific to IREV or whatever. You're saying it is a freest and fairest election.
Did
And I'm
beavers
saying
work? Yes or no?
yes.
Okay. Did counting work? Yes. The people vote? Yes or no?
I've already answered that, Colata.
And they counted? Yes or no? In front of everybody, and they gave results to party agents? Yes or no? So where's the beef?
You know what, Kundata? When you go to court now and you say you need a certified copy,
The beef is that Peter Obi did not win. That's the beef.
Kulata, when you approach the court and say you need a certified copy of this particular proceeding, whatever, even though if you see it online, it still has to be certified, given to you in paper form, right?
Yes.
So whatever evidence Labour Party has now is still going to be benchmarked against what INEC. INEC is the umpire that has the autonomy power to conduct the election. So whatever is being peddling around on the internet or whatever is against what INEC present in the court. And guess what the court is going to say? They're going to look at what INEC present as the standard to judge whatever is being presented against it. So all these balablu won't even matter. This IREF of a thing will not even be an issue anymore.
There's this argument that people keep throwing that whatever INEC has the right to do whatever. I mean, if you're making that argument, it's more like If INEC say we should go and eat shit, then we go and eat shit. It's not how
Basically,
it
that's the
works.
truth.
No,
Because the electoral law empower them. That's just the
it
basic.
is wrong. It is wrong. You guys are. It's like a technical whatever you guys
Okay,
are trying to do.
let me
The
understand your
judgment is going to
knowledge
be
of this
based on
election.
technical.
It's
So,
not gonna work this time around.
Des, if they do election, there's no Labour Party agent, there's no EPC agent, no PDP agent, and it's just the INEC official, and he signs that result. You know that result is legit, right? According to the law, it doesn't need your other
Yes,
signatures if
that
you
is
guys
true.
are not there.
Says who?
Says the
Says the
law.
electoral law. You didn't even read the law.
What part?
It says when an agent of the party is not available, the INEC official will sign it, and the police officer around also will co-sign. That's what the electoral law says.
That's what the law says.
Okay, but we
Des,
have already
can I ask you
seen
something?
that
Guess what?
all the
Labour Party does not
parties.
have much agent in all the polling booths.
Labour Party has listen. This is how it works. Yeah, Labour Party has the necessary agent they needed where they needed it. This is
No,
what you
not
have to
necessarily.
understand.
Then the burden is on them to produce agents that will help them to oversee the vote in each polling vote. Now, it is not the job of INEC to provide agents for them or to represent them at a polling booth. So if they are not there, that means it is their fault.
Des,
yeah.
But the one they have now, they can use it to present their case now. At least the one they have, let them use it to present their case.
Let me make this point. Des, I think the argument was whether this election was the freest and the fairest so far. That means we are looking at it relative to the ones we've had in the past. I think that's where we can make the argument. In the past,
No,
we never
no,
had
you say it's an
beavers.
isolated election.
No, we say this election is the fairest and freest. Fairest and freest, that's comparative. That's the comparative subject, a comparative word in English. That means that you are comparing it with the other ones. So what criteria are we going to use? Okay, was there beavers in the previous election? No. Is there beavers now? Yes. Did beavers increase the credibility of this election compared to the other ones? Yes. We saw it in Borno. We saw it in places like Akwa Ibom, even in places like Kano. So in Lagos, we saw that. Then, was there military terrorizing people? In the past, we used to have the federal might go around to bamboozle people to ensure that the opposition vote for the ruling party, or to ensure that the ruling party wins. Did we have that military bamboozling in this election? No. Do we used to have it in the past? Yes. So let's begin to look at those criteria. By the time you plug in those criteria, you discover that this election might not be where we want it to be, but relative to the other, I think it's still it's the best so far. That's the argument.
Well put, Patrick. So that's exactly it.
But I want to ask
so
this.
obvious.
Sorry, this. If Obi won this election and the results were not uploaded on the IRF, will you still consider it as being fraudulent?
I mean, of course. Why won't I? I'm a very fair person. No,
It's not true.
If you no, listen. I am.
Yes, now better lie.
You
You
would
just a
never.
lie
You
now.
probably would never see me lie in my life. That's the honest truth. I don't
That
know
in
how
itself
to.
is a lie. That what you just said in itself is a lie.
Oh man, I don't know how to, and I don't plan to. It's not necessary. That's just the point of it. It's not necessary. Have I lied before? Yes, but at the point in my life, I saw that it wasn't necessary.
One man. Sorry to interject. You know, this election self that people are shouting they rig. You know, assuming like we were talking about alliance before, it was PDP level now. Assuming it was PDP that won this election now. This rigging thing that people are shouting, mostly from some regions, they will not even be making this noise because it's in their favor. But because it's not in their favor now, everybody is shouting rigging. So let's just stop this hypocrisy and face reality.
Obedience are not in one region though, but I'm saying that this
The issue is
election.
that The INEC would have done the right thing now, so that nobody will talk about the rigging now. So when you are talking it now, you'll be looking like a fool because everybody have a right to complain. So
The truth is that
so the
me
truth
from
is that
outside,
everything, even some people that we campaign to come and vote, these are their major reasons why they will not vote. And later you convince them to come. You even tell them you'll be seeing the thing on the TV on that day after voting. So after the whole thing, they will be telling you, well, you didn't see the thing now. The thing didn't show on the TV again. So those are the issue. So you don't create that confidence and then later you just dash it out just like that. It's not good for the public.
I think the best thing I could get from you guys' beef is the election was not perfect, and everybody agrees it wasn't perfect, but it has been our best election so far.
No, I saw my own perfect. I saw where the election was good. That accreditation was perfect, as in I love it. So, but INEC would have completed their work now. That is my own. I said it in the first place. They use their hand to spoil everything because you cannot just finish an election. You're uploading other ones. We are there now. It's not like we did not vote. We work as an agent. So that's the confusion they created by themselves, which would have never happened in the first place. Because I believe the accreditation was perfect, real perfect. So they would have completed their work.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. So the upshot of this.
One man.
Yeah, carry on.
Yes, I think we have to be fair to the obedient that are saying that it is not transparent. The level of not transparent of the process is what they should define. But if I want to support their narrative, I think INEC was transparent from the beginning. Only at the end of the process that INEC failed. INEC to be transparent in the election of the.
Ajahn Likoko, I disagree. When you use the word, especially with the word transparent, there was a delay. A delay is not lack of transparency. It's a delay.
Hold on. Ẹni tó mọ gbọ́n ká fẹ́ràn sẹ́ni ká wá. So why was there no delay on the electronic transmission of the senator and the House of Rep? Why only?
I can explain that because one of them is local government coalition and transmission. The other one is state. The other one is the local government and ward level. The other one is national. So of course, with the national one, many things can go wrong because that's a bigger volume.
And no one was transmitting at all. At least some part would have transmitted now. Some part of the country would have transmitted.
Ekiti transmitted.
Maybe if they uploaded the result on the IRF, Sowore will have won. Maybe that was why Ajahn Likoko is also saying it's not transparent.
All right.
I think we lost Ajahn Likoko.
Yeah, I think we lost Ajahn Likoko. So, Kulata, was there anything else in the new?
Sorry, I want to ask Kulata one question.
Let me just ask him this last question because I want to hand over to Thomas. But Kulata, was there anything else in the news cycle that came to your attention?
I just saw a story about missing 48 million barrels of oil that Malami has now agreed to show up in the House of Rep to come and defend the missing 48 million barrels of oil. Many people have made money in this government.
I don't think anybody made as much as Malami. You know that guy.
That guy.
If he's not richer than Dangote, then I'll be surprised.
That 40 million barrels is not now.
But whatever the time is, 48 million barrels. Jesus.
48 million. It's
That's
yeah,
a
it's
lot.
been many years. It's not now. It's something that has been it's it was an inherited case. Let's dig into it. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it doesn't sound like an inherited case. Let me give you this paragraph. Hold on. Hold on. Let me have a support. It says the House of Representatives had, in December 2022, resolved to probe the alleged missing 48 million barrels of crude oil purportedly sold to China by some Nigerian officials. The resolution followed a motion by Ibrahim Isiaka, APC Ogun, who claimed that the allegation was provided by a whistleblower. Consequently, the House mandated the committee to investigate all crude exports and sales by Nigeria from 2014 till date. So this is within the Buhari administration space.
Malami has been there since 2015 that Buhari came in, right?
Yes. So
Can you read forward? Can you read down more? I mean, a little bit more. That 48 million barrels is what I'm interested in. When they said they should investigate, some people said they should take it backward. Just try and read more, please.
All right. Let me put it on the screen. Yeah, and by the way, I've just gone down. Actually, let me just give you the fullness of it. I'll give you the fullness of it, and then I'll bill for Thomas. So there it is. Meeting 48 million barrels of oil, Malami finally agrees to appear before reps. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami has agreed to appear before the House of Representatives Committee investigating the missing 48 million barrels of crude oil. The chairman of the committee, Mark Bila or something, LP Benue, on Tuesday, announced that Mr. Malami, who had ignored previous invitations, will appear before the committee on the 27th of April after the public holidays. He said Mr. Malami wrote a letter to the committee that he will cooperate with the panel and provide needed information on the ongoing investigation. Correspondents reported that the committee summoned Mr. Malami and the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, but the ministers shunned the hearings. On Wednesday, the committee released evidence involving the two ministers, particularly the alleged payment of $200 million to some consultants. So, whilst acknowledging receipt of the letter, Mr. Bila said the AGF must provide a comprehensive report to support the work of the committee. Today, we're in receipt of a letter from the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, who is averring his determination to respect the doctrine of separation of powers and to support our extant laws. And he has indicated the fact that they are trying to put together the comprehensive response that we have raised. Whilst we appreciate the Attorney General's response, we would like to indicate that it came a lot later than we expected, and it came without the response we referred to. So we appreciate it we will appreciate it if the Attorney General and Honorable Minister provide this response and also appear before the committee next Thursday. So let's give him the window to appear before the committee, he said. He explained that the finance minister has continued to ignore the summon, but the committee is still giving her the benefit of doubt. Like I already said, we are giving her, Mrs. Ahmed, the benefit of doubt. We are not unmindful of other powers we have, and we are not afraid to exert. So let's just go to... So the House had, in December 2022, resolved to probe the alleged missing 48 million barrels of crude purportedly sold to China by some Nigerian officials. The resolution followed a motion moved by Ibrahim Isiaka, who claimed that the allegation was provided by a whistleblower. Consequently, the House mandated the committee to investigate all crude exports and sales by Nigeria from 2014 to date. With regards to quantity, insurance, revenue generated remittances into the federal account and other accounts, as well as utilization of the revenue for the period under review. In addition, the panel will investigate all proceeds recovered through the whistleblower policy of the federal government and the level of compliance with the policy. So that's what it says. I'll pop it into the comment section, but that is what it says. Yeah. So Abubakar Malami always at the backdrop of every shenanigans going on in Nigeria, Kulata.
Oh, Lini, but boy, that guy is a thief.
Paraku.
How much money is? I mean, come on. Anyway, one day, if we don't catch him in this world, we'll catch him in heaven. Because
God day, Abi. God day.
God day. It's too much, man.
It's unbelievable. That guy, there was a time they seized 2 vessels, and this guy sold it off. 2 oil vessels. Just countless. The Ajale Koko is here. There was a time that we never talked about anything, but this guy looked in the Nigerian coffers.
So, I mean, at some point in time, when they saw vessels, when they caught vessels, they started burning them because Malami will get them released. He'll do a deal. So they started burning. I mean, I know they burnt 1 or 2 vessels that were stealing illegal crude. So the guy his hand is in everything, including a lot of settlements that we've done. Maybe under Jonathan, they signed a legal contract or something, and then they settle. Malami will push to get the worst deals. He's doing it with this guy that married a young actress.
Nedumoko.
But all of them only.
They're after a $500 million check, him and Nedumoko, which they are, they want to take it from all of the state governments and take it off their allocation. That guy is brutal.
These guys don't care for Nigerians at all. They don't give a damn. All of them. But Malami, God will catch him, as let me go into HO mode. God will the blood of I can't even pretend.
The blood of a simple Bukoko or something, Bukoko.
The blood of the innocent. The blood of the innocent. The blood of the innocent.
You know, if there's one thing that I'm just a bit shaky about Tinubu's presidency is that these people will get away with it because he will provide them the cover space. You know, after 8 years of Tinubu is not going to go after Abubakar Malami now. We know that.
No,
Peter Obi would. Abubakar Atiku will probably will. But if
Peter Obi cannot. I don't think Atiku or Peter Obi can. They are all of them are all in the same circle. They can't go after him.
And Shetima might go after Malami. Them El-Rufai might go after Malami. With what they did along with the
because of what they did in terms of the cash swap and all those things.
El-Rufai are coming for those guys seriously. Just watch.
But you know that he has gone to marry Buhari's daughter as his insurance policy.
They don't send Buhari now.
They stood up to Buhari now. He married Buhari's daughter, but Buhari almost finished them now. They stood up to him.
No, I'm talking about Malami.
That's what I'm saying. El-Rufai and Shetima will never allow that to go. And those guys have very strong presence in this government. El-Rufai and Shetima, if you look at it,
that's because you remember that because of Malami and all these shenanigans that they were doing with the cabal, they almost did not. Tinubu almost did not win.
Yes, now.
And they should not forgive. If I was them, I would not forgive them.
They will not. They know now. They will not.
Politics is not like that.
It's the one.
Politics is not like that.
Those guys are ready. Those Tinubu guys are ready.
But El-Rufai is very vindictive, short guy. A Napoleon complex.
Not just that.
I think he learned quickly after joining politics because he realized that sometimes making an enemy is not for long. It's not for long time, but for that purpose that you are making that enemy for at that moment.
But
So
Tinubu strategically, if you look at Tinubu's politics that we're talking about, strategically believes in weakening the opposition. You weaken the opposition.
Who wouldn't do that as a
So
politician?
those people are oppositions, even though they are in Aso Rock. So they will weaken them. Tinubu coming at PDP is dead. Forget it. They will just
He's
finish
already dead.
PDP.
He's already dead.
So those Tinubu guys don't look like someone that will allow someone like Malami and Emefiele to just go like that though.
Emefiele is going to jail.
The question I wanted to ask Pulata was this.
All right. So sorry, Patrick. As you ask that question, let me ease myself off and hand over to Thomas. I want to try and do an afternoon session tomorrow, so I'll leave earlier today.
What time?
So it'll be 1:45 UK time. Thank you for the super chat. And sorry, before I go, actually, let me document Ayo's coffee. So this is Ayo down. When I keep saying that Ayo is the official sponsor of the One Man Went to More platform, so here he is doing his coffee as he always does. You know, when Ayo does the coffee, it reminds me of somewhat like factory work. When you get to the factory and you clock in, so that's how Ayo clocks in. But then
I think Baba Gomez also is always consistent too.
Yes, yes, I was going there, and Ayo clocks in twice because he backs it up with a tidy super chart. Yes, and Alexander, not to be outdone, as Dewale was just saying, he matches Ayo there. So thank you for all that. So to you, Thomas, keep it lively and keep it.
Command Oncha.
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
This is the first time I'm in Thomas after dark.
Let me
Thomas after dark.
Yes, Daddy.
I want to ask
what was your question? Sorry.
Kulata, when we are talking of this, we're talking of this transmission of results. You understand? We're talking of this transmission of results. Don't you think that INEC deliberately did not? Against the background of, I saw videos of people who are completing. The guy said, we have completed 100,000 now. We are still waiting for the other 100,000. If they had put up the server and transmitted it and begin to display, don't you think that those people would have developed a process through how they can, through back end, hack into that server and upload those information? Do you think it would be easy for INEC to now bring it down again and say what was there was wrong?
They want to clean it up. So some people said that INEC even claimed that there were 162, 165 attempts to hack the server. And the thing is, it will cause chaos. I can understand.
Turn the country into
disarray. Because if people hack and then they replace, but the thing is, they are images. But I mean, you can hack anything. So if they replace those images with fake images that they've already prepared, and then what's showing in IREV is different from what's collated. So that would have been very chaotic.
Exactly.
Because I think they needed to make sure that whatever, they did not mess up the presidential, because it's also on a large scale compared to the scale of the other, the local.
Because that could lead to another serious battle fight.
Yeah.
But we agree on one thing. INEC was very clear that collation was not going to be via the IREV, sorry.
IREV is not a collation machine.
There's no way IREV could have done that. Done collation.
Good. So the collation is from the polling booth, EC8A. That is the of the. So the IREV was just like to allow people to access. I registered to be able to access, and I was following up. So the noise, I think the noise about the IRF was just to clutch onto something at all costs.
No, you guys are getting it so wrong. That is not what IRF is for. I don't know. IRF is more like an umpire in this.
No,
Let me
INEC
tell
is the
you.
umpire,
Listen.
not IRF.
No, listen. IRF itself is still an umpire. Like I gave you what it says. I gave you what it says when people are saying that what you have is wrong with what I have.
Yes.
What the Electoral Act mandates IREC to do, INEC to do, is to go to the IREV. Listen, I can bring out the law to you. What it says is let me finish before you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
It says if people are saying that what you are calling or what you are collating is wrong with what I have, what the law says INEC should do is to bring out what is posted or transferred or captured in the IREV and look at it with what it has at hand. And if there is discrepancies with the two, what the thing he goes by is what is in the IREV. Do you understand? It's more like an umpire on its own.
What is IREF transmitting? What is IREF? What are you transmitting to IREF? Des, if I may ask.
What do you mean?
What are you transmitting to IREF?
The captured results of
the
ECA
keyword. The keyword is the keyword is result. The keyword is result. So that means there's a result. Right?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. So we're just transmitting it so you can view on it. The result is already out.
It's a viewing portal, yes, but it's also an.
Okay, so they play World Cup. They play World Cup. You're supposed to watch it on your television, and then there's up NEPA, and then you eventually watch it. Okay, big deal. They played the match.
It's not what it's not just what it's for.
Hold on, Des. My understanding of it is this: IREV is a portal that everybody can view. Now, the original EC8A is the source of the result, and that result. Just hold on, let me finish. That result is not only with INEC, it's with all the agents of the party.
All the political parties.
Political parties, with DSS, with police, and everybody that is there that witnessed the result. You take, because the law says they must paste one copy at the polling unit so that everybody can take a picture of it. So if there is a discrepancy, they will call the remaining party agents. Let's see your own copy. It's like one person has said, no, the result is not correct. What is on IREF? They will call all the other parties and say, let's see. If they can confirm 3, 4, 5, the one with the DSS, the one with the police, it will how do I call it, validate the result that they have.
No, you are getting it wrong. What it says, it doesn't matter what the DSS or what everybody have. Everybody might have different things. Everybody might have different things. What it says that if there are discrepancies in all, what takes higher thing is the one in IREV. What takes higher authority is the one in IREV. So now, IREV is like.
Assuming without conceding now.
Is it possible to upload a wrong result on the IRF?
And something different to the IREF.
It's very possible, man.
Listen, it's possible. But if that is where.
So why do you believe the one on the IRF more than the one you have in your hand?
Listen, let me get a point. Let me tell you. That is where at the polling unit you have to upload at real time comes in, because it's a short period of time, so you can't just post anything there. People will just see it and create some kind of alert awareness. That's why it's very mandatory that when they are collating at that final collation in Abuja, when people are saying even at the state level, when they are collating and there is discrepancies, that is why that uploading it's more like a.
They were only complaining about the delay, that it was not uploaded in real time.
No, it's not just that. It's not just that.
evidence of discrepancy. They did not bring any evidence of discrepancy.
If you watch videos, you see some people saying that this is not what I have here. People, I can show you several videos where they are saying, Labour Party are saying, this is not what I have here.
Des, please hold on. Everybody hold on, please. Since they upload maybe 90% or 80%, I don't know the percentage they've uploaded. Have you guys have any discrepancy on the one they uploaded now with the one you have in your situation room?
I don't understand. I mean, the one that I uploaded, the problem is we've already seen the one they said the one that uploaded Cross River is not what INEC called. So that's the problem now. That's where the one in the IREV,
Rivers, not Cross River. Rivers, not Cross River.
Sorry, Rivers. That's why it says the one in the IREV should take more authority. But the problem is there is not all the results. Even if you go to court, you can bring out the law and say say IREC says that this one in the IREF portal takes more charge. And now when they are looking at the IREF portal and they are seeing so many pictures that are not INEC results, it makes the whole process faulty. And you are seeing some results that haven't even been uploaded. And people, how can people say, okay, this is the right result? So
I have
it
your
makes
answer.
everything bad. Yeah.
Let me read the Electoral Act for you. They said, where during collation of results, there's a dispute regarding a collated result or the result of an election from any polling unit, the collation officer or returning officer shall use the following to determine the correctness of the disputed result. A, the original of the disputed collated result of each polling unit where the election is disputed, the original. Smart card reader or other technology device used for accreditation of voters in each polling unit where the election is disputed for the purpose of obtaining accreditation data directly from the smart card reader. So that's just for accreditation. C, data of accreditation recorded and transmitted directly from each polling unit where the election is disputed as prescribed under section 47, blah, blah, blah. D, the votes and result of the election recorded and transmitted directly from each polling unit where the election is disputed. So it's the one that they transmit. They're not talking about you to go to IREV. Those are the steps, 4 steps, and all the 4 steps references going back to the source and also checking the card reader for accreditation.
What did
they did not tell you to.
What? Transmitted how?
They said the vote and result of the election that is recorded and then transmitted directly. They didn't say go and check in IREV. Check what got transmitted to IREV. There's a difference.
I'm not sure.
And the very first point, they said check the original of the disputed collated result. That's the very first point. And this is, I'm reading directly from the Electoral Act page.
Who is speaking?
This is Kulata.
Okay, Kulata, can you give me a second? Now, that's one of the issues that is giving us challenges. Transmitted. It did not say electronically transmitted. That transmission means I mean, let's say, I mean, you can, it's possible, it's very easy to laugh it off. But when you get to the nitty-gritty of this, that's where, you know, the facts will emerge. Because the act of taking the result, that is the hard copy of the result to the collation center is a transmission by itself. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Yeah, making sense. And they said if you can't resolve the issue of the dispute, you have to recollate. And when you recollate, it's not IREV. Recollation is manual. You have to recollate. And if they find out the electoral officer committed whatever fraud, he has a fine of 5 million naira or imprisonment of up to 3 years. I just read directly from the what's called. So this guy that you're talking IREV is for your convenience for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to go and view the result. And that's where you guys have beef. And it's not a material beef. It's just the fact that something got delayed.
You know, if you don't have any reason to dispute anything, you just look for any flimsy excuse. That's what I see.
But what is transmission? I beg go make her ask. Which one be transmission for inside there now?
Which one? Which do you mean?
When they say it's not one guy say wait. The guy say it's not electronically transmitted. manually transmitted from which data to another? Where?
Well, if you go to legalese, if you don't specify electronic, then transmission can be, you can transmit through it.
How do you not transmit it? How do you
You
not
can
how
transmit
do you
through
not
it.
transmit the information?
Legally, you can transmit through a pigeon. You can carry a pigeon bird, put the results, and tell it to fly to Abuja.
It can be manual.
Okay, can be manual now. Wow, this Igbo language,
Now.
I just laugh because I heard that there.
Okay, let's Kulata. Let's look.
There is no way you transmit things when electric something is not involved. There's no way.
No,
there is no possible way.
Let's go there. Let's go there. Don't let's go to that. But I want to ask a question. Now, I don't know how it is worded. Is electronic transmission and electronic transfer, are they the same thing?
You know, in court, you can, if you go the legal way, you can make it sound different. For all intents and purposes, to transmit something, like you're beaming a signal, that's transmission. And it's also, in theoretical terms, it's also transfer of that signal from one place to the other. So for simple English, is similar.
But when you transfer something, that is manual.
It depends now. If I transfer my bank, if I transfer money from one account to another, it's manual. It's
also electronic. You are right.
Mechanically, you can transfer something mechanically.
And you can transfer mechanically.
Electronically, it's true.
But I think the Electoral Act mentions electronic media in many places. So
okay, since they did put electronics there, then Nigerians will not interpret it by themselves. So we leave it. Like it's not straightforward.
Let the court to decide.
Can we just carve everything that they should go to court?
Meanwhile,
let the court to decide.
I
don't know why we are judging
case
doing the duty of the court here. We are taking the duty of the court.
We are already internet lawyer here and internet
I don't
judge.
know.
We have right for public opinion.
Of course, you are right. We have right for public opinion.
People have right.
But our opinion is not going to count on that day.
It's not counting anything now.
Understanding. Meanwhile, what law requires? Hold on, please. What the law actually requires is substantial compliance. It did not say 100 compliance. Substantial compliance. So 60% can be substantial compliance. 70% can be substantial compliance. So if you want to prove irregularities, that is a to.
Can you move a little away from your mic so that I can hear you very well? I don't hear you. I think you are too close to it.
I'm very far from it. That's the truth.
Continue.
So what the law requires is substantial compliance. Now, substantial can be 51%. Substantial can be 91%. But it must not be, on the last word, it must not be 100%.
Correct.
It can't be 100%. Have you ever seen any U.S. election self? Nah.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't see any. My quibble on this conversation we are having is election has came and gone. Let me finish. Please. Let me finish. We can't even hear you. You are breaking, brother. You are breaking, please. Election has come. Where came or come is any English you want to use. Election is gone. Anybody that have the quibble, that have any problem with the Electoral Act, even Peter Obi said he's not challenging the results. He's challenging the process. So they should walk up to the court. They already walk up to the court, and the court will decide what is going to happen at the end of the day. But in my opinion, this election, we can give him some credence or some kudos. Buhari did well for signing the Electoral Act, which he fraudulently signed, because he's supposed to have signed this Electoral Act long time ago, because he did that because of his own selfish interest. But we can give that to them. But this election, to me, is even past the Abiola own. It passed the Abiola own way far better. That is just my own. Kolata, you can disagree with me.
Well, the Abiola one was option A4. It's option A4. That one too was very credible. I mean, because that one did not really close, so we can't. It's not a complete election, kind of, because we did not get to digest the result and analyze. We moved on into feeling grievance. So that's why I don't really want to compare it to Abiola's election. But
let him land, please. Let him land, please. Please. Thank you.
Correct.
You are even breaking. You are breaking. Bishop, your audio is bad, man. You are breaking. You are disrupting the section. I'm very sorry. Kolata, land, please.
Yeah, so that's why I won't compare it to Abiola. And we can say Abiola, literally, Thomas, I don't old. That's 30 years ago. So, that's almost ancient compared to now. So, but based on 1999, there are no incident forms. There are no, you go and collate, everybody will go and drive into the bush and start creating results. All that stuff is over. It's real people that go and do accreditation. You can't bring ghosts to come and do accreditation. The number of kids is reduced. The number of foreigners coming into Nigeria to come and vote, reduced. So many things reduced. And then we want to pretend like, no, it wasn't. We know the election is over, but I can't stand the pretentious attitude. Like we say, no, this is the worst election ever because Mahmoud went to, what's the name of that place in the UK?
Chatham House.
He went to Chatham House. He said this, he said that. If you read the Electoral Act, they said INEC can change the procedure. The INEC is allowed to change the rules. So whatever I said in Chatham House, is that something you can take to court when the law itself says they can change their guidelines? So what are they talking about?
Why would he say that now when he know that he's not ready to keep? That's my own problem. You cannot keep
say
a promise.
Why
would he go to Chatham House to say that to the world? And you say it's nothing.
Can you take
it's
him
not,
to
there is
court?
nothing. And I'm not questioning the fact that he can change his rule anytime, but when you know that you can do that, why it's like deceiving people. So let's
not deceiving people
just
now.
that
so
fact.
Wait, have you implemented any project before that you have the best laid plans, but during the implementation things go wrong or things get challenging, and then you switch? That's why you have for every.
You didn't make any statement before you switch. You would have come out and say this happened. Then I'm about to switch.
Ekene, do you remember 3 days to the election? Mahmoud said they are not going to transfer electronically. Do you know that?
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
I didn't hear it. I didn't. Where
did he say it?
Let me finish.
I didn't hear that one. I didn't hear it. Honestly, I didn't hear that one.
Let me finish, please.
Because
you guys, you don't have privy to information. I'm telling you, 3 days to the election, Mahmoud told us that the election may not be transferred electronically.
When
we treat it on this platform.
I didn't see it. I didn't see the video. The ones the one that he said we have the video. The one he said that he read.
Are you sure?
I'm not disputing the fact that he can change the. I'm not disputing the fact that he can change
the only thing I know, 3 days to election, they were only promising Nigeria free and fair election. No, I didn't hear that one.
I didn't hear that one.
No, hold on.
The only thing I know is that.
Hold on.
Ekene, please. Hold on. Ajale Koko,
we treated it on this platform. Mahmoud make an announcement that election result will not be transmitted electronically. He says so. But where I have problem with INEC is that
you transmitted results electronically on Senate and House of Rep, but under the presidential you didn't do. That is where I have problem with them. That action is questionable. If they didn't do any one of them, both the Assembly one, the Senate, and the National Assembly, and if they didn't transmit anyone electronically, we can say yes, there is a problem, and that is why.
Baba Johnny,
Why
can I
only?
interject?
Yes, say
Yeah,
so.
Madam Sita, how are you?
Say so.
I'm
I want to
fine.
ask you something before you interject. Who is on this picture? I'm about to toast that lady on this picture. I hope it's not you. It's your daughter.
Okay. Anybody want to see us? You're fine.
Don't worry, your wife is listening to you now. You will soon get in trouble.
Go on, how are you?
I'm fine. Good day,
Yeah,
everyone.
thank you.
Baba Johnny Coco, why they did it? I am not saying that just because of the last statement you made. I am not saying that INEC is telling the truth, but all of them passes through different threads. In the cyber, they are not passing through the same thread. So they can say the presidential thread is not working, but the other thread is working. But to me, as somebody who is in the cyberspace, the best thing INEC did in that election is to shut down that presidential thread. I am sure they listen to their IT personnel. That is the best thing, to take it offline. If the paperwork and the thing that is collected in the polling unit, you are not satisfied with it, go to court. You see, as at 2 weeks to the election, the cyber of INEC was extremely too busy. A lot of bots and a lot of spam were coming in. So when you experience that kind of a thing in your cyber, it's just like...
Mama Zida, do you know where it's coming from?
Wait, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just telling you what happened. Now, if you are somebody who work in a parastatal where they have a general, that is a central IT department that now gives you access to other things, most times when you have issues with your laptop or with your desktop, the first advice they tell you it is to put it off. Wait for some time, put it on again. If they keep telling you switch it off, there are several types of switching off. Some they will say go switch off in the electricity. Some they will say switch off in the system. That means your electricity will be on. It's just the hardware that will tell you to put off. So when you have a busy for a parastatal like that, when their cyber became that busy, something is about to happen. More especially if they notice that it's on that thread that thing is happening, they can't but shut it down. So all these arguments we are saying here, saying there, if the Constitution says the Electoral Act, if it says the INEC has the right to go either way, then I don't think there is any issue on that. Unless the electoral law said they must put it there at written, which I know nobody who knows cyberspace will write such an electoral law. looking at what is happening today in the cyber world, nobody will write that kind of electoral war. You must transmit it in real time. No, nobody will tell you that. So it is, I'm just trying to interject for Ajani Koko. They are not using those elections are not using the same thread. That's why one can work, one cannot work, or they can decide to shut down one and leave the other one open. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Zita. I think you it's very expansion. You expatiate that there is no
Thomas, can I throw something to Zita?
Yes, go on. Yeah.
Assuming they transmitted the presidential election and it got hacked, what sort of disaster will we be in today?
That would be Russia and America. Russia and America election. That's it. Russia
It will not be. But let us be sincere here, my brother. Let us be sincere. Every country in the world, they have people who protect their what is it called? Their data. So it is very difficult for people just to hack it. The same people that wrote the software that enabled them to register
hold on. Let him land. Yeah.
Voters card. Yeah. Wait to the same software can transmit those things. It's just because of our country. Is it not from the same data that was voters card that was given to people that enable people to vote? All of them is electronics. Why can't people act that? The thing is that it depends on what Nigeria wants. And that is the whole problem.
Is not electronic.
So South Africa cannot do election. You expect to be like that. Most countries in the world, you can't. It's because of our country. So we cannot say because. So you are free, madam. You can also interject.
Yes, you can. You can let him land. Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Go on, madam.
Thomas, can I interject?
Yes, go on. Yeah.
You can.
I actually asked the question, Zita.
I will come to your question. I think I need a little clarification on the question you asked, Kulata. But let me interject on this one. You see, this is a global platform and every day we learn. You said something very important. You said they protect them. Don't they have people to protect it? Then the question I will ask you, how do you think they protect it? You said it's Nigeria. If you are having such problem in your cyber, don't you have people to protect it? Then the question is, in what ways do they protect the cyber when they're having such issues? And I just told you how they protect it. Take it offline. It's done in the US, it's done all over the world. The first thing you do, I get
Madam,
yeah.
But let us be sincere. Look, madam, no, where you are, there is excuse something here. If there is any threat and Nigeria government cannot hold any election because of that, they will shut everything down because we need the voters card programmed to vote. So if it permits us to vote, the same software can transmit everything. It's so simple.
No, you don't
Nigeria
get the
government
point.
bargain. Yeah.
You are not getting the point.
Okay.
They didn't tell you there is somebody who wants to stop Nigerian election or disturb election. They said they noticed that somebody wants to undermine the result.
Yeah.
And they look at, you said they should protect it. And that's exactly what they did. They look at the thread. Where is this thing coming from? Where is this traffic coming from? Because they call it traffic. They notice that the traffic, I'm not saying what they said that is true. I'm just saying what they came up with, which is true when it comes to cybersecurity. Now, they looked at the threads and they said, where is this traffic coming from? They saw the busy traffic on the presidential thread. How do you protect it in cybersecurity? Shut it down. Take it offline. That's the fastest thing you will do. If you don't do that, everything will be corrupt. They do it in the US, they do it everywhere. Even in the US, during their election, if there's somebody wants to
How will Nigeria
jump in,
vote?
they shut it down.
How would they wait now? Okay, okay, madam, permit me to put this. When you shut it down, how will they vote?
Midwest, can you hear me?
No, and they're not voting electronically.
Voting is not electronic.
The voting is not the transmission. That's what they want to do electronically. They have voted. They have counted the results.
Madam Sita, it doesn't stop the election, voting election.
No, madam.
Yeah.
You guys are basically, see, if you're saying they shut it down, at the period they shut it down, people were still being accredited with that beaver. So I don't understand. I don't understand.
We are not talking of beavers now.
Guys, can I interject to explain? Can I interject to explain? Beavers is a machine. Beavers is a machine. You accreditate on that machine. There are many beavers machines. Voting is manual.
It's a software machine.
Can you please hold on? Let him land, please.
But it's a
Let him land.
It's just a small computer. It's just portable. You accreditate on beavers. There are many beavers machines. That's just accreditation and nothing more. You do not vote on beavers. After they get you accredited, you can now go and vote. Voting is manual. Counting of the votes to get the result, manual. Result is written in form EC8A. Then you now scan that form EC8A and upload it to a backend server, and it gets published to IREV. That's the process. Don't confuse the voting, the authentication. Don't jumble everything together. They're distinct processes. You guys can carry on.
Please,
Thank you for
clarification. What's your question? It's like when you are saying something, the way I learn, let me finish. The way I learn, if you are saying something that I don't have knowledge of, instead of me attacking you, I know most times when I say some things here, people start, you see some people, you lie, you are an idiot, you are a devil, you are a wicked woman. You are saying I'm a liar, but you are not bringing the truth. And it makes the platform not being very educating. I have a lot of younger ones listening to me as I speak. When you are discussing a particular issue, if you are not knowledgeable in that area, you listen. Then after, you can go and make your investigation and come back to attack the person. Okay? I made an explanation here. I said these things move in the different ways. You cannot put presidential, Senate, House of Rep, move them in a tray. I'm talking about in the cyber. They don't go in the same tray. I am not saying that INEC is saying the truth. I said it here first. I am not saying they are saying the truth. I'm just saying it is not really good for them to leave that way on. That is online. It is not good. What is going to happen there is going to be too catastrophic. And I gave an example. When you are working in a company where you use one network to operate, you have an IT department. So what it means is that they are the one that releases those software, enables them for you, your Wi-Fi, your internet, everything, they give it to you. The moment you have a problem with your computer, your desktop, or if you are using a laptop, the moment you complain to them you have a problem, the first thing they tell you is to take it offline. The offline, they know several ways to take it offline. Sometimes they will tell you, go and take the electricity off. Sometimes they will tell you, it's the hardware. Take it off. It's not coming, it's not this thing from the electricity that is disturbing it. Sometimes they will tell you, okay, fine, restart the whole system. They won't tell you to put it off. They will just say, told you to go to restart and restart it. So there are several ways of taking the whole thing off for it to reset and continue. Now, if you have a problem, you notice a problem, and the problem, the only, will I say now, the easiest way to solve such problem now, so far in cyber, number one thing is to take it offline. I'm not talking about beavers. I'm talking about sending something to the IRF, which needs the internet to do that. And the IRF, you can only see it via the internet.
Internet. God bless you.
So that is what I am saying. I'm not talking about accreditation. Accreditation, your name, your photograph has already been loaded in the system, powered. So whether there is electricity there or there is not electricity, the thing is already working. It accredits you, it stores it in that thing. It doesn't need to go out to another place. Anybody can view it in that thing. That's why INEC has to compare it with what they have. How many people did you accredit? They have to look at it and compare. Then they look at the BVF or whatever, BVAS or whatever you people call it, and look at the number of people that voted. That's how they find overvoting. I'm talking about in the cyber. So I don't like this argument of
Madam, please, I want to ask a question. Please, I want to learn and I want to ask a question, please. Now, look at the whole situation. They voted manually and haven't counted the whole result manually. Now, it's just for somebody to sit down and write the figure. That's when I think that's what we are arguing here now. Because they voted manually, they counted manually. But to transmit the result, the result electronically, is that what we are arguing? Because I don't understand.
No,
Those situations is still confusing.
Midwest, learn about the process. When they vote manually, they count manually. Then they take the copy of result and call Labour Party agents, take your copy. PDP agents, take your copy. Police, take your copy. INEC, copy. Then INEC will now take their own copy and go and upload. Labour Party will take their own copy and take it to their own situation room to go and tally. That's the law.
Okay. And no, look at where I'm going now. If INEC want to do their own, is a manual. Yeah, madam. Manual copy has been given to INEC himself.
Let him finish. I'll ask my question. My question has to do with the security.
I'm not talking about security here, but it's the process.
But we just explained the process to you
because the process
transparent.
But see, even though if the cyber people attack the result, people are having it manually. I don't know.
Let me ask my question. I think it will shed some light in what you're trying to say. Let me ask my question to Zita. I know I mean, of course, I know the answer.
Ulata, please hold on. Please. I don't want two voices at a time. Please. If 3 people are speaking at a time, we are just talking rubbish. Please. If you want to come in and you see that somebody is not yielding the space for you, just hold on. If you finish his assertion, then you can come in. Thank you. Kulata, go on.
Okay, now I want to ask the question to illuminate. It's not like I don't know what the answer is. So here's the question. So assuming they went to upload the presidential and we had some bad people hack, because Zeta was explaining what they call DOS attack, when you have all sorts of zombie IP address just maybe trying to bring the server down and looking for space and creating some hole via some protocol, get into the system and manipulate. So if you had people, they've already created all sorts of election results, scanned EC8A, because it's not EC8A. They've already created all sorts of fake scanned EC8A. And then they mass upload it into a compromised server. So that means everybody that logs into the IRF, the results will be totally different from the one manually counted and shared. And then we're going to have chaos. So Zita, my question is, if that was the situation, where will we be today?
would have accepted the result now, because when you open it, it's going to be actually it might not come out clean, because what it means is that a lot of people will be struggling to do that. It's not going to be only one person somewhere trying to hack it. No. Another person somewhere will be trying to hack. Another person will be somewhere trying to hack. So that busy traffic, up to 200 or 300 busy traffic they created, about 10 might be the real one that actually want to type. So they're trying to confuse the system, because before you can make a system vulnerable for it to be attacked, you must make it busy.
Let me say something, because I don't understand this hack of a thing. If Nigeria was so sophisticated, I'm pretty sure that all this bank would have
Also
been
with me,
hacked.
my brother,
But
because I'm
let me
confused.
let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me finish.
Who told you they don't hack the banks in Nigeria? Who told you?
Let me say this. I've never had
No,
that
wait,
case.
let's finish
But
that one first. Who told you
which
they
bank
don't?
now?
No, we are talking.
Which bank in Nigeria have
No,
you
because
heard
they
they
don't tell you.
hacked?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why is it that sometimes when you send your money, it doesn't go? Why is it that sometimes?
Obviously, we know
Wait,
that
let me
question.
finish. So you expect, sometimes when you ask questions, to me, it sounds funny.
No,
Excuse me.
Madam
What?
Zita, I
Wait,
made a
wait, wait. Let
statement.
me finish. Let me finish now. I want to say something on what you said. So you want the banks to come and announce, hey, our banks has been hacked too. That's when you will believe that being hacked on daily basis.
Madam Zita,
Continue.
what I'm saying is, for the kind of money that INEC used, I'm pretty sure they are capable of controlling any hacked attempt.
But that's
And
exactly what they did now.
and
That is what they did.
also, Madam Zita, this is a clear case of. Let me give you an example. It's a clear case of a
That is
lot of
what they
people.
did now. They hired
Let
the
me
best
finish.
experts and they advised them. And they did
Yeah,
what they did.
yeah,
That's
let me
exactly what they
finish.
did.
You cannot just say if you hire the best expert, you're meant to defend the hacking, not just block. I mean,
No, 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 no.
what is there? Let
Wait,
me say
wait,
something.
wait,
What
wait.
is there?
You
What
said
is your job
something.
then?
No,
Your
you
job
said
your job
something.
is to
You said, wait now, wait, my brother. You said something. Let me take you one after the other. You said they are supposed to defend it. And I said
Yes.
before, listen to me. The technology as of today, that's why I said when I talk, please, people should listen to me. The technology as of today, the only way to defend it, I hope I'm making sense to you. To defend this thing you defend, you are saying, is to shut it down. Not
How
to
is
start.
it the
Wait,
no,
let
you
me
can't say
finish.
that's the only
Wait,
way. No, you
hey,
can't say that. If
wait, let
if
me
you say the
finish.
only way
So,
is to shut down,
wait,
then you're not defending.
hey,
That throws
let
away
me
the
finish
argument of
now.
defense. Yes.
When you see traffic coming into your server, you go offline. That is the only what you have to do. As of today's technology, you quickly go offline. Then you go to your back end and start watching what is going on. That way you have blocked the outside from seeing you. Then you start doing what you want to do. And the outside includes you that is standing at the polling unit that want to upload something. Includes
First
you.
of all,
So that's
if
the
you're
people that,
saying
anyway, never mind.
if you're saying they are going to the back end server, I mean the hackers can also go there. That is the essence of hacking. I'm saying, yeah,
If you believe that
defending
that they have to
the
fight them and defeat
the
them online, it's okay
the
now. So we don't have a discussion. If you
the
think
essence.
that
What
the
I'm
only
trying to
way they should be strong enough to start fighting the hackers, the traffic. They keep fighting it until they defeat them. If you think that is the way they do it,
But Des,
that's okay.
hackers can't go to your backend when you're offline now. Will they come into your How can
what
they
do you
go to your
mean?
backend when you're offline?
How
You've
can
taken your
they?
server down, you went offline completely, and you say they can
No,
go to
how can
they
they?
can
If I if you
take my
let me make an
if my server
instance.
is
Yeah.
in my
Now,
premise, if
wow.
my server is in my premises and
Let me
I took my server offline, how will you come to my backend? Will you come to my office?
okay. Let me give you an instance. There's someone
But I
post
want
something.
to ask a
Oh
Someone
my
question. I want
God.
someone posts something on your Facebook and you click on it, and you immediately found out that it is a hacking whatever, and you log off your Facebook. Do you think it ends there? Trust me, if you come back, you see you're shut down, you're shut out
Yes,
from your
logging
Facebook.
off Facebook is different from pulling the plug.
I mean,
Kulata.
he's
Madam
giving
is
an
right on that
instance.
one. What she
Kulata.
please, what
Thomas.
Madam has been explaining is very
Thomas.
correct. We
Can
don't
I
need to argue
interject?
that. But
But
Can I
this
interject?
is
Thomas.
not where I'm trying to go to, though.
Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, please let me ask this question because of listeners. I wanted to ask this question.
Just
You
hold
know,
on a
when you
second.
confirm
Hold on.
people
Hold
electron,
on. Hold
okay.
on, please. Is Thomas there?
I'm there. It's too much voices that's why I
Okay.
just kept
Thomas,
quiet.
let
You
me
guys
say
just do your
something.
thing. Yeah.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, go on, please.
From what they kept saying, it seems as if he is not understanding me. Let me repeat myself again. He made mention of Facebook. And when I say this now, I will not say it again. He said, whatever he said about Facebook.
No, I made that mention because of the last guy's comment. I'm trying to get
finish.
him wrong. I'm not
The
making it because
the
it's in
first
a
thing
general
I said
statement.
here, if you work in an environment, you as a Facebook user don't have control of what happens in their cyber. Somebody can hack you, somebody can do anything to you, but what you will ask is, did somebody hack Facebook server? I don't know how to explain it to you. Your threat in Facebook is your threat as a Facebook user.
I understand that, Madam
Okay,
Zita.
thank you.
I understand that's all right. Facebook
Madam,
has
please, I wanted to ask a question.
anti-hackers. Facebook has anti-hackers for a reason, and they do their job perfectly. I'm saying, I'm not even
Please
trying to
let
go
me
into this
ask
space.
question. Let's forget about Facebook. Let's forget about Facebook, please. Facebook is different. I want to ask a simple question. We spend a lot of money into electronics. You confirm people, you have an electronic device to confirm them that they are original owner of a voter's card. They vote manually, result counted manually. Now you want to transmit. It means you are transmitting it from manual to electronics. Not that the voting was direct from confirmation, to through a process that confirm you and allow you to vote. Even when you voted manually, there is a way that your vote will go automatically to electronic counting. No. So what are we protecting from the software? I want Madam to elaborate that. It's like we move from electronics, there is a break somewhere, and now we want to start fresh. Why can't they just add this software together like other nations, other countries in the world? This is
Which
what I don't
country in the
understand.
world? Which
Yes,
country in the world
that's the problem I'm
hacked
trying to
together?
even get, Madam Zita. What are they trying to hack in? Because this thing is
Madam,
supposed to be
okay,
uploaded though. It's not like it's counting. If you're saying they're
that
hacking
was
it,
voting.
let me say something.
They
If you're
post me
saying
because I wanted to quickly put this one. Madam is asking a question because I don't know where she lives. Like they sent me a manual letter that said you are eligible to vote. One day I opened my letterbox, I saw everything to vote inside because they have my data. I went to the office where I vote. I met only 3 people there. It's not crowded. The 3 workers, everybody will come, vote, and go your house. I did it manually in my presence. They put it in a machine. You see it now. When you do it manually, they put it in a machine. The machine is programmed to know the party you vote for. The same machine that confirms my identity is automatically
I can't hear this
in
guy.
my presence.
But
Everything is going electronic.
We missed you. You
For
caught up.
Nigeria
Can
to
you go
manual
back?
voting, they can't manual voting.
Midwest, can you say what you said again? I think
Okay, another
your
person can continue, eh?
no, your internet dropped for a minute.
Okay,
Well, I
I
was trying to
said
listen to you.
we voted. Okay, we confirm people electronically. Software is there. Then after confirmation, everything ended. Then they vote manually, counted manually, and then we move again to another software. So you can see the whole process. We need to be sincere here. The government itself, everything is foundation. When they do all these things, they have something different in their mind. Because I have voted, every one of us vote in advanced country.
Can I
We do
answer
it.
your question?
Yes, Madam can answer. Clarify us there.
Your analysis, what the story you told now is not complete, but I'm going to ask you a question. So when you got your mail-in ballot, you or your voter's card or whatever they sent to you, you went to the polling unit and voted, and they put it in the machine to read out the person, the party you voted for. And there and then, they went it to their back end. You saw it at their back end. Did you hear my question?
Are you asking me? You say whether if I saw the result immediately?
You said they put it
electronically. No, what the process here is simple. They don't give anybody like one special. Let me put it. When I voted, my home paper I voted for manually. My president put it in the machine. You see it now. When they put it in the machine, the machine is, to me, is like a kind of something that store the data of my own, confirming my own voting electronically, and at the same time, that paper I voted for, they put it in an envelope. They have to post it.
Okay.
You see, in case of any verification, they would be able. I think that's what they did there.
I asked you a question.
Yeah.
You opened to their server and saw your result.
Yeah.
When they did that there and then, right
I saw the result. I saw the result. Wait. I saw the result of the party I voted for.
Can you please hold on? Can you please hold on? Let her land, please. Thank you.
So you went to their back end immediately and saw your result.
Not my result, the result of my party.
Now let me finish. You went to online, because what all this argument is online for people that started this argument. He said he wants to see it real time. So wait, now I'm asking you a question. When you finish,
Madam, the question is complex. Your question is not specific. I don't know why you want me to answer it. You say my result.
You opened your phone, logged on to their system, and saw it real time.
I didn't. My phone cannot even access that.
Thank you.
My phone can't access that system. It's not connected.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but Nigerian own, your phone can access it.
Those something. That's why we are all saying that we
this is the argument I'm making, Madam Zita.
Thomas, please, can I have minutes?
If they will let you.
Let me just chip in something. Sorry. If you're talking about
can you please hold on? You've been talking so far, please. Okay. Bishop, please come in, please. Thank you. Do we have Bishop or not, please?
Okay, I did not know you give me space. Okay,
yeah,
what I want to say
is I'm giving you space, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Now, I remember several months ago on this platform, I was always listening. Almost about 5 or 6 persons made predictions. They did a spreadsheet, or what do you call them? And make let's call it prediction poll. And I followed very thoroughly. Every one of them pointed at one direction. Higher percentage said Tinubu will win this election. APC was projected to win. And everything we said had come to pass. Why are we having this front and back to just to
But
discredit the
Bishop,
process? Let me
Bishop,
finish.
you can't go there. Why? Why
Please,
you
let me
can't go
finish.
there?
Can you please let him finish?
Finish,
Please.
please. I've been here for a long time enough now. Please. I just wanted to know why. Is it because they did not go to the particular way we wanted? We agreed maybe there are infractions, but we have also said that the infractions are not enough to discredit the entire process. I did not see any one of our spreadsheet in the months before the election. Anybody can dispute me here, can correct me here, that said Peter Obi was going to win. Not a single one.
Madam Zita brought out one, so I don't know.
Peter Obi was
Let
going
me.
to win.
Madam Zita
Yes,
brought out 3
yes,
spreadsheets, one for
yes,
B, one for Tinubu, and one for
yes.
Atiku. But
Yeah.
let me say this. Let me.
Hold on, let me finish now. You mentioned my name. I no go come answer again.
I never
Yeah.
finished.
Yes, no, Bishop, I did. I did what their win will look like. That is, if he is going to win, these are the states he has to win. Do you understand? Is somebody there?
We are hearing you. Go on.
Yeah. And
I'm
then,
hearing.
yeah, he didn't make most of the states.
So,
do you understand? I said,
yeah.
if Tinubu is going to win, these are the states projected for him to win. And these are the states he's supposed to make 25%. That's actually why one man did not allow me. Well, he didn't show it in the platform, but I explained it to them. These are the states he might win. These are the states he's projected to get 25% or even more, but not winning. Then when one man asked me, I told him I gave Peter Obi a win in Oshun, in Ogun, and Oshun at Ondo, And he said that was ridiculous. I think Lagos, Ondo, and Ogun, something like that. I can't remember unless I look at it. Yes, I projected his win, projected Atiku win, projected Tinubu's win. But what I did is that states them we win and get 25% to enable them become the president.
Yeah, that is
But
what.
he didn't make his own. He didn't make
Yeah,
those states.
but the argument is not even. We're not arguing on post election. We are arguing on what happened in the election, Bishop. Like
Yeah.
I'm trying to say, if you're saying they hack the server, this is my own thoughts, because when you're talking about hacking,
I didn't say hacking. I said traffic. Before
they
they
said
hack your server. No, wait now.
they say
Bros,
someone
wait. Let me explain first. Calm down. We learn every day. I learn from you. You learn from me. The first is just like saying, you are having headache, constant headache. It might be either migraine or your BP is high. Okay. I was still talking on the constant headache. So it's the traffic. When the traffic becomes too much, the traffic is not from you. It's an external traffic. So you will know that they are planning to do something. That's how they know. Nobody waits for them to be hacked first before you take an action. That's why they will always tell you there is an attempt on our
I understand
server.
that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I understand that. But where my higher argument is going to is, if there is an attempt, or they're assuming there's going to be an attempt, the wide senses, someone trying to attempt to hack it is going to have a reason. Yeah, it's either to manipulate or whatever he can do, or do whatever to the result, which is likely impossible because this transfer is manual. Do you understand? You're taking a picture. You cannot basically hack and change the number. It's not like the number people are voting and the number is changing from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, and someone can go there and manipulate it and hack it and change it. This is the problem what I have with people saying they are trying to hack it. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense because this is a picture that is being captured.
Can I explain it to you?
Now,
You know what
now,
they're uploading?
excellent.
Kulata.
Hold on, Zita, hold on.
Hold on,
Bishop,
please.
hold on.
Everybody, hold on, please. Everybody, hold
Thomas,
on,
can I
please.
interject?
Bukulata said he wants to explain. Let
I
him
want to
explain.
quickly
Then
explain
come in.
something to Des. Like the EC8A is the form that they're uploading. Is some crude looking form to create chaos. If I know I'm going to lose or losing, to create chaos, I can create a lot of fake. I can create a lot of fake. What's it called? EC8As and mass upload them for each local government area or however they collate them and put them in the server to create confusion. So that would discredit the election, and then they will have to maybe cancel the election and do another election.
But Colata,
So that
join the queue. Join the queue. What is the difference with what is in the IREV? We saw a lot of fake shit out there. So you can't tell me this is what they are trying to prevent and this is what is still out there.
no, so that's where the threshold for canceling election, it has to be substantial. It has to be substantial. If what you see in RF is just
License
one,
there.
if you
Home
here,
is
if you
place.
there,
But the order for me.
Thomas, mute, Thomas.
It doesn't.
Sorry,
Colata, it doesn't have
Joe.
to be
Yeah, hold on.
substantial like you said. Why
Yeah,
I'm
what I'm
saying
saying is,
this.
you make it substantially wrong, and then they will have to cancel the election. That's why people may want to hack.
Kulata, can I
Yeah,
interject?
yeah.
Maybe you didn't explain it well. I will say. Now, Des, let me tell you something. Let me make a fun of it. Do you know what they call passion? You see, this thing people are saying hack. Why is the person trying to do it? Who is he supporting? Who is he hacking it for? Why would they say they want to hack it? What are they going to hack? Maybe if you are in the cyber world, you will know that there is a lot of fun in it. You know, you can see it as a modern witchcraft. Do you know that somebody don't even have anything? Nobody paid him, but he will just relax in his bedroom. All he needed to do is to wipe away everything in the server. And when he do it, he feels so excited and drink his champagne. So that's how far the cyber world is today. Just as like sometimes you come back from home, you just sit in front of your computer and you be playing computer games. For those of you who have passion for it. So is this cyber whiskies. That's the same thing they do. This is a global platform, I must say it. They sit in front of their laptop, in front of their desktop with all the gadgets connected to it, and they're looking for a place to wipe up. Nobody paid them for that. So the question of who are they working for? Why would they want to hack it? Why would they want to wipe? What
No,
are they
I'm
going
not
to
saying
wipe?
who they are working for. That's not my
No,
argument.
I'm just adding those ones. I'm saying reasons, trying to bring out reasons why they're doing that. And sometimes there is no reason, it's just fun. We do that all the time. It's just fun. You don't really need to have just like going in now. One man says something I didn't like yesterday, so tomorrow he's not going to have a studio. It's just as simple as that. You shut down one man platform and go home. Just relax on your bed. The man will be doing pop, will you be laughing? It's a hobby. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, let me say this. This election, why I think it's not fair. If I am to be kind of in this election, I'm going to have a plan as a player in it. If I have a plan according to the rules, and I have the plan, maybe it's a football now, and there's a rules and regulation, if you go ball behind the goal kick is corner and all that stuff. And I know there's rules to the soccer. And I enter the pitch with the intention of playing that ball within that rule and winning that game. And when I started the game, doing the game, and you tell me that if someone slides me, it's not a red card or it's not a yellow card, and you automatically change the rule, then I'm basically confused in that process, and that game I'm playing is no longer fair to me because I'm now playing according to a game plan that I didn't plan all along. So it's basically not fair in the entirety of it. So I don't know. I really don't know what's gonna happen in the court, but I do know that there's a lot of chance that this is going to be cancelled. At least 70%.
Let me tell you something. In life, there are when a law is being put, there's what I call values to it. For every law, there is a value. Now, just example you gave, the person might do it out of face value. In judiciary, they used to say funny things like first-time offender. So because he's a first-time offender, the penalty will not be 100%. That's what they call values. Now, coming to the electoral process in Nigeria, if somebody says this thing is going to go like this, and halfway he notices that thing, if you go like this, something might go wrong. Yes, if it's in his power to veer to another side, he should do it. And I tell you something, the law supports that. So things are not done stiff-necked. No, nothing in life is. I remember the former secretary to the United Nations. I remember one thing he was pushing before he was made the secretary of United Nations. I think is it Anyoko or so? I've forgotten his name. They were interviewing him in CNN some time ago, and they said, "You said this thing now, and look at what you're doing." You know what he said? He said, "It's only a fool that doesn't change his mind." That is, no matter you have a mindset for something and you're going, and along the line you find out that thing you said, this is the way I'm going to do it. If you try it, you might hit the rock. It's only a fool that will say, because I have said it, I must continue like that. Every human has the power to change, but even the law. That's why they will tell you cannot touch the law, but you can manipulate the facts. And that's the fact INEC is going to use. I couldn't do this because of this. And the electoral law gave them room for that. Thank you.
Madam Sita, thank you so much. Let me just ask you this question since you're already in. I know you will soon go to bed. What do you see about endorsement of
No, it's time for
Zelensky?
work. One question more.
Work, yeah. What do you say about the endorsement greeting of Tinubu by the Ukrainian president? What does that mean to you?
In fact, if I say something I want to say here, you people will carry stones and start stoning me. I'm telling you. You see, number one, I don't even know why the congratulation came late. What Nigeria has done for them, and in recent time, what them and Nigeria has done for each other, I'm surprised it's coming late. That's one. Two, before I slept off, I heard somebody saying that it was they lobbied him, right? That APC is looking for
relevance.
For relevance. Okay, fine. I don't know, but let me say this. I noticed that APC is trying to go low. Trying to go low to the level of the understanding of the people who are attacking them. That is what I want to know. In the first place, Nigeria is a sovereign nation. Don't more especially in their elections. when the people who are legally empowered to announce the result of the election do, they don't really need to get relevance or accolade from other people to move on to that next administration. But I noticed that, and I think APC government, they are not doing it well. I've been thinking of that. They are going low, but they have not gone low enough. They should go into the internet, because this election of 2023 is run on lies, propaganda, innuendos, and the thing wrong. The thing really wrong. So since that is the language, the space understand, they still want to be in power. They still want to rule over those space. So they should go on with their own lobbying and propaganda. I know a lot that happened in 2023 election. That's why when people say one or two things, I begin to wonder, is it all they can understand about this election? Or is it all they saw? The arrangements, the lobbying, the plans, the backdrops, the backstage arrangement, and all those things. I know people who are in there that were sending me funny clips. I told you people that I'm a social scientist, freelance. I like collecting information in as much as I don't give it out. It makes me happy. I love information. So if that is what it is, that kind of low lies, low propaganda, low innuendos can make people happy and excited and they believe in it. APC is a party now. They want to go back to politics. They still want to be there. So they should go that low.
Madam Sita, do you think Nigeria need Zelensky or Zelensky need Nigeria?
They both need themselves. Any day we want to discuss that, I will tell you.
Who need most? Who needs each of them most?
That is not the space for today. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Let me come in a little, because I don't see this as a very nice or very good diplomatic move, considering that this is a I don't believe if my memory serves me right, we have more diplomatic ties with Russia than Ukraine, and considering that they are both at war, Tinubu visiting Ukraine, Zelensky, it's not a good diplomatic move, because you're going to go against Putin, which we know that Russia is the bigger country than Ukraine, so you can't basically make an enemy to Russia, making such a move. So I don't see this as a very good diplomatic move. I think Tinubu should just stay away. All these things that I should stay away from this war country. When they are done, you can now move on to whatever you want to do. Right now, it's not a very good move. Just to say.
Okay. Let me ask. Did you say Nigeria tipped more to Russia than Ukraine?
Yeah.
Where did you get that one from?
I mean, I can bring out data because I know what was it? Was it last 2 years? We bought how many billions of weapons from Russia?
And that makes us stick more to
I mean, not just that. I mean, I can bring out more. I'm just saying.
Well, permit me, please, for a minute. Yes, I agree with whoever spoke. Like, we have a lot of bilateral relations with Russia. That's a given. I mean, there is enough evidence. We do a lot of business with Ukraine too. In my own opinion, APC did not lobby for the validation of Ukraine. Ukraine just did what they needed to do, because at this time they need friends, not enemies, from wherever. But the fact that we do business with them in several areas, but especially there is a very tiny window that's open to Ukraine now and other European countries. Tinubu said on 2 occasions that our AKK pipeline that is going to Europe, this what do you call it, gas pipeline, we are going to be competing with Russia. Whether he says it or not, that is a fact. A lot of European countries are already looking towards Nigeria for their gas to substitute, as a substitute to what Russia is locking down. The attack on the pipe, on the gas pipeline, the Eastern Europe gas pipeline from Russia through Ukraine, I don't think it was an accident. There is so much to prove that even the hands of the United States is in it. So to a tiny extent, Nigeria is a pride between Russia, it's a beautiful pride between Russia and some of the European countries now. We have a lot of business. For example, if not for COVID, we would have started the rehabilitation of Ajaokuta, which is a major project to Nigeria. Because Russia, in the government-to-government deal with Nigeria, agreed to come and revitalize Ajaokuta for us.
Can I interject?
Just give me a minute, please. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Say that. So, obviously, in my own opinion, we have something to gain from both sides, and we have not played our card out, to show that whether we favor A or we favor B. I don't want to believe that APC lobbied for the validation. I'm not saying it is wrong if they lobby, but I don't think so. I think it is Ukraine that actually wants allies in wherever they can get the allies from. If you understand what I mean by ally, wherever they can, allies, yes. So wherever they can get the allies from, they are ready. And so far, they've reached out to Nigeria. The president-elect have not said, oh, I'm going to go or I'm not going to go. Several countries will invite him. They will meet at the sideline of the United Nations meeting, the General Assembly meeting, and what have you. So it's just a matter of time before the real politics begins to play out. Go ahead, Madam Zita. I yield.
Okay. You said something. Will I say you still countered yourself, Bishop? You said here that Nigeria has a lot of distance towards Russia. And then you talked about Europe. You talk about the support of Ukraine. And you didn't talk about, in all of these, those supporting Ukraine and that Europe window. Which of them is Nigeria tinting to? Is it tinting to Russia? Is it tinting to them?
No, we are not involved in the crisis going on.
No. You used to hear the friend of my friend is my friend.
Okay.
And the enemy of my enemy is mine.
There was a period of time.
So if Nigeria is deeper than what you're saying, is deeper than what you're saying. If Nigeria is with America and the rest of the Europe, North, South, and the rest of the Europe, Nigeria wants to have a romance with these places I have mentioned. And these people are having romance with Ukraine right from time, even before the war. And you are not telling me that Nigeria is more tinted to Russia than Ukraine.
No, I did not say they are more tinted.
I'm trying to process that. But that's okay. It's not the topic we are discussing today. The day we will discuss that, we discuss that in Intel, in degree and depth. That day, maybe this will bring out all the things Nigeria and Russia are romancing for. Then I will bring out all the things Nigeria and Ukraine are romancing for. Then we will elaborate.
Ukraine is still a new country, right? It's
Of
not.
course, now.
So,
of course, that makes it what it is. Never mind. The day we will discuss it with.
Madam Zita, give me a second. Do you know in the past 6 years, we have had good business relation with US, Russia, and China, and none of them interfered with each other. We bought arms from all of them, including Turkey. We bought a lot of arms from Russia, from US, from China, and from Turkey. And none of them interfered with each other. Because we can be friends with them getting involved in their fight. We don't need to die in their war.
You know, when you guys say diplomatic relations,
okay,
I don't really know I don't know what you people understand by that word. You said Nigeria bought military equipment from Russia, China,
yes,
and Turkey.
Yes, and US.
And I asked you a question, just a simple question. If the G7 put their feet down and said, Nigeria dare not buy from Russia, China, and Turkey, what will happen?
Why would they put their feet down?
You see, I don't like when I ask somebody because they've done it to other countries.
No, come on.
Wait, let me finish. I don't like when I ask somebody question, you throw it under the carpet like it will never happen. I said, assuming, because these people are fond of doing it to other countries. And then I asked, you are talking about diplomatic relationship. And I asked, if they do that to Nigeria, what do you think will happen?
Okay, do you want me to answer truthfully?
Yes, truthfully.
There will be basis for it. And it is not just one person that's going to determine it. They did it against Iran. Some people kicked when they did it. They did it against which other country was
and what did they do to Iran? And what did they do to Iran?
We know the lies. We know all the lies that followed it now. All the sanctions about oil.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You've answered my question.
But
Thomas
was dealing with them. Russia was dealing with them. Because let me say something. You were trying to quote someone, and let me quote this guy. There was American Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger said in one of the very famous articles he used to write for Time magazine then. Henry Kissinger said something about war and about interest. You know, and when he wrote, I'm trying to remember his words specifically. And he said, look, people that are ideological foes for whatever, when it suits their interest, America will use their veto power. When it suits their interest, Russia will use their veto power. What is the essence of 192 nations voting when only one nation, Russia, will say no, we don't want it, we veto it? How many times has Russia vetoed the United Nations decision about Iran? Can you remember? Uncountable times. So it's a matter of where did we tilt and whose interest are we serving at that particular time. So I cannot see G7 and say nobody should sell arms to us. If they don't sell, China will sell, Russia will sell, the iron will sell. So it cannot be about G7.
Who is moderating this thing? You know, say me, I know they like talk this way. Is it Kulata or who is moderating?
Us.
Huh? Hello?
Thomas.
I don't think Thomas is still on the platform. Is he still there?
I think he's there. Thomas is there. I can't see too well because I'm driving.
Thomas, are you there?
No, Thomas is not there. He's always in and out, but I think the village people are the ones.
Is anybody there? Is Kulata there?
Can you hear me?
Indigenous people is here.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Thomas is in and out.
Okay. But I'm saying that they say Thomas is in and out.
Okay, actually, you see this thing we are just talking about now. That was why I asked, what's his name, one man, for them to, we want to go back so that we can discuss intensively on this platform on the de-dollarization.
Okay.
I think when we discuss it, if everybody will listen and we learn from each other, I think we will be in a better position to talk about this thing you are saying now. Because
One question before you go ahead. What can you liken the dedollarization war? What can you liken it to?
what do you mean by I don't understand. How do you mean by what can I liken it?
The dedollarization gang up. You still remember the Cold War?
Mm.
You still remember the destruction of the League of Nations that gave the United Nations. So in this emerging war, in quotes, I'm using my word now, this dollarization, whatever, what can we liken it to? Is it the Cold War or the discredited League of Nations?
None of the above.
It seems like both of them seems like a gang up against the United States. In quotes, now I'm using my words.
None of the what you mentioned is to compare to it.
Okay.
They have moved away from that. You know, the professor that taught me economics in school, there's some certain things he said. He said nobody will tell us that. What people are latching on, that, you know, there's what is a currency has value and a currency has power.
Okay.
They are two different things. I don't think actually people mistaking power for value. The dollar does not really have that value, because there are a lot of currencies that are heavier than it in value.
But its value is in its universality.
No, it's power. It has power.
Okay, maybe that's the power.
It's the power, not the value. Now, when you use the variables that give a currency value to de-dollarize the dollar, it might not work. There are two different things, power and value. What keeps the dollar is much more than what they think. It's a lot. The man was able to give us 25 variables that gives dollar power. He said there are 200. But he was able to release to us. He said that the war on dollar is the propaganda the economists in the United States push to the world, and they're wrong with it. He happens to be a Japanese that taught me. He's not a Nigerian, neither is he an American. He's a professor of economics from Japan. So he said when they push that propaganda, they're wrong with it. So that's what they're running with. But let's see how it works.
Okay.
Because you look is ridiculous when you look at a king sitting in a seat and you say, I want the seat. But you don't think you have to do the things or do even more to unseat him. The dollarization is not all about running around, being 5 countries, 10 countries, coming about to form one currency to use it for your trade. It's much more than that. You should do more than that. You are looking at the end. You are not looking at the process. There are a lot of things that make the dollar tick. A lot.
Hey, I agree with you. There are a lot of things that make the dollar tick, but they are not invincible. That's what the world is coming to realize now. Because they placed a sanction.
Listen to me,
Russia.
Bishop. Listen to me, Bishop. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
I will give you one of their highest variable. One, they have highs, little, medium, small, medium, and large variables. Let me give you one of the large variables. Consumer index. They are the highest buyers of anything from planet Earth. I will end it there this night. Let me go to work.
Okay.
See you
But
people next time.
Okay, bye-bye. Because I wanted to respond to you, but that's okay.
Respond.
The consumer index, and that is one of the areas that the world is beginning to wake up now. Let me give you in simple terms. They buy the largest trade partner of America today is US. China. They buy a lot of things from China. Now, unfortunately, because originally the currency of trade is dollar, all America does is just print its dollar, a piece of paper, and buy real value from China and that's beginning to change now. That's beginning to change because America will continue to print its dollars and they will use their printed paper, color paper, to buy value from other countries, and that's where the dispute is actually from.
You don't understand. I just gave you, when you say consumer index, I just gave you the highest buyer on earth, and you are running with it. You are running
America
with it. Wait now. I just said something. I just said just one thing under the consumer index, and you are running with it.
No, it's not running with it, but that is a fact. That's a common. That's like
and
a
that
given.
Is what I'm saying now. A country like China, they don't buy, but they want to sell.
China sells.
They don't buy, but they want to sell. Bros, I beg, make I go walk. When you are ready, make we talk. Right. By the way, are you a Mecca?
Me?
They say you are a Mecca.
No. A Mecca?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Bye-bye. See you
She's a maker of one man show.
We discussed the other time about Rumodara now. I told you I live in Rumodara, Port Harcourt.
No, they told me this evening that you are a Mecca. Kulata, are you there?
No, that person is wrong. Somebody spoke now. I don't know whether it's Thomas or Kulata. Who is using food to terrorize us now? He knows you are hungry.
It's Midwest, though. Midwest people.
It's Thomas there. Who is on the screen?
It's Midwest.
My brother, it's me, Midwest people. I want to talk about our own Nigeria problem.
You know how they do in the village when you want to go and inform them of something going on in the village. Then you hit the drum. That's what it's called. So that everybody will pay attention to him. Midwest, you here.
You know, the thing I want to talk about is just the election, Nigeria Wahala, The thing is, for me, INEC have declared Tinubu the winner, and Peter Obi have chances to question some either technicality of the election, and he has done that in the court of the law. And I think everyone should exercise patience, and the judiciary should do their job and explain to Nigeria they should clarify Nigeria and explain to Nigeria carefully or in a very simple term that the whole people will understand why they take any decision that they might take. So I mean the court, not INEC. INEC have done his own, so they are just listening. Yeah, I mean the Supreme Court. So that
the court. Okay, go ahead.
So that then we now focus on governance, because our country is not going to be easy for any leader that emerge to lead that country. There's too much problem, and some are very profound that they require a lot of critical thinking before decisions should be made. Even the constitution.
Critical thinking, very okay, very correct. You are very correct. But we have a lot of thinking that has been done already. What we need mostly is the liver. Let me call it the liver. I don't want to use the word balls. to be able to take difficult but necessary decisions.
Yeah,
Difficult but decision.
Yeah, the thing is, how will I put it? If you look at the global economy generally, or global, what is going on globally, you will see that even countries with good data that have access to at least data that are accurate, close to 40, close to 80, 90%, their policies are failing. I'm telling you.
Okay, good. Now let me answer that. I mean, I like what you said.
And not to talk of a country like ours now, because the way I'm seeing things, the challenge is too much. Tribal division.
Forget the tribal divide.
Tribal divide. Wait now, we can't continue to say forget it. That one is there. The economy is not sound. I think the level of poverty have increased. Sir?
Okay.
I said he's agreeing with you by saying that, actually.
See.
Yeah. So I believe, at least, so let me quickly put this one. And I also believe whether Tinubu remain there or they replace him with Toby, all they have to do as a Satana from Nigeria, because we have cried so much as a Satana before this election. We join hands together to question the way Buhari was leading the country, but now we are too divided. And I believe if we don't patch that division, it is coming to even hurt both those who are sad today and those who are celebrating. That is just my view. Yeah.
Okay. If I have to say, if I have to add, I say let's debate. We need to have a very how do I call it? Deep discourse on setting the agenda. What are the things that need to be done effectively?
Patrick, sorry, do you have Patrick there?
I don't know if Patrick is there. Patrick? I don't know if he's there. I can't see the screen.
Yeah, the Patrick is here. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So if we can set agenda, because what my friend that spoke before the last person, or before the last person said, is very significant. What are the things we need to do as a nation that will put us in the right footing economically first? Economically, so that people can be gainfully employed.
The first thing that is killing Nigeria is corruption.
Is what?
Corruption. Corruption is worse than HIV. I keep saying it.
You see, hold on, please. I'm not disputing that corruption is a problem, but sometimes, honestly, we overhype this corruption. The truth of the matter is this: my own thinking. I don't think there is more corruption in Nigeria than it is in America. That's my own thinking. It's just because the way we live ostentatiously, we show off a lot and we make a lot of noise. I don't think Nigerians are more corrupt than Americans. That's my view. One of the major problems we have in Nigeria is, I think, our growth, population growth, which I don't have anything against, but our economic growth and production growth was not growing at the same rate, and we subsidized too many things. People will say there's nothing bad in subsidy, but if we want to live the way others are living, we cannot continue subsidizing everything the way it is being subsidized now, and we have a very high entitlement mentality, sense of entitlement. Everybody believes the government owes him everything from the day you were born. Oh, it's government that must provide you this. It's government that must provide you that. It's government that must provide you this. And whether it is health, whether it is education, whether it is food, whether it is that. If people tell you what they pay as tax in some other countries that this thing have been provided for, then we will know that we are not paying tax in Nigeria.
Okay.
So
May I come in here?
Well,
See,
go ahead.
I don't want to go to that very angle yet, because with the little experience I have here, the greatest challenges that we have is just corruption. I don't live in America, but I believe people that lives in America will never agree with you with that word that you believe America is corrupt than Nigeria. No, but they have a lot of mafias who are into some large investment, and globally they somehow been able to play some kind of things, and the government will turn blind eyes because it's going to bring a huge tax to them, and later when it explodes, they give promises and try to use their influence, talk to their allies. I know of this, but just taking direct from the government, I don't think United States will allow that, because no country will survive if you allow that. You see, you just mentioned tax. That tax you just mentioned, that they tell you what they pay. The difference is this: Nigerians pay tax heavily, but the government doesn't account for it. Here or in any advanced country, when you pay tax, every kobo you pay, the government will account, and they will send you the letter, and you will confirm it. Failure to confirm it, they will give you fine every blessed year. Like whatever, everything that people paid last year, this year, as far as Europe is concerned, and I believe it's also in America, you will receive a letter that confirms all your tax and your income, all your profit in business. Company, limited company will receive all. So that accountability is not in our place. And that is why we don't know exactly what people are paying. And let me give you an instance. I was in a program. Go and check any market wherever you live in Nigeria. You see somebody running a small shop. Some group of people will come with a ticket. They will give the person, some will collect 500, some will collect 1,000, some will collect 300 every blessed day. So that is to say, if somebody is paying 1,000 a day, that person pay 30,000 naira monthly. The person has no healthcare benefit. The government doesn't even know he's existing. It doesn't know the state of his business. It doesn't care to know anything about that person. So we can't talk about tax in Nigeria. We don't pay tax. We task people just the way the colonial master did it to our ancestors, and we remain there. So we have a long way to go. But however, I think healing these grievances and pains would be a better step to start these things and allow Nigerians to have a platform where they can also say, government, you are not doing it right. Because the way it is, like we are trying. Tinubu is not going to find it easy. Obi is not going to find it easy if he's there. Nobody. Because the opportunity Obasanjo got when he came there, these Jonathans, with what is going on in the world today, my dear, is no longer there. And this is what I believe. So let me also clarify you about tax again. Every business that does not make profit last year, every tax that the government collect from them, will return it to them. So we don't practice those kind of things in our country. So we think maybe when they say tax, we don't pay much, if they tell you what they pay. My brother, everything they do here, they follow accountability. I was discussing with somebody, we relate on this issue. He told me every single building they built, they completed. The number of stones and blocks that went there, the government must know. You must account for it. These are data we are talking about that enable them to focus, that make policies, economic policies. So when you don't have it, you are guessing. So this is, I don't want to go so deep. I think I will just close my own there. But I think the first thing is to heal at least the whole Nigeria and let them understand that this problem is no longer one man problem. Though I'm the president, I will give chance for Nigeria to contribute in one way or the other. I want to hear criticism. I want to hear insult now. But at least it's on lesser level. Remember, I'm also a president. I think that will help. Because people are suffering. We don't have that money like that. All these invest, they are be investing. You tell me one single thing
may God forbid, let's say there is a crisis today with all this global gang up, trying to strive and everything. What are we going to eat in Nigeria? Tomatoes is from China. Maggi from China. You go to market, China. So it's a serious issue, man. I allow you to also say your own part. Potoski. Thank Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
I did hear. No way.
Who did that?
I did hear. I did hear you.
Now thank Daddy. Yes, Daddy with that.
No, this is not. Is it recorded now?
Who be that, Potoski?
How you doing now?
Potoski, may you still contribute your own part, my brother. You know?
See,
yeah.
I just feel that generally, I've not really spoken today. They said if we were earlier on today, they said Zelensky congratulated Tinubu. And
yeah.
Some people felt that APC is the one buying congratulations. I said, well, that's what political parties do. They go around the world to rally support for their person. They go to the grassroots also to rally support for their person, so that when their person introduce a policy, those people can help them, because even no matter a policy you introduce as government, you still need the people, all of us, to carry out that policy and to make a success out of it. And how does the president, apart from winning election, how can a president make that happen? It's through his party, because it's only one person, but his party is the network that he has all over the country to be able to sell his policies to people.
Your party policies must be there to address this.
Exactly. So I feel that they are not wrong in doing that. Then another person raised a question that they invited Gowon to Abia. I said, well, they invited Gowon, the new governor, to Abia State.
Okay.
The new governor invited him to Abia State to come and pray. Then PDP now said that Gowon should not be allowed to step into Abia State until he apologized for the role he played in the Civil War. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah.
He said that for the role.
I didn't even see that one.
Yeah, I also felt that Gowon was wrong in that war, and so was Ojukwu. I mean, the war was unnecessary. So it should be okay for him if he could apologize to them. Ojukwu didn't have the opportunity to make his own apology, but the man should just take his moral body off him and just apologize, because there is no way you will ever justify a war, no matter on the side which you are fighting, whether you are fighting on the side of Biafran or the side of Nigeria. War is not good. Innocent people.
But let me ask you a question here. When you look at the war, I think Gowon will only, will only regret the loss of souls. You understand me? He will only regret that. Then, if he is to apologize, to whom will he apologize to? This is a question.
They say you apologize to Southeast, to the entire Southeast.
Okay. With the entire Southeast and their leaders also apologize to any other people?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They should.
Okay. Because if the both sides if the both sides are not willing to apologize, it doesn't call for, because it's not balanced, it's not going to help us. Because when the both sides apologize, the youth will not listen, learn, and understand. And when they analyze it, they will benefit, they will understand that there is nothing good, just as you have said, nothing good in war. And it's not something people should be pushing for.
Exactly.
So I have sorry, I just want to give you I'm from Edo State. I have my Igbo friends who were discussing this issue, although they have their way of narrating things. When he narrated it to me, I asked him some questions, and that question, it get provoked for me asking him that question. And because of his reaction, I was very, very also hungry. You understand me? So those kind of issues, why does it happen? It means if both of us are leader tomorrow, we can also easily lead our people to crisis.
To war, of course.
Because why? One party feel that they were right. And this is how they have been narrating it. So that is why it's not helping the issue. Critically, if you analyze the war, did Gowon start the war? This is where the bottom line have to start from. Did he start it? We are on air. I keep asking people this question. Did Gowon started that war? If we want to say the truth, we want to heal ourselves, we will go together and say, how did this fight even start? Did Gowon command Nigerian army and say, go and get me this man? Or it was Ojukwu who said he commanded his army to go and get Gowon? So when you go to the bottom line and genesis of this crisis, you will understand that there is nobody that was right as far as that crisis was concerned.
Yes, nobody.
So until we digest that crisis to that level, I don't think friends and brothers in the Southeast will learn. They just want us to see the pain of them, what they suffer. But the genesis of everything that led to that crisis and what other people suffer, they don't want to talk about it.
But another thing I don't want us to overlook is that they suffered more. You understand?
How will you say they suffer more? Because they are able to. Because why? Wait, because they lose the war. You understand me? This is the aspect. Because they lost the war.
No, and they suffered more. I'll tell you why. You know why? Their place was the battleground. You understand? So their place, Southeast was a battleground. Benin was also a battleground at a point.
So see my own narration. This is what I always put before them. We were a region of our own. And that war, that crisis from the beginning, it was just like exactly what we are seeing in this election. The Northerners will call it Yoruba and Igbo problem. Let's take it to Lagos now. What was about to happen the other day? I think by now all politicians, all sides are trying to water it down and to make everybody here to go down. I don't know whether you understand.
Yeah.
Every other nationality in Lagos will be seeing it as Igbo and Yoruba problem. Even as now, I haven't lived together for 60 years on our own. But those days, prior to that crisis, Nigerians don't know themselves. When some tribe come to your place, their character and their doings. Okay, you call somebody, come and sleep in my house. You tell you, say, no, I don't sleep in you. I will not sleep in your house. I sleep outside. And the person will spread his mouth. Rain will fall and he will sleep that outside. You will be wondering, what kind of human being is this? Then we don't know ourselves. But when you look at it from compared to now, yes, we are still seeing ourselves that way. Oh, this is Yoruba and Igbo problem, whereas it is coming to affect everybody. But then, if you look at the role David Ejo played, that it don't supposed to, the war don't supposed to start in Benin, in Midwest region. No way.
Yeah.
So the miscalculation or disrespectfulness nature brought that miscalculation to command his army into that place without any single arrangement with the indigenous people. Because they make it clear to him, don't bring your men here. We are not interested. They also make it clear to Gowon. Do you know how many times David Ejo threatened Gowon? They don't go to this thing. Even all these conferences Nigeria hosted that led to that Aburi, they will never talk about it in history. or were hosted in Benin. But in most cases, they don't say Ojukwu don't come, but that David Ejo will brief him because everybody believes diplomatically they can resolve this issue. However, when they finally went to Aburi, Gowon signed everything. He brought it back. Can a tree make a forest? If where you are coming from, one person can be in charge, every other people, whether once that person, they are able to grab that person as their leader, every other leader become irrelevant. That is your place. We respect that. But when you look at Gowon, how can only Gowon be able to take the entire? These are army. He knows he has people around him who are harmed. They can overthrow him. They can arrest him. Things can change. I don't know whether you understand.
Yeah.
And this was a tense moment in the history of the country. Okay, now having discussed everything with order and reasoning, they told him no. I don't know. When he said no, the question come again. They didn't answer Nigeria Army go there and change what we said. There were still corridors for more diplomacy. There were. Because when Gowon said no, he did not say Nigeria Army start fighting. And it was even that crossing of that bridge to that Midwest that unified Nigerian army because they were already separated. The Yoruba were not ready for, the Yoruba army were not ready for a command that would make them to fight to protect Nigeria anymore. Even there was a command that already split the army on ground. The Northerners are already in the north, the Westerners are in the west, the East are in the east. But the British that came in, some miscalculation already. They told him, wait, Gowon, you wait. They were waiting for a mistake that will enable them to put the rest people against them. And that mistake happened when they crossed to Benin. So if you look at it, you come to my own ancestors' house without their concept in history, bail up all of them, took their land, and you even declare a republic. You even pick someone who speaks your tribal language to start ruling. Can't they apologize for that? So apology is if they said if the man should go there, they should allow the man to say what is in his mind. The man may regret the war by himself, he may apologize for it, and he may also sound warning to Nigeria that he's seeing the same thing. Yeah. So everybody will learn from him. But if it is just to carry that hatred for him to come and play as only the guilty conscience, the way they want to narrate it, well, I don't think that will help anybody. That is my own saying.
My people my brothers in the East, if they think about that war and think about what they have gone through, they will see themselves as, oh, the rest of Nigeria is against them. But it's not like that. We all love ourselves. You understand? Nigerians love Nigerians. I tell you.
The thing I discover for my own findings, because some of the best friends I have are from that region. You get what I'm saying now? And I discover in a time of crisis, those people lack one thing: ability to listen to one another. This is what is still there till today. Let me ask you a question, my brother. During that war, when you mentioned Ojukwu, how old was Ojukwu? 30 years. Can you even... Huh?
There are people who are older than him, so many.
Okay, can you even mention one person that is older than him that were there doing what is called critical analysis? Someone that was older than him who has been a major leader in that region, who was there voicing this is what we should do? Or we are silent. Yeah. There was no room for them.
What was Zeke? What was his position?
My brother, Zeke, the Zeke step is led to Eastern region. If he goes there, it would have been history. During that time. He didn't go during that crisis. They tell him he betrayed them. They were eliminating. Because the thing is, when one person starts his own thing, they want all of them to queue in. Once you question it, you are enemy to that thing. If you question some approach, this is exactly, you see what all these, I don't want to go to very deep about that one, because when you go there, people see you like you are anti. You are anti. Whenever you try to present something that we're supposed to learn from, you are anti. You don't want to come at John. You don't want to come and do this. Sometimes they switch it Fulani, they do this one. My brother, all these things, there is a way you start balancing things. Even the election, to be frankly speaking, that Lagos that Peter Obi won, he won it. Tinubu could not believe his eyes. It is because the Yoruba voted for him. You get what I'm saying? It is because many Yoruba voted for him. So that is love. It goes beyond like, if I don't agree with you. Okay, as I'm here, I campaign and I send money, God bear me witness. My mother voted for him. My younger ones, they voted for him.
You try for that now.
People campaign back home. This is love. But that does not mean when you are bringing some of your approach that I don't want to even contribute about that. I should not tell you, look, I'm a dope person. You don't know how to play around. So I tell you, my brother, this one, my hand, not there. It's not there. I don't feel follow you doing like this. You take care from me. It's so simple. Because what I'm seeing, maybe you don't see it. So when that situation occur, either they translate it that you are jealous, which is very annoying, or somebody will just translate it. You said what?
They'll say you are jealous or you are envious or something.
You are envious, you are jealous, or you are a hater.
Patrick, can you please lead the session, please? I'm a bit busy here. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you will not see, everything will not become like you are talking from the point of hatred. This is where the problem lies up to today. So then the greatest challenge I'm now observing, every youth now are trying to distance themselves from them. I'm noticing in Nigeria. If I call people back home,
every youth is trying to do or distance themselves from the group.
From group, because what this IPOB, the way they do their things, is making other youth.
As IPOB are jacked the group. As IPOB are jacked the group.
What I'm trying to present before you is this, not the party. The party is still there. Politically, everything is there. But I'm talking about, we enter this argument, we enter the discussion based on who we apologize. And apologies that will be given to Igbos when they are not willing to also apologize. It doesn't make sense. Everybody share the burden, a burden of that crisis, but not equally. We know that they suffer much because the battle ended in their place, although it did not even touch the main land, the major circle land, but hunger touched everywhere when they put that blockade. So the actual places where you see battles is Benin and where you call Riverine area today. Where you call Port Harcourt was a real fight there.
Really?
What are you saying, my brother? All those areas, because it was when those areas fell, they now realized that this war is not something they're going to win.
Oh, okay.
It was when the Nigerian army was able to start penetrating the region via those water, where you call Creek and all those areas, through Adaka border, because he knows that area very well, that they now realize that this thing cannot work. It's not like what we expected.
It will come from behind, yeah.
Okay, everything was from behind. When all those lines started falling, it was not getting closer to them. They now say it like, look, my brother, this thing is getting closer and we can no longer hold them. Today, where you call Port Harcourt and all those areas, before they fall, it was a very terrible bloodshed, terrible fight in that area, they will tell you.
Wow.
So for me, I'm not shy to put it before anybody. If you want an apology, you should also be ready to apologize. My ancestors were on their own and they never encourage anybody to do anything stupid. They believe diplomacy will solve the problem. Only for them to see an army occupying their own territory, forcing women to cook for them, women be raped, houses be looted. then you are expecting me to come and apologize for that without you not apologizing? If I even step my hand into your house without your permission, and may God forbid I am harmed, whatever I do, whether it's of little, the trauma will be there. So this is what I believe. And I believe everyone should just agree that this thing was wrong and it should not repeat itself again. And let us dialogue how to lead this country, because nobody is satisfied. Announcing Tinubu today, does that mean Yoruba will not just forget when Igboho was in the street shouting? Or today, when you announce Obi as the winner, everybody will just forget about the entire crisis of somebody cannot go to farm? How long is 4 years? Before you know it's over, many players will emerge and they want to take from him. This election does not guarantee Tinubu more than 4 years. Tinubu will be more than 4 years. You get what I'm saying now? After 4 years, there will be a nation. So, and if that happens, what are we going to do? So, I think we should look at the entire picture, what is affecting our country, and how possible we can help this place we call country Nigeria, and how everybody can live side by side, and how we can speak truth to our differences. We have differences. It's just that we don't want to accept it that this thing is there and learn how to accept. It's just like, for example, I live my Benin, I want to live in Ibadan. I know we are similar, but there is still bound to be differences. So when I go there, I will see the differences and try to, if I see it had value or importance to the people that live there, I should respect it and learn it if I want to live with them.
Of course.
So
Of course.
this is what I believe. Not for me to come and tell them in Benin, this is how we do it. You get what I'm saying now?
If Benin is no man's land.
No, those ones, maybe we forget that one. Say all those ones, if we are putting that one, that means we don't want to heal ourselves. We have condemned that. We've condemned it already, and it's not helping. It's not going to help anybody, and nobody should be using that kind of statement. So if you have a dream to rename it as no man's land, you may only incur. You should prepare yourself. That means we don't want to learn from the past. So that is, for me, what I believe. We can coexist, but we must respect one another. And we have not been living together there. Everybody not going there. So, but if you want to come and use some kind of words and you don't explain it very well, anything where you see it now, it's just my own. You can also say your own part, my brother.
Thomas, no, me, I'm exiting now. It's getting late here. Are you in the US?
Me? I'm in Europe.
Okay.
Yeah.
That means now will be like
I just the early morning here now. 6 me a day now.
Okay, we in a night to the enter now.
From which country?
Ade Canada.
Okay. Now man leave you now. I want to go sleep, sir.
Okay.
I'll go sleep because na night duty I go to there. I want to just go sleep this week.
Hey, put it down. Yeah, okay.
Well done, sir.
Yeah.
May you call
Thomas,
thank you, daddy. Yes, daddy. Make it stop on now.
Hello, Thomas. 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 Hello, Thomas. Hello? Hello?
Whom are you calling, Thomas?
Yeah.
Make we just leave on to where may we dey go. May if you come, may continue.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Bye. Good night. Simba. Mr. Dewale don't come on, sir.
Hello, Thomas. Hello. Hello, Thomas. Hello. Am I the only one in the house? No kidding. You're kidding me right now. Hello, everyone. No way. So I guess I'm the only one in the house now. Thomas. I guess I'm the only one. Okay.
Hello?
Let's do this.
Hello? Hello?
Let's talk about Zelensky congratulating Tinubu.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I think everybody else left.
I thought I was the only one. I was like, okay, let's do this. I'm going to be talking to myself then. maybe someone will wake up from their sleep and join me. I was listening to others. I left just a few seconds, and everybody just disappeared. Even Thomas
Yeah, somebody came. I thought it was maybe Thomas said he was leaving, and one guy was talking much earlier, and he said I guess he had to go to bed. Somebody was going to close down the session.
probably it's going to remain like this for a very long time since Thomas has gone to bed.
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to turn into a monologue and keep talking to myself so that tomorrow one man is going to, keep hearing my voice. Good discussion today. Just that, interjection here and there. And sometimes to even interject is tough because one person takes over the entire topic. I don't know why one man does that. So from time to time, you have to have others, just take over a topic instead of maybe should have, one person take all the topics and talks about everything. You know.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Well, that's his. I guess his mo or the model he uses. One person it gives them the entire various topics for the day to talk about. So that's why it takes a lot of time.
I wish, one man does it like a regular interview where you ask people questions randomly, and instead of just, throwing opens and let one person takes all the topics and you ask them all the questions, just randomly throw the question at them and let them answer. I like probing questions. I like to get deeper and just hear people's view and whoever want to interject.
Actually, I actually like that myself. Sometimes I like to offer my opinion on the various topics, but when people are actually answering the questions, I like to kind of interject and ask questions more in detail to get more understanding of what they're trying to talk about or what they're trying to explain.
But I also think that most of the time we don't usually have the patience to hear each other's out, but we just already have a formed opinion and we want to, shove that opinion on everybody's throat, regardless of, whichever, uh, uh, you know, what they already believe. And doing that argument and that same topic keep prolonging for a longer time, and we don't even get to talk about the other topics. But nevertheless, I mean, I won't fault him for that. He's not a trained journalist. Everything we do is just winging, and that's what make it fun, The
Yeah,
bass
yeah,
blues,
yeah.
the bass blues every time, but I like to deal with um, probing question more and learn. Thomas is even out. Can you imagine that? Thomas is out. That means he must have cut off. I was listening to others about Zelensky congratulating Tinubu the other time. I mean, you know, if I have no interest in your country or have no bilateral relationship with your country, what is the purpose of me congratulating or even anything has to do with your country? You know, but I believe uh, Ukraine has a lot to gain, not just Nigeria, but the entire West Africa. Right now we have a lot of Nigerians going to that country, right? So they're spending their own money. They're not there for free, right? So it goes a long way when you have people from foreign country coming to your country, by exploring their education and all that. So not just that, I believe we also have some areas that we will deal with each other, whether commerce, whether you know, they have oil and gas as well, but we have our areas where we have common interests. So you should also remember they're in the middle of crisis, right? They're fighting war, and we're not fighting war. We're just having our own differences. So the congratulatory might be a little bit belated, but at least they give it. So not to also forget that the incoming administration also need international support. because whether we like it or not, we're also a voice at the National Assembly. The United
Do you have
Nations.
anybody there?
Yes, we do. It's you that disappear, brother.
Everyone for
You disappear, Thomas. I'm talking to Prince Daddy now, so we have our own private session. So don't shut this thing down on us, because you guys disappeared. Thomas, can you hear me? Okay. Prince Daddy, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Oh, great, great. I thought I was the only person talking. So, yeah, I mean, whether it's late or not late, it's still welcome. It's still, we need all the recognition. As a matter of fact, you're not
When it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, it they never say something. As it sweet us, you go to pay them. As it pay them, you go to sweet us. As it sweet us.